All right, you got superstar Billy Graham out here in the raw Arizona desert, 119 degrees, and this is my first DVD release in over 10 years, and superstar Billy Graham is going to reveal to the world some surprising interviews about certain people in the WWE, and you will be awestruck, actually, at what I have to say about these folks. You'll be able to get my DVD on all over New Jersey during WrestleMania week on my Facebook. All my Facebook fans can email in and get a personalized autograph of this face-to-face DVD by superstar Billy Graham, the man of the hour, the man with the power in the Arizona desert, right here live and in person, coming at you from Phoenix, Arizona, with the rattlesnakes, the coyotes, and the scorpions at my feet. But the superstar will survive to live and fight another day.
Devin Nicholson here, and I'm in Phoenix, Arizona with the legendary world champion who has the highest percentage of sellouts ever at Madison Square Garden for a wrestler, a main event wrestler. And you were known as the reflection of perfection, the number one selection, superstar Billy Graham. And I came all the way to Phoenix. I actually drove across the country for one
risking your life.
Literally risking my life because you had something very important you wanted to talk about. We did another interview with you a few months ago that was more of a historical perspective of your entire career. But today you want to talk about current issues and some current things that are really bothering you. So you want to just briefly touch on it before we get into the interview itself?
Yeah, I do want to really get in depth on my personal feelings about Bruno going into the Hall of Fame and this sudden change of heart that Bruno has had from almost 35 years of pure bitter hatred for the WWE and for Vince McMahon, and now all of a sudden this change of heart and now embracing the whole organization. And so we'll get a little more in depth into that issue a little bit later. But I would like to comment on the statement you just made about having the most sellouts, highest percentage of sellout main events in Madison Square Garden. It's very interesting that I had 19 out of 20 main event sellouts that I was involved in Madison Square Garden, which is the all-time highest percentage for any main event wrestler.
Even higher than Hulk Hogan and Bruno Sammartino.
Yeah, percentage-wise, 19 out of 20, out of anybody.
Yeah.
Not the most sellouts, of course, but I wasn't the champion that. Exactly.
Had your title, career actually chopped off right when you were really peaking popularity. Right. And actually, you were a heel, but you were becoming a babyface.
Exactly. And it was very ironic because the only non-sellout and Vince Sr. told me that he said, Billy, we're not going to sell out tonight because the fans don't believe that the High Chief Peter Maivia,
that's The Rock's
grandfather. The Rock's grandfather. Man, I worshipped in San Francisco that I wrestled against and helped me polish off my career with as tag team partners with Pat Patterson. And he said they don't believe that a Samoan chief will be the next WWF champion. Right. And he said, so that's why it's not going to sell out. But it didn't sell out, which was almost like 22,000 people in the main auditorium. Yeah. But we had over 20,000 people
impressive.
To see an event that they knew was not going to change hands. Yeah. So I said that's still a pretty good.
Shows you were a pretty huge draw.
Yeah, a huge draw and very ironic. And I did everything within my power to put over Peter and even eating a raw chicken and all the antics of him being a wild Samoan
and he was covered in tattoos.
Oh yeah. He was an official chief, and he had the Samoan tattoos from mid thigh to mid chest, and it was a very funny thing. Well, it wasn't funny. He almost died. He said to the
poisoning, right?
yeah, blood poisoning, and he said they wanted to make him a Samoan chief when he was down in Samoa, and he says, okay, well, that's great. I'd love to be a chief, but I'm only on the island for 6 days. So you got 6 days to do it. And they said, but wait a minute, it takes 6 months to put all this ink on you. And he said, I got 6 days. And so they went around all the islands, got all the tattoo artists, and they started tattooing him, 4 or 5 guys at the same time, filled him full of ink, and he got blood poisoning, and they had to rush him to the hospital. He was dying because of all the ink going into him at one time, and they saved his life, got out, and they started, once he overcame the illness in the hospital, they started tattooing him in the hospital as well. So he got he had the full Samoan chief tattoo display at the time I wrestled him. So the only non-sellout was against The Rock's grandfather, but still we had over 20,000 people in a non-sellout situation. Is quite remarkable.
Well, speaking of the Rock and the Rock's grandfather, I know you were pretty close with the Rock's family, his father and his grandfather. Do you have any memories of the Rock? I'm sure you've had some encounters with him over the years.
The Rock.
Yeah, the real Rock.
The current Rock.
The current Rock.
Yeah.
The movie star.
The movie star, yeah.
Wrestler, WrestleMania wrestler.
Yeah, it was, I really haven't, I've just passed by him on different occasions, very friendly, very, very sociable to me and everything. And it was very interesting because not long ago, I never watched WWE programming because it's just too boring for me. I've seen it all, I've heard it all. There's nothing against the company. It's just that the talent pool is starting to dissipate now, and it's just
why they're bringing in movie stars and MMA fighters.
That's correct. That's correct. And this goes into the Bruno thing a little bit. I was watching just not long ago. They were preparing to come here to Phoenix for the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, they actually sent an announcer from WWE Aftermath to interview you here, which I found was pretty interesting.
Correct. They did, and right here in my little apartment.
Very studio.
And
a great story on your painting.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and very, very accommodating, really nice folks that represented the WWE. And but the odd thing I found was Bruno making this current statement that he's realizes the programming has changed now. I was watching right on that television right before they came to Phoenix for Royal Rumble, and The Rock was in the ring cutting a promo against CM Punk.
Right.
And he said, I remember, because I was really shocked at what he said. He was comparing CM Punk to candy bars. And he said, you know, you're not like a Milky Way. You're not like a Snickers bar. You know, he says, and at least Almond Joy has 2 nuts. Well, is that family programming? That was a very hard line. And Bruno was saying now the programming has changed. That's one reason.
It with The Rock a little bit.
The Rock has always been on the cutting edge, sexually innuendos in his promos, always.
That's one of the reasons why he's entertaining, because that's controversial.
Exactly right. Exactly right. But that one statement really came back to haunt me, with Bruno saying, yeah, I've been watching the programming is now family-friendly programming. And I'm thinking, really, The Rock saying at least the Almond Joy candy bar has 2 nuts and you don't, CM Punk? That's very borderline. Yeah. Very borderline. So that really disturbed me.
Problems with it being borderline, you just find it a little contradictory.
Very contradictory for Bruno to make the statement that it's now family-friendly programming, with statements like that being made in the middle of the ring of a WWE
ring. And before we go any further about Bruno Sammartino, I'm obviously a fan of his. I'm actually part Italian. And you were a huge fan of Bruno Sammartino.
I still am.
Yeah, exactly.
I still am. I respect him. I have tremendous respect for the man. I idolize him. I took the belt from him. He passed the torch to me. Yeah. And really, when he did that cemented this belt.
That's the WWF,
yeah, the 3W.
WWE.
Exactly.
And that stood for Worldwide Wrestling Federation,
Correct.
which was then shortened to World Wrestling Federation.
Correct.
Then there was a big lawsuit with the Animal Wildlife Federation.
Right, yes,
which they unfortunately lost, and then they had to change their name to World Wrestling Entertainment.
So this belt is Bruno's belt. That's the original belt that Bruno wore all those years.
Yeah.
And so I'm very proud of wearing that belt. And
you actually won it from Bruno.
I actually won it from Bruno, and he wanted to retire. He was hurting. Back then, there were a lot of rings, Hannibal, that were boxing rings that we wrestled on, and they were very hard on the body, very traumatic falling and taking your falls on these hard boxing. And we were wrestling every night, you know. So I have tremendous admiration and respect for Bruno Sammartino.
Right.
Absolutely, I just worship the guy because he was and is a living legend.
Right.
There's no question about it. But that statement that he made really bothered me, that he's been watching the programming now and it's more family friendly and he's fine with the programming and so like I said, we'll get into that a little bit later.
More
but
specific that you know some inside information that you're going to share with people a little bit later. But you briefly mentioned Pat Patterson. Now, you were actually a protege of Pat Patterson. He helped you out a lot when you got into the business.
Oh, yes.
I was fortunate enough to meet him before, and he was very nice to me. But you had some ups and downs with Pat. You've apologized publicly for it. You've apologized in your book. Do you want to say anything about Pat Patterson before we go any further?
Oh, well, I think Pat Patterson, no question, was one of the greatest in-ring performers along with Ray Stevens.
Right.
Their feud was legendary in San Francisco. And then eventually they became tag team partners.
Right.
And so it was an honor for me to be a tag team partner of Pat Patterson, to be taken underneath his wing and be led really by the hand, match after match, night after night with Pat Patterson. I have nothing but the utmost respect for this man, and I appreciate what he what he had to go through, taking me as green as I was and molding me. I was in there with Pat Patterson, Ray Stevens, Cyclo Negro, which were fantastic, and Peter Maiva, I mean, really the cream of professionalism. And so I was very blessed to be his tag team partner.
And he was so talented that for decades, literally, he was Vince McMahon's right-hand man, putting together all the finishes, which is kind of the endings to all the matches.
Yes.
So in that peak
genius.
Period, a genius. That's not a far-off statement whatsoever.
No.
He's a wrestling genius, and everything, as far as you're concerned, is water under the bridge. There was a lot going on at a certain period of time.
Yes.
But that's over and done with.
Absolutely.
Now, before we get into how popular and how famous you were in the New York territory, which went on to become WWE, and when you were world champion, you actually were popular in territories all around, not only the States, but the world. Even were popular in Japan. You still have a lot of Japanese fans. But you actually had a couple of fans, actually 3 fans, that went on to become huge, famous, legendary wrestlers, and they're all actually in the WWE Hall of Fame now. So I'd like to, before we get into anything else, I want to talk about some of those people. A lot of people don't know that Ric Flair, the Nature Boy Ric Flair, was actually one of your proteges. He wrote in his book, actually, that he knew he could never have the body of superstar Billy Graham, but he would try his best to have promos that were as good as yours. And he went on to be possibly one of the best promo guys ever. This is certainly one of my favorites. So do you want to share with us some of your memories of Ric Flair, who used to carry your bags around, who used to wash your car?
And would drive my car from towns like Fargo, North Dakota, back to Minneapolis when I was lazy and wanted to stay over. And he would drive my car back and pick me up at the airport the next day, and actually brought me hundreds of pounds of 25-pound plates and barbells to work out in my apartment because we were on the road so much, his own personal gym equipment, and so I could get a workout in before you get back in the car and drive another 400 miles to a town, and so he was very compassionate on that end of my wanting to keep my physique, and he just became one of the probably the most entertaining wrestlers in the history of our business. I mean,
definitely.
there's no question about it. I mean, my God, I could watch him, and I watched him develop.
And he started with tie-dye. A lot of people don't know this.
Yeah.
Your wife, your ex-wife, actually gave him his first blonde hair job.
Yes, this is true. This is
and
true.
he used to come out with a tie-dye shirt when he first started.
Oh yeah, I don't know if we should mention that, my ex-wife. But anyway, no, I'm just joking.
Bunny,
yes,
right?
he came.
was
Bunny,
his
yeah,
name?
Bunny. He came over to my house in Minneapolis. He was getting ready to hit the road. He brought a bottle of wine and had a big cake made, and my ex-wife Bunny was going to bleach his hair for the first time ever.
Right.
And so he got his first bleach blonde hair job done at my house, and opened up the bottle of wine, and we celebrated and ate carrot cake, and he says, "Superstar, I'm on the road. I'm officially hitting the road." And he left, and we hugged each other, and the rest is history, man. Ric Flair, the Nature Boy. What a hard act to follow.
Can we get a woo from you?
Huh? Yeah. I got a painting that I did of the Nature Boy right here.
Nature Boy.
Yeah,
Ric Flair.
yeah.
So this is actually a
print.
copy.
Yeah,
of
just
the
a photograph. It's
painting,
just a
but,
photograph of the original that I gave him, sent him as a gift, and to honor him. And I think I captured him pretty good, given the woo, the famous woo. And so.
Sticking on the protege topic, another guy that you actually inspired to get in the business was Jesse the Body Ventura, who, in my opinion, him and Jim Ross are the greatest two commentators in the history of the wrestling business. Certainly the most entertaining commentators. And Jesse had a great wrestling career, and he pretty much took your gimmick. He came out.
Oh yes. And what's great about Jesse is he admits it.
Yeah.
He freely
He's very
admitted.
loyal to you.
Oh yes. He said, "I took everything from superstar Billy Graham I could take."
Yeah.
Because I saw.
He knew you were the best.
Yeah, well, it was a great compliment, and it was so funny because a lot of the fans were so jealous back then that. Do you know that Jesse Ventura is trying to look like you, superstar? And he's taking this look and he's taking that look. And I said, yeah, but that's a compliment when you think about it, And so
he used to actually tape record your promos and listen to it while he was driving.
Yes,
that's one, and he's known as one of the best promo guys ever.
Yes, absolutely one of the best promo guys. And a funny story: as soon as he got back from the Navy SEALs, came back to Minneapolis, saw me wrestle, said, "That's what I want to do, and that's who I want to be like." Then he immediately bleached his hair blonde, and he got a job as a bouncer in a biker club.
Oh, really?
And yes, he was a bouncer in a biker club with blonde hair. And one night, a biker chick walked in, and said, a very attractive biker chick walked in and said, "Oh my God, you look like superstar Billy Graham." We did kind of favor each other. And he said, "Well, I should. He's my brother, And so she says, "Really?" She says, "He really has a nice body." and he says, "Yeah." He says, "I want to get a body like him. It's so nice. I want a body just like superstars." She says, "No, I mean, he's got a real nice body." So Jesse says to this biker chick, true story, says, "Look, if you want to get to superstar Billy Graham, you got to go through me first." Well, it ends up that they fall in love, and he marries her, and she becomes the first lady of.
She was the
biker chick.
He was governor.
Terry Ventura married him, and then she was the first lady of Minnesota.
Now, there's a great picture of when he was governor, I believe, of you and your current wife.
Yes,
35
Valerie.
Years, I think Valerie, and him and his wife, who he actually picked up because of you.
Yes, exactly.
So, you've stayed in contact with him over the years, and in his book, I Ain't Got Time to Bleed, he actually says some very complimentary things. So I'm gonna guess you're very proud of him.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Your reaction when I guess you could say Hulk Hogan maybe has become the biggest star of all your proteges, but Jesse Ventura was probably the most successful of your proteges because he became governor of an actual state.
Yes.
And he's been in movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger, another one of your friends, which we'll get into later. But were you shocked when he became governor? I guess you're very proud of him.
Yeah, of course. I was not shocked because he had such drive and focus. He really had this drive about him. And when he set his mind to do something, he did it. He was one of those types that did not back off. And what he wanted, he went after and got it.
Right.
And so I was very proud when he became and a good governor, by the way.
He did a great job.
Yeah, and my personal friend.
And he's done great after the governor.
Exactly.
TV show now.
Oh, of course. It's amazing.
And he might even be running for president.
Yeah.
He's trying to start a grassroots campaign.
I know. I'll vote for him.
I think he's honest. And he's not
honest.
a career politician.
He's honest.
That's
Absolutely.
what I think about him.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And he is honest. He says the truth about everything.
That's right.
I believe him, and he's a very smart man. And, we're going to get into your third protege after, who's probably your most successful wrestling protege. He's probably the most successful wrestler
by far
of all time.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan.
Yep.
So maybe before I ask you the next question, we'll talk about Hulk Hogan. What was it like first meeting him? Because when he was trying to break into the business, he wasn't having much luck. They didn't like him in Florida because in those days, wrestling was divided up into territories. And he was from Florida, and there was a lot of jealousy because he grew up with a lot of the Florida wrestlers, and they didn't want him to become a star. So one of the people he went to for help getting into the business, because he loved wrestling, he went to the matches and would watch you.
Right, correct.
So he asked you for advice.
Yes, in a nightclub frequented by the wrestlers after the Tuesday night matches in Tampa, we all would go in and relax and frequent the nightclub, and in walks the future Hulk Hogan.
Right.
And he comes up to me and says, "Superstar, I want to know how to do two things. I want to know how to become a professional wrestler." He said, "I have tried my best. I've gone to the office and they won't let me even have a tryout inside the sportatorium, inside their personal training where they did their taping and everything." Yeah. And I said, "Well, brother, you're just going to have to go away to some other town and learn how to be a wrestler, or be persistent, and not give up. And then eventually the door will open for you, because look at you. You're 6'6", 6'7", whatever he was, you're
300 some odd.
Yeah, huge man." And I said, the opportunity is just waiting for you. It just has to happen. So just hang on and keep trying. Keep beating the door down. Don't give up. I encouraged him.
Yeah.
And so, and as it turned out, he took my look.
The ear cuff, you started.
The ear cuff, yeah.
Ripping the brothers.
yeah.
Pythons.
He took everything, and
When
again.
he was a heel, he took the beard, because when you were a heel in Japan, you had the black beard.
Had the beard.
And the bleach blonde hair.
Yes.
Just like Ric Flair, just like Jesse Ventura.
Yes, but that's another compliment.
Oh yeah.
That's another compliment. He
took it to the next level, and he made the best out of it.
Oh, and the timing was perfect.
Right.
It was absolutely perfect. It was just perfect. And then Vince got wind of him, and then the whole world opened up, and he became probably the world's most famous wrestler ever.
Right.
Nobody will be more famous than Hulk Hogan to this day.
Right.
And so I'm very proud of the legacy that I've left with just those three guys.
Yeah.
The top three guys, you could say, almost in...
Probably the top three of the most known wrestlers in the history of the business. Not only in wrestling, but they've all had successful careers outside of wrestling.
Yeah.
And speaking of those three, what I'm going to ask you now is... They're all proteges of you, and of course they all have a lot of animosity towards each other. That's public fact. Of course they all want to be the number one protege. Was there ever animosity between Hogan and Flair that you noticed? Any personal animosity outside of their wrestling?
I didn't notice any of that, because I was really pretty much a loner.
Yeah.
And I wrestled and I took care of my own business, and so I didn't get involved in other issues.
Yeah.
But and so I'm sure all that's water underneath the bridge by now.
Yeah.
And I know some things came up with me and Hulk that I really regretted, and we finally worked out, and now we're great friends, and I'm very proud of that.
Yeah.
But There were some issues that came up, and like I said, it's all water under the bridge,
and there's a lot of truth to those issues.
Yes,
and but it's over. It was a very rough time in wrestling in general, and a lot of secrets were coming out at that time.
Yes,
but those have all been taken care of.
Yep.
And that's over. And Hogan and Jesse Ventura. I mean, after Jesse won governor, Hogan said he was running for president on Jay Leno, and they've always exchanged lots of back and forth, both in the public and in their books. And what do you think of this whole Hulk Hogan, Jesse Ventura feud? Are you going to answer who are you more proud of, Hulk Hogan or Jesse Ventura? That's a big question.
Oh my God, yeah. It's impossible to answer that one. It's impossible to answer. They're both so accomplished.
Yes.
You know, and they're both household names.
Oh yes.
They're household names, and have gone far beyond just the wrestling world. And the Hulk, of course, with all the Rocky with Stallone and those movies, and then Jesse with exactly right, and then Jesse getting hooked up with Arnold and in his movies.
The Running Man that he was in with Arnold too, one of those movies.
Exactly, The Predator, I believe he was in, and so Jesse's had a tremendous run. They both had an awesome, but they're both talented.
Yeah.
See, they're both talented. But I believe that Jesse Ventura, out of the three men we're talking about, has the most raw talent out of all of them. His speaking ability, like you said, matches the Jim Ross in the commentary department.
Yes.
And Jesse's speaking ability and his charisma is so natural, it just oozes out of him, and he just demands your attention. So I think for as far as charisma overall, Jesse Ventura is hard to beat.
Very interesting to know. And let's move on more to Madison Square Garden and your history at Madison Square Garden. You had a lot of famous matches in Madison Square Garden. What are some of your favorites when you were WWF World Heavyweight Champion?
Oh, well, there's no question that, first of all, my favorite opponent we will name as the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes.
Right.
Dusty was always...
Who was another protege.
Yes. I had some influence on Dusty, but also Dusty, to be perfectly honest, influenced me as well.
Well, your speaking, your rap,
yes,
very similar.
Yes.
A massive crowd.
Yes.
Wasn't it 3 or so MSG sellouts?
Oh, we were in a row, 3 in a row, ending with the bull rope match.
Right.
The famous bull rope match. And
where you were almost crucified.
Yes, and where he wrapped the rope around me and hung me, and my feet were about that far off the ground. And so it was but it was absolutely magic with Dusty,
right.
Because he had so much charisma, and I had a reasonable amount of charisma myself, and so we just gelled together, and we had fun in the ring.
Oh yeah, you could tell. You could tell the promos were great, and there was a lot of celebrities watching those matches.
Yeah,
I mean, Andy Warhol was in the crowd often.
Yes,
and what was that like? Like all the top people in New York would actually come out and pack Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, they loved it. They loved it because it was pure entertainment. It was pure entertainment. And like I said, there's no question that Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, the humble son of a plumber, how did he come up with all this stuff? My God, that he just captivated the audience with his promos, and it was almost overkill. Because he would cut a promo and I would cut a promo, and they were so out there, and so it was like, wait a minute, we have too much going on here. All we need is one guy cutting a promo like this, but we both had so much charisma that it was just really, really, really exciting. It really was, and of course my favorite opponent of all time, no doubt about it.
He's got a son in WWE now. Cody Rhodes or something?
Yeah, Cody. But of course, the sons I found out, and some of the daughters, they just can't match the father's ability and charisma.
Those are huge boots to fill.
Oh yes, of course. So, but they're trying.
Yeah,
they're trying, and they're giving it everything they have. So good for them. Hope they do well.
So Jesse was obviously a big draw. You had a lot of huge matches in Madison Square Garden.
Ivan Putski.
Yes.
Polish
Ivan
Power.
Putski. Now there was actually you're a huge Bob Dylan fan.
Yes.
Massive Bob Dylan fan, but you've never met him. And
Yes.
you told me a story about you, Ivan Putski, and Bob Dylan. And do you want
Yes.
to share that with everybody? 'Cause I thought
Yeah,
that was a great
yes, it was a great,
bad, terrible story.
terrible story for me. I was just looking at a new Bob Dylan Rolling Stone book that's out on the market now by Rolling Stone, 40 years of Bob Dylan interviews. And by the way, thank you for the gift of that incredible Bob Dylan album and all the information of that. I know that probably costs a couple $100. That is a real in-depth masterpiece of a book on Bob Dylan with photos and everything. So I really appreciate that. But we were
unique and talented individual. I've actually, I can't say I'm a huge fan of the music.
Sure.
But because
sure.
I'm a huge fan of yours and I respect you a lot, I actually have listened to some of it and it's very interesting.
Oh, the writing. He's
can
written
see
over
why you
600,
love him so
600 songs. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a writing genius. And so I'm wrestling Ivan Putski. We're in a Denny's restaurant in Portland, Maine, and he is on tour, the Rolling Thunder Tour, 1975, with Joan Baez and some other folks, and they pull into a Denny's restaurant, and I'm at the far end of the counter eating. Putski's right next to the cash register, and these guys walk in and they to order food to go, and they look at Putski and say, "Aren't you Ivan Putski?" He says, "Yeah, Dobra," he's working his gimmick. and they
Bob
said,
Dylan knew who Ivan Putski was.
oh yeah, well, they said, we have Bob Dylan out in the van. We just finished a concert. He said he would love to meet you. And Putski could care less about meeting Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
I'm the mark for Bob Dylan down at the far end, not knowing any. So they take Putski out into the van, meets Dylan, and sees a poster. They got a poster of me and Ivan Putski versus superstar Billy Graham up in their van and on the Rolling Thunder Review. And Putski comes back in and says, "Dobra, guess who I just met? Bob Dylan." And I said, "What? You met Bob Dylan? Why didn't you come and get me?" He said, "We had to kayfabe. We have to kayfabe." I said, "Forget about kayfabe, brother. This is Bob Dylan. Man, this is more than kayfabe." So it was a hilarious story. And I actually got to know his manager very well, and as it turned out, that Bob Dylan was pretty much a fan of mine too, and so I went to a lot of his concerts and got complimentary tickets from his manager, and just never got a chance to meet him in person. But now he's 72 years old and still on tour,
Yeah,
and just absolutely incredible. So
And you mentioned kayfabe there with you and Putski. And kayfabe was a big deal in those days. For those of you
Yeah.
that don't know what kayfabe is, everyone thought wrestling was 100%
Yes.
legitimate athletic
Yep.
contest. That's how it was sold.
Yep.
And the people that didn't believe it, you had to make them believe it.
Yep.
And you would often be attacked by fans.
Oh,
because
yes.
of this, because they actually thought you were this terrible superstar Billy Graham
Right.
heelish character. You had
Right.
your car vandalized.
Yes.
You want to go over a couple of the stories about.
Well, a big incident happened in Long Beach, in California, of all places, and my daughter had just been born, Capella, in 1972, and I was training with Arnold at the time, and I was wrestling in Long Beach, and as a heel, and when the matches were over, I came out to the parking lot, and I looked at my car, and the hood had been lifted up on my car, and all the spark plug wires had been pulled out, distributor cap crushed, the tires were punctured. It looked like a war scene. It looked like a car bombing almost in today's standards. And
Almost
so
like
my God.
terrorists bombed your car.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, my God, I had to have my car towed in, and the next morning I was supposed to bring my daughter home from the hospital, Capella, who was just born.
Yeah.
So unable to, I called Arnold and asked him, "Would you mind going to the hospital with me and bringing my daughter home, Capella, from the hospital?" And so Arnold, and of course. And Arnold, being so nervous and cautious, took the side streets and hit every bump instead of the main Santa Monica Boulevard down to Ocean Boulevard and over to the hotel. But he didn't want to disturb the newborn, my baby. And so it was a real funny story.
He ended up being the goddaughter.
Yeah,
He
he's
was
the godfather of my daughter.
the
Yes,
godfather of
yeah,
your daughter,
godfather. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And he takes it pretty seriously.
Yes, he does. Yeah, he's called her, stayed in touch with her, and he's a
He was
And
nice letter that's actually in your WWE book.
That's
after
right.
Your first liver transplant.
That's right.
And
congratulating me on the liver transplant and everything, and stayed in touch, and has always asked people about me and my health and everything. So I really respect him.
From the first or second week he arrived.
Oh, 1 week after in this country that he arrived in this country, I met him at the original Gold's Gym in Santa Monica, and he could barely speak English, and I was training late, and he came in with Dave Draper and Art Zeller, the photographer, was a very famous photographer for Weeder at the time, and we just hit it off right away, and took these classic black and white photos of the first meeting with Arnold, and became instant friends, and I started training with him, and the rest is history. Yeah.
And what was he like to train with? You always hear about what a crazy, dedicated trainer.
Oh, yes, and very intense, very focused. There was no nonsense. This was not a game with Arnold. This was bodybuilding, this was Mr. Olympia, and this was serious stuff. And his drive and his focus. I've often compared Vince McMahon to Arnold because they both have this incredible drive and focus, which has made them successful in their separate areas. And so you can't have a successful organization like the WWE without having focus and drive and determination. And that's what Arnold had. I mean, he was dedicated. There was no monkey business. He trained every day for hours and hours, and then trained at night. And the dieting, the discipline, another factor that you could add to Vince McMahon, discipline to do what you have to do to be successful. So that rubbed off on me, his training discipline, and I really gained from it personally in my own physique, training with Arnold, and so it rubbed off on me, and I saw a man so dedicated and committed to his ultimate goal of being Mr. Olympia, I think about 7 or 8 times.
Yeah,
something like that.
Times, I think.
Yeah, something
Very
like that.
Impressive. It's still a record, I think.
Yeah. So
plus a movie star.
Plus
Some
a
of the
movie
biggest
star.
movies of all time.
Yes.
Plus governor. You
Yeah,
actually
plus governor.
close friends with 2 governors.
2 governors,
How many
yes.
people can say that?
Yeah. 2 governors who were nobodies.
Yeah.
And they just made it. They made it themselves. And so it really shows you, what self-determination and self-confidence can do for a person in this world, and given a chance in our country, the United States of America. Like I have said about Vince McMahon in a recent posting that you did for me on my Facebook, that he has earned every bit of success that the WWE has to this day, because he went out and took it the old-fashioned way, the American way. He earned it. He earned what he took and what he
very aggressively,
very aggressive, and he also
confidence for
and he
that.
also Vince also was a gentleman in the process, because he could have just taken the territories, but instead he offered people like Paul Bosch money for the Houston territory, and offered different people.
Vern Gagne, but Vern Gagne turned it down.
Vern Gagne turned it down like a fool.
Stu Hart money as well.
Exactly. So Vince was very generous
Yeah.
in his approach to. He said it's time.
In the top stars' jobs after
Exactly.
family members.
Exactly right.
Even the Rougeaus, when he took over the Montreal territory, he gave the Rougeaus jobs.
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that.
Definitely, yeah.
Well,
polite.
that's Vince McMahon. So you have these 2 people, Arnold and Vince, that I've always combined together with the drive and focus and the intensity that both of these people have that have made them successful.
Right.
And I really admire them for these qualities.
Oh, it's definitely
It's admirable.
very, very impressive. And when you were training with Arnold, you actually have quite a huge sporting background too. You played in the CFL,
Yes.
Montreal Alouettes,
Yes.
and I believe another team, Edmonton.
Calgary Stampeders.
Calgary Stampeders.
Right.
And that's where you later started off. You were trained in the dungeon for Stampede Wrestling.
Right.
And you had some trials with the Oakland Raiders.
Right,
which is
Oakland
pretty
Raiders,
impressive.
right.
But you actually won best arms in the Mr. USA bodybuilding competition?
Yes, in the Dan Lurie version of the Mr. America.
Oh, you were wrestling.
And while I was
How
wrestling,
did you find the time to do that?
Well, I had the discipline, and that came from Arnold, and that came from from being committed and dedicated and wanting to succeed at it, and so. I did it because I wanted it, and I was focused and I was driven to do it. And it wasn't an easy thing, bodybuilding for a contest and wrestling at the same time.
No,
but I do admit the last 2 or 3 weeks I took completely off to polish myself off for the contest.
And wrestling in those days, you didn't have trainers, you didn't have companies paying for physiotherapy and massage therapists, and they were brutal matches, bleeding almost every match sometimes.
Yes.
Do you want to explain to us just how brutal the matches were in those days?
Well, especially with Wahoo McDaniel in the Minneapolis territory, Wahoo being a really one of the
former New York Jets player. Wasn't
exactly, played pro football, and he was so red hot in Minneapolis and in the 72, 3, 4, 5 in that era that the people believed in him because he was so rugged. Yes, he was a baby face, but he was a rugged baby face, and he was a tough, legitimately tough. He was tough.
Stories go on.
Oh my God! I hit him in the head with a steel chair. Should have been a working, and I thought it was a working shot, but it put 7 stitches in the back of his head, and after he'd already cut in front of his head. So and we did promos later that night back in the studio, and he said, "Superstar, you hit me a little hard with that chair there, brother." I said, "Man, I apologize." He just laughed it off.
Yeah.
The guy was so tough, but people believed in him, and they believed in our angle that we shot, setting up our feud that went on for almost a full year and selling everything out, arenas and high school gyms and coliseums and whatever all across the country. And we sold out Green Bay for the first time ever for any event in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We sold out in their building there that held about 12,000 people.
Right.
The first sellout ever was in that building for any event was Wahoo and myself in a strap match. Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah,
those were the days before pay-per-views.
Yes.
So you really had to earn those crowds.
Yes, you did. You had to really cut a promo, and you had to be believable. And I was believable. I had the 22-inch arms. I had the physique. And Wahoo was believable. He was tough as nails. And our matches were almost borderline shoots.
Yeah.
They were really tough as hell.
Strap matches. You're actually taking leather straps to the back.
And leaving welts.
I was saying earlier, a lot of people call wrestling fake. But I mean, if someone hit you with a leather strap on the street, you beat the hell out of them. But in wrestling, you have to willingly sometimes take those straps.
It was accepted.
Yeah.
It was accepted. So that was one of my favorite periods of time was that Minneapolis run because of the Wahoo competition.
One of the biggest territories in the world at the time.
Yes, absolutely.
Money, big city, big crowds.
Yep, all the way from Minneapolis to Denver to Winnipeg, down into Omaha,
Vergania, a legitimate wrestler, NCAA champion, I believe.
Right.
He almost went to the Olympics.
Right.
Very tough guys in that territory.
Absolutely. Baron von Raschke, all these guys, so it was really a talented territory and a really a wrestler's dream to go to from there.
And you see a lot of magazine covers from those days. You probably made because of your physique. And you bleed a lot in those days. There's tons of covers of you either just flexing or covered in thick, bloody goo.
Yes.
And blood is real in wrestling. For those of you that don't know this, blood is real. And especially in the 70s and 80s, blood was used very often.
Yeah. There was a constant. And Roy Shire, the promoter of the San Francisco territory, where I was there for a year with Pat Patterson as his tag team partner, as I mentioned earlier, and very fortunate to be underneath his wing and carried me through. He would sometimes call for blade jobs every night of the week, and he said there's not a problem. He said you just cut in a different spot every night. You don't have to worry about cutting over the same area. Just cut in a different spot. So that was the mindset.
How would you do it? Like in those days, how would you blade yourself?
Oh, I would just break up a Gillette blue blade and put tape around it and leave a little bit exposed and tape it to my finger, and then put a little tape over it when it's time to do the actual blade. Just cut my head and then break the blade off and then throw it on the ground so we wouldn't accidentally cut each other during the rest of the match. So, and Wahoo always carried his blade in his tights and would cut his head and then put the blade back in the tights.
So there's a lot of wrestlers in those days that would actually reuse blades.
Oh.
Share blades. Because in those days, let's keep in mind, AIDS wasn't discovered until around the 80s.
Exactly.
80. Hepatitis, which is a huge one now, affects more than 170 million people
worldwide.
That's just hepatitis C alone.
God.
That wasn't known until around 1990, wasn't proven. So you didn't think about that type of stuff in those days. So obviously you must think it's a very good thing that now WWE has a no blood policy where there's no more purposeful blading.
Oh yes, absolutely. My God, you're saving people's lives.
Yeah.
I caught hepatitis C from the commingling of blood.
Right.
I mean, there's no question about it. You look at some of the photos in the 70s, as you just mentioned, was a decade of bloodbaths.
Right.
I mean, from Terry Funk.
Wrestlers that have died from hepatitis.
Yes, exactly right. So I was very fortunate that I received a transplant in October of 2002 here in Phoenix of the Mayo.
22-year-old.
Yes, a young girl, 23 years old, killed just a few blocks from my apartment here, and she was a donor, and they had to give me, I was the worst liver in the state of Arizona, #1 on the transplant list, and the Dr. Mulligan at the Mayo Clinic told me that when he pulled that liver out of me, the old liver, and put this young girl's liver in, he saw my liver, that he estimated I had a small handful of living cells left and maybe 30 days to live on this planet when I got the liver transplant. So I dedicate, of course, my rest of my life to Katie Gilroy, who was my liver donor, a young girl, and saved my life being a donor. So sign your donor card. That's a good message. Sign your donor cards.
And on the topic of bleeding and stuff, what do you think of these barbed wire matches where basically wrestlers are thrown into this barbed wire, it breaks their skin, and then the other wrestler is thrown in, which basically puts their blood directly into the other person's body? It's just like sharing a needle or a razor blade, which are two of the main ways of catching hepatitis, other than there's also transplants before 1990. They didn't test for hepatitis. Organ donations before 1990. Dirty tattoo needles.
Tattoos.
Dirty piercings. There's a lot of ways to catch it. A lot of famous people have it. Evel Knievel actually died from hepatitis C. He caught it from a blood transfusion. The Aerosmith frontman had it. He was cured. He took the treatment and was cured. He was also on American Idol. Mick Jagger was cured. Pamela Anderson still has it.
Yes, exactly.
So, I mean, it's out there.
It's out there.
So what's your advice to independent wrestlers?
Oh, well, you know what? You can't even give them advice because they're not going to take it. They're going to do what they want to do. They're going to do these crazy barbed wire matches and anything else that comes down the pike. They're going to do it. So you can't even suggest or say don't do it because they're going to do it. No matter what you or I say, it's going to happen. It's going to happen, and it's extremely barbaric. These barbed wire.
They're not making any money,
and they're not making any money. You know, and they're hoping and praying that someday Vince will see them or TNA will see them or somebody, and they'll make it to the big time. But in the meantime, they're slaughtering themselves and potentially going to pick up a deadly disease.
And what do you think of guys like Abdullah the Butcher, who has hepatitis C and won't admit it publicly, and actually, in my particular case, he cut me with a razor blade that he had used on himself, which is actually more dangerous than just bleeding with someone, because it puts your blood directly into the other person's bloodstream when you share a razor blade like that. And it's not common in professional wrestling to cut somebody without permission with a razor blade with blood on it, is it?
Well, there's no question it's not common, and not only that, I believe that the WWE putting Abdullah the Butcher into the Hall of Fame, knowing his history, knowing that he's a bloodthirsty, bloodlusting, demonic, possessed person. I saw the videotape of him cutting his own head first, and then cutting you without your permission, without your knowledge, which is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable and criminal, and you ended up.
Well, basically, it's an assault.
It's an assault. It's an assault with a deadly weapon.
Yeah.
Hepatitis C, as you mentioned earlier, can be deadly. People do die of it.
Blade is a deadly weapon. You can't bring it on an airplane. You can cut someone's throat with it. You can blind a person with it.
Yes.
Or you can infect them with the disease.
Yes, exactly.
So,
and what you were infected with, and now you've gone through these.
And there's a court proceeding charging him with negligence, assault, and battery. Basically,
in the Canadian court system,
in the Ontario Superior Court of Justice. So for people like that won't admit that they have hepatitis C, even though all these celebrities admit it, and it's a common disease. What do you think of people that not only won't admit it, but won't help? Because even if you save one person, even if you save one indie wrestler that hears us talking, first of all, it's very expensive. I'm going through hepatitis C treatment right now. It's $60,000.
Oh,
and
my God.
It's deadly. You can actually die from the treatment. So what do you think of a guy like that won't do anything to actually help create awareness and help prevent this from happening to other people?
I think he should be put on. Did you ever see the movie Papillon?
No.
By Dustin Hoffman. You need to watch that, starring Dustin Hoffman and Steve McQueen. He should be put on Devil's Island, and he is an absolute, total barbaric human being to have assaulted you. I've seen the footage of that match with you and him cutting your head after he's cutting his own head and then assaulting you with that razor blade with his blood on it, inserting it into your head, cutting you, and you ending up with hepatitis C, and the hell you've gone through in your treatments, the side effects of these.
38 pounds right now.
You've lost 38 pounds. You've lost 38 pounds.
That's a small amount of problems that I have to experience.
Oh my God.
Not just me, but my whole family and all my friends.
Exactly.
Even you. We've become close over the past few years due to many reasons, but a lot of it's our hepatitis C connection.
Yes.
And you know directly how it's affected me, and I know how it's affected you.
Exactly. And I think that the now that it's been proven through your legal endeavors that Abdullah has tested positive for hepatitis C, that he should be automatically withdrawn from the WWE Hall of Fame. He should have never been in. To begin with.
Well, did he wrestle in Madison Square Garden?
Never. He's never wrestled one match for the WWE.
Okay.
Not even a match, let alone Madison Square Garden. He's never wrestled once for the WWE or the WWF or going back to the WWE, 3W.
Because they couldn't trust him.
They couldn't.
To follow the wrestler's code.
No.
Because you got to protect your. Yes, wrestling is very rough, but you're not in there to permanently injure your opponent. Sometimes it gets rough. Sometimes.
It's a physical sport.
It is. It's a physical sport. It's predetermined, but it's physical. But you're not agreeing to risking your life when you get in there.
No.
You're certainly not agreeing to the risk of death. You're there to entertain the people.
Exactly.
And perform. We're actors. We're athletic actors.
Exactly right. And that's one of my real problems. That's why I submitted.
Not Sudan.
Exactly right. Yeah, Windsor, Ontario. He used to work on a car wash.
He's a businessman.
Exactly.
He owns multiple businesses.
That's right. And I submitted to the WWE when he was inducted to the Hall of Fame that I wanted out of the Hall of Fame because there's no justification to put a monster of his level into the WWE Hall of Fame, knowing his background and looking at these huge, ugly, disgusting gouges in his forehead from self-inflicted razor blade.
Almost every match.
Every match he'd cut himself.
Did he have to do that?
No, of course not, because he's obsessed. I think he's actually demented mentally. I think there's a 50 years he's been doing this, and I don't.
He only stopped wrestling when my accusations went public. He was wrestling right up until the time that I publicly brought out the hepatitis C accusations. And one of the reasons I came out public was to stop this from happening, because I really care about the wrestling business.
Yes, you do.
I care about people in general.
Yes.
And I don't want this to happen to anyone else. So you were actually proud when you were inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. I saw Triple H inducted you.
Yes.
Who's now part of the McMahon family.
Yes.
And you still actually remain friends with Triple H.
Oh, he's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, and I believe, I'll go on record as saying that I believe Triple H is the best modern era champion of the WWE ever, of the modern era. I believe Bruno, of course, was of his era, the greatest champion of all time. But in this new modern era, I believe that Triple H is by far the greatest champion that's ever walked, including myself, that's ever walked down that aisle.
From a body, from a wrestling ability,
from everything, the whole package, his promo ability, his believability in the ring, his physique that he's worked incredibly hard to maintain, and his wrestling style, he has the whole package.
For the business too.
Yeah, a great mind, and he is dedicated, he's committed. I'm a fan of his. I'm a huge fan of Triple H. I adore the guy. I think he is, I'll go on record saying that he is the greatest champion of the modern era for WWE, flat out, period, no question about it.
He was a fan of yours too.
He was a fan of mine. He was a fan of mine. So I'm returning the favor. Triple H.
So the whole thing was, you were proud of being in the Hall of Fame, and the reason you asked to be taken out of the WWE Hall of Fame was not because you were bitter. It was because you couldn't understand why they were putting Abdullah the Butcher in the Hall of Fame when they have a no-blood policy, when the Macho Man Randy Savage is not in the Hall of Fame.
Of all people.
And it's like, why would you put Abdullah the Butcher in before the Macho Man Randy Savage, who sold out Madison Square Garden many times, is a legend in WWE wrestling.
Right.
Not just independence.
Right.
And truly actually helped build the WWE.
Absolutely.
In the 80s and in the 90s. So
yes. So that was my problem, was the no blood policy of the WWE, and then inducting the biggest blood leech in the world of pro wrestling, and them knowing his background. They're not stupid. Triple H and Vince and the whole staff and the whole all the folks who work there. I mean, they know Abdullah the Butcher has to cut himself and his opponents almost in every match, like you say, that he has a chance, and they know that history. Why induct him into your Hall of Fame when you have a no blood policy? You're
contradictory.
It's very contradictory, and it really upset me because I caught hepatitis C from the Sharon Colbing. I almost died from it.
Suffering severe health.
Yes, I'm still having, and I'm 10 years out post liver transplant. I had to have a liver transplant.
Yeah.
Thank God you're not going to have a liver transplant, because you're on your well on your way to being cured of hepatitis C. But it's hell that you've been going through, and so that was the only reason.
No question it's taken years off my life, no matter, even if I get cured. There's years that have been taken off my life.
So that's my big issue of wanting out of the Hall of Fame.
And just to be clear, because there's been a lot of rumor, Abdullah gave away his Hall of Fame ring publicly because he said that's all they're going to give me. He wanted more. Now you gave
Very
it away,
selfish.
Not as an insult to WWE. You needed money.
I didn't give it away. I sold it.
Yeah, you sold it.
I sold it to a gentleman in England to help buy anti-rejection medications for my liver.
Right.
I needed a liver transplant, and I needed to keep that liver. I needed to keep my body from rejecting it, and it costs money.
Right.
Just like you're finding out, it costs a lot of money to have your medication.
You can't work as much.
You can't work as much. You
can't work because
exactly.
You got diabetes. You take insulin injections.
Right.
You got a heart condition.
Right.
Arterial.
Fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation.
Actually, going to see your heart doctor later today.
Right.
You had a lung infection that almost killed you.
Yes, double pneumonia.
Your new liver is in the cirrhosis phase.
It's in the cirrhosis
when you had your
phase.
last transplant, it was also in the cirrhosis phase.
Right.
So, I mean, you got a multitude of health problems.
Yes,
and
I do.
It's expensive to live.
Yes.
And you got all the normal problems here. Like,
Yeah, of course, exactly. Yes. But one of my salvations is, as the fans can see around me, is my art.
Yeah.
Is my art. And
this one was done by a fan.
This was done by Captain Phoenix Captain Rich Bauer's daughter, who's an artist, a fire captain here in Phoenix, and as a gift to me. And then this is some of my artwork surrounding us. But I'm very fortunate, and maybe this is a good time to give you your birthday present, father's birthday present.
Yeah,
the hawk is a big bird.
65, and I told you about it, and you said, "Well, why don't I do something very special for you?" And I told you before that my father liked birds a lot, and you did.
Well, so here's for your father, and happy birthday to your father. And it's a red-tailed hawk that's all across the United States, and some in Canada, and so I hope he enjoys that.
The detail on this is incredible.
Well, it's my pleasure doing it, and
you also did. You've actually done a wonderful flower for my girlfriend.
Yes, for your companion, Laura.
She really liked. And you've done, which is my prized possession. I really is the most prized possession that I have.
Oh, thank you.
Is this wonderful rhino that you did for me.
Right.
And you wrote me a great note on the back, but I'll thank you again for it while we're on camera, because I really appreciate the rhino.
My pleasure.
And whenever I'm feeling down or anything, I look at this rhino, and it's a great motivation for me to continue on and not give up on my treatment, and continue on in life and remain positive.
Yep.
Because it's just such a tremendous painting. So I'll leave this here until I leave, because I don't want anything to happen to it.
Okay.
But it's a wonderful painting, beautiful detail on it. And no offense to Ric Flair, but I'll leave it.
Yeah, we're going to cover Ric Flair up. Sorry, Rick, you've had enough exposure.
That one has, they both have great detail.
Yes.
Phenomenal detail. And there's one of your Madison Square Garden sellouts, this picture right here.
Yes.
It's Mil Mascaras. You were telling me this was the very first time they allowed a wrestler with a mask in Madison Square Garden.
Yes, they would not allow a masked wrestler to appear in Madison Square Garden, and they made an exception for Mil Mascaras, and
and you also had to be 14 to get into Madison Square.
Yes, at one time you had to be 14 or over to get into Madison Square Garden to see a wrestling match. And so also, there's another painting I'm working on, and you might recognize this fellow here as you, and I started as Hannibal, and so I better get this finished, because I don't want to have to meet you in the ring.
Back to that size, because of course
you'll be back to this size. Believe me, you will. Believe me, you will. And so I've started work on you. I started from the bottom up and standing on the second rope, and this is really going to be a nice piece. I really believe that. And
that's a true honor, but don't give it. I keep telling you, don't give it to me until I'm off this treatment.
Oh, I won't.
It's way too much motivation to get back in the gym full steam ahead, but unfortunately, I just don't have the ability.
No, of course not. You've got to go through your treatments. You've got to go through your treatments. But I'm very blessed to be an artist, and
you're a talented I really like this cactus that you did.
Yeah, the cactus is very nice. The saguaro cactus.
Paintings for Terry Funk.
Yes, I did.
Jim Ross.
Jim Ross, his wife. I did a nice still life for her, and I've been blessed with talent, and so that's what I've dedicated my life to now is fine art. And I consider myself an artist in the ring, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, wrestling is an art. It's a way of expressing yourself.
It's an art form. It's an art form. So I'm very blessed to have had my liver transplant, and the average while I was in the hospital, the Mayo Clinic Hospital, just recently for my heart problems and congestive lung problems. The doctors, the liver team told me the average lifespan of a liver transplant patient is 5 years. And I just celebrated 10 years last October. Yeah. So I've already doubled the lifespan. And they said that one reason is I just happened to have good genetics, and also I had a pristine liver from the young girl who sadly was in a car crash just a few blocks from here, and was a liver donor, and she was a big healthy girl, and they said that's the only reason you got a female liver, because she was a big strapping girl and very, very healthy. So I'm very blessed to have received that liver transplant, and now continuing my art career.
And before we get on to the topic that we're here to discuss, you mentioned you're an artist, and you've actually become friends with a lot of famous people, not just artists like actors, but famous athletes, like in boxing, Mike Tyson, MMA,
yes,
lots of people from the MMA world. Bridget Nielsen, who was in the Rocky movies,
right,
who was actually quite friendly with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes, yes, she was.
Was also married to Sylvester Stallone.
Right.
Lou Ferrigno.
Right.
The woman from The Shining. What was her name?
Shelley Duvall.
Shelley Duvall.
Yeah, she's one of my favorite all-time actors, and one of my favorite movies, of course, is The Shining. So I've been very fortunate to have met some real nice celebrities, and including you, by the way, including you, because you really, I believe that once you recuperate from your going through this process of healing, and then you get back into training, that you have your sights on the Olympics in Greco style wrestling, and going back into pro wrestling as well. And I
plan on doing 3 sports, so MMA, pro wrestling, and amateur wrestling.
Well, there you go. That's an incredible
and you're
feat.
Be there if
I'll be there.
WWE, promise.
Yes, I will be ringside.
Yes,
I will walk you through the ring. I'll tell you that right now. I swear I will.
Just watch out if I'm into my character too much. If I'm walking through the ring. So let's get on to the serious topic. I know it's been bothering you tremendously. And before we really get into it, you've made up. You have no problem with Stephanie McMahon.
Oh no! I think she's a sweetheart. We've got along fantastically. I saw her work backstage and crack the whip, and she's a taskmaster. She gets the job done. But I've always enjoyed hanging around with Stephanie and laughing and joking. I think she's one of my...
and Linda McMahon, water under the bridge.
Exactly. I said some things about Linda that were not true, and I've apologized to her on my Facebook.
A WWE job. After you got in the Hall of Fame, you had a job with WWE, and you were let go from that job.
Right.
And so there was some animosity there. You needed money.
Right. Yes.
You took out some of your anger.
Yes.
But what you have this problem with is you don't have a problem with Bruno going into the WWE Hall of Fame.
Right.
But it's something that you held him in very, very high respect as a very honest person, and you believe he's not being fully honest to his fans, and I'm a fan of his, and you're also a huge fan of his.
Always will be.
Do you want to explain in detail this situation about Bruno Sammartino, why you have a problem? Because there's been a lot of people who have misunderstood it. So this is your opportunity to explain it.
Well, I feel that when Bruno Sammartino, who is a living legend, there's no question about it. Scott Epstein is a personal friend of mine for 40 years and is a very, very good friend with Bruno and talks to Bruno all the time. Scott Epstein called me and said that Bruno had been calling him and saying that Triple H had been calling Bruno to get him inducted into the 2013 Hall of Fame. And he said Bruno said Triple H is very polite and very, very nice, but he just keeps calling me, and I don't want to go into the Hall of Fame. And I said, well, why don't you tell Bruno to tell Triple H, if you want me into the Hall of Fame, the WWE Hall of Fame, just give me a couple $1 million. Give me $2 or $3 million, and I'll go in because I deserve it. Because I am the living legend. I am Bruno Sammartino, and you've wanted me in for 35 years. And so just cut to the chase and just go ahead and give me a couple $1 million.
Right.
And I, for the sake of me, don't know why Triple H didn't approach Bruno with a big payoff like that from day one. Why they stretched out like 5 weeks of phone calls from Triple H to Bruno to get him into the Hall of Fame before they finally came around and offered him an enormous amount of money, which he told Scott Epstein that he got to go into the Hall of Fame. He got Mike Tyson type money, and that his family is now set for life, which I'm thrilled with. And I'm thrilled that he got Mike Tyson type money, and we all know that's like $2 or $3, $4 million for Mike Tyson, whatever he did for the WWE, and that Bruno is telling people that he's only receiving $5,000 for going into the Hall of Fame like every other inductee. And he actually told my friend Scott that he's having a guilty conscience dealing with the fact that he's lying to his fans about the amount of money he's receiving.
Scott and Bruno are pretty close.
Very close, very close. They share phone calls. Scott books him a lot. And for some reason, Bruno is really, really bonded with my friend and agent and personal friend, Scott Epstein. So this is like gospel. This is coming straight from Bruno. And so I just don't understand for the life of me why they put Bruno in this kind of a position where he has to lie to his fans about only receiving $5,000 when he told my friend Scott that he's receiving Mike Tyson type money, which is in the millions of dollars. Why? What is it about wrestling that we cannot be honest? Why can't Vince McMahon just come out and say, look, we're going to induct Bruno and we're going to give him $2 or $3 million.
Fans would be happy to hear.
They would be happy.
They don't want to hear he's getting $5,000.
Exactly.
You don't think he's getting because he was too bitter for many years to suddenly just say, okay, I'll take $5,000. I'll go into the Hall of Fame.
No. Way too bitter to all of a sudden endorse the programming and tell all the fans that I'm only getting $5,000, and that he actually told Scott that he's having problems, a guilty conscience, telling the fans, and the fans are not buying it for 1 minute, that he's only getting $5,000. And all of a sudden this huge, after 35 years of bitterness, hatredness towards Vince and the WWE, to make this drastic turnaround and endorse the product, endorse the programming, and then say, I'm only getting $5,000. When I know that he told Scott he's getting Mike Tyson type money, millions of dollars to go. And I'm happy for Bruno. Bruno, I'll tell you this to your face. I'm happy for you that you're getting millions of dollars. You deserve it. But I'm saying to you as a fellow wrestler, what is wrong with our business that we can't be honest? If Kobe Bryant for the Lakers gets a $10 million bonus for dunking a basketball through a hoop, it makes the press. Everything makes the press, all the contracts. Yeah. Why can't we be honest?
It would make it seem bigger.
Yes, exactly.
And do you think Donald Trump, who is also being inducted in the Hall of Fame this year, is only getting $5,000?
Well, of course not. And Donald Trump is going into the celebrity wing of the Hall of Fame, and he'll probably get a couple $1 million, and he'll give it to charity like he's done before, and that's fine.
So there's no way Bruno is getting less than Donald Trump in your...
Oh no, of course not. Of course not.
Bruno is a proud guy. I don't think he would accept that.
No, he would not. He would not accept it. So I really, Bruno, people have idolized him and worshipped him, and I myself have so much respect for Bruno Sammartino, and I am thrilled he's getting this major payoff. And if he wants to go into the Hall of Fame, let him go. But just remember, I don't know if it's like losing your dignity when you have to lie. I mean, there's no one that believes he's only getting $5,000 to go into the Hall of Fame. That's a slap in the face to Bruno Sammartino after all these years. And I've got a good friend of mine in Boston. I'm just going to read this last email, this last paragraph that kind of sums up his feelings about Bruno. This kid used to sneak into the Boston Gardens when he was like 5 years old, back in the real old days, and watch the matches, and very dedicated to Bruno being my friend, being Italian and everything. And he wrote me a few emails. Just let me read this last paragraph that one of the emails he wrote me, and this will sum it up. My friend says, in Boston, now in lieu of recent events and Bruno's change and hypocrisy, it feels like the air is sucked out of your lungs. He claims WWE has changed, and a doctor he knows runs the health screening there. Well, Bruno, we are not dumb sheep. That we know your thought of us. Just look, WWE is full of roided up athletes. Still is full of behind the scenes BS that you said you want to know part of. Vince is still there, the man you want to know part of. You lied to us about your payday for coming back. Why? In our eyes, you were a man that stood and walked straight and tall and commanded respect. Now we see a man bowing to the dollar, and we can only wonder what else demands of his new boss. It's a sorry day in pro wrestling, but we didn't lose the principles he taught us. We just lost the man. Now that's
from a friend of
quote.
yours
That's
in
a friend of mine in Boston, who worked for MIT for years, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a very, very intelligent person, and he is just letting his feelings be known that he is. They're not. He said that we feel like we've been duped by Bruno telling us he's only getting $5,000. So why can't they just be honest? And even now, it's not too late. Be honest and just say, look, we're giving the man $2 or $3 million because he's worth it.
Yeah.
What is it about wrestling, Hannibal, that there's so much deceit and lying and deception that they make a man like Bruno a true living legend and a man that I still look up to because I did my share of lying. Believe me, I'm no saint here, but
also done a lot of very good things in your life.
Yes, of course, absolutely, no question about it. But I'm just saying, what is it about the nature of our business?
You held him at a higher level. You held him at a higher standard than most wrestlers. That's the thing, and you feel like there's no one you can look up to anymore because he was the man that was honest. And in this world of dishonesty, he was one of the true.
And he toted that line for almost 35 years. He would not speak to Vince McMahon. He would not go to the WWE match. He stayed so clear, so far away from WWE. It was unbelievable, like it was another universe, in outer space somewhere. And now the man has been forced to sign a contract, and he's got a 45-day exclusive, from what I understand from my friend Scott Epstein, to make personal appearances. And they'll probably make a documentary on Bruno, which would be fantastic. But why did they make him lie about his payoff to go into the WWE Hall of Fame? What is it about our business that this happens?
And again, this is what you've heard from your friend.
Oh, directly from Bruno. This is a quote. I'm quoting Bruno, that he got Mike Tyson type money and he is set for life, and congratulations that you and your family are set for life. I'm happy for you. I'm happy you're getting this money. There's no jealousy here. I'm happy about it. But why do we have to lie about it? Why can't we be just out front and be honest and Vince say, I'm going to give Bruno Sammartino $2 or $3 million because the man flat out deserves it, instead of making him say he's only getting $5,000. It really disturbs me.
So that's what you had to get off your chest about Bruno Sammartino. And
it's sad. It's a sad thing, really. It's very sad. And Bruno, again quoting Bruno, that he's having trouble dealing with this lie that he has to put out in public, that he's only getting $5,000 and for going into the Hall of Fame. Because Bruno is a man of integrity and an honest man, and so he doesn't want to lie to his fans that supported him all these years, and so he's having really mental anguish over having to lie, because Vince has made him sign a contract, obviously, to say he's only getting $5,000. Well, that's a slap in our face to any intelligent wrestler, let alone the wrestling fans who are smart now. Everybody's smart now. That Bruno is going to step up for $5,000 after all these years of bitter hatred. It's just a sad day, Hannibal. It's a sad day when a man of Bruno's integrity has to fall, and fall hard, by lying to the fans of the wrestling universe about his payoff.
Now, did Bruno retire after you beat him for the title in?
That is another deception. I just read this on WWE Hall of Fame. Go to WWEHallOfFame.com and you'll see an article, and it gave a rundown on Bruno's history, and then when it came to the date of April 30th, 1977, it said that Bruno Sammartino retired on that day. Well, it just so happens that on that day in 1977, April the 30th, I beat Bruno for the WWF Championship belt in Baltimore, Maryland. And he did not retire. It said that he came back and made a few personal appearances, but we came back for over a year of return matches. And one of the return matches was the steel cage match at the Philadelphia Spectrum, where we set the all-time attendance record for any event ever held in that building, and turned away 5,000 to 7,000 people who couldn't get in.
They moved the guardrails actually very close.
Oh yeah, there was just a few feet from the ring. Yeah, so there was no stage for a band to set up, and so there was so much more room. So we set an all-time record of over 20,000 people in the Spectrum for a steel cage match, a full year after Bruno gave me the belt in April of '77 in the Spectrum.
And you won that steel cage match.
Yes, I won the steel cage match. Yes, yes. So that's another deceptive lie put out by the WWE, that he retired, quote, retired. You can look up the article, and that he retired.
Wrestled Macho Man in the mid-'80s. He teamed with David Sammartino, who is Bruno's son. He came out of retirement, I guess, to team several times. So he definitely, according to history, if you look at the history books, and according from your personal recollection, he did not retire when you beat him on April.
We have return matches up and down the coast. Boston sell out, Philadelphia sell out, Pittsburgh sell out, his hometown, of course. The Spectrum sell out, turn away thousands of people on the streets, steel cage match. New York, Madison Square Garden, return matches, all up and down the whole territory. Return matches for a full year with Bruno, with me with that belt. And so it's very, very disheartening to have read. If they don't want to talk about me, that's fine, but don't lie to the fans again that Bruno retired on April 30th, 1977. He did not retire. He gave me the belt. He surrendered the belt to superstar Billy Graham, and we had a full year's worth of return matches that did tremendous business.
And in wrestling, let's be clear here, it's predetermined, but you don't lose to people that you don't respect, and you certainly don't give a title to people you don't respect. If you're a man with Bruno's power, which he was the man in those days, he had control over who he
exactly.
To. So he respected you.
Yes, absolutely. And when I had to pass that belt on to Bob Backlund in Madison Square Garden, I believe it was in February. Yeah, have my foot on the rope. But when I had to give up that belt to Bob Backlund, Bruno was unaware of it at the time, because he just refused to be. When he wrestled, he went home. After we had our matches, he went home, and he said, "You got to what? You got to give the belt to who?" He didn't even know it. It was the following Monday in New York, Madison Square Garden, and so really a funny thing. On the return match, after I gave up that belt to Backlund, he became the new champion. On the return match, if you look at early pictures of '78, you'll see Bob Backlund wearing a full-length boxing robe type thing, a black box all the way to the ankles, and he came out for our first return match at Madison Square Garden, wearing that black boxing robe with a towel. He used to wear the towel around his neck, and the belt underneath the robe. And Vince McMahon Sr. looked at Bob Backlund, and here I am in all of my glory, like this, with all the tie-dye. This is a Madison Square Garden, right? Climbing up on the top rope in all my splendor and glory and color. And Bob Backlund walks out with this black boxing robe on, and Vince McMahon Sr. says, "Bobby," this is a quote, "Bobby, where's the belt? The belt." It was all about the belt.
Yeah.
And he said,
Because in those days, the titles meant everything.
oh, everything. And Bobby says, it's under my robe. He said, but Bobby, we've got to show the fans the belt. Bob Backlund says to Vince McMahon in front of me, ready to go out to the ring, but Vince, I like my robe. Like a child, quote, but Vince, I like my robe. So I had to, a man giving a belt to a childlike statement, as nice as Bob Backlund is, but Vince, I like my robe.
Basically, you were about to explode. Vince McMahon Jr., the current Vince McMahon, has even said if it was up to him in those days, he would have kept you the champion. Because you were really exploding in popularity. But unfortunately, Vince McMahon Sr., he had a certain plan for you to win the title on the date and lose the title on the date.
Right.
And he was just not going to go.
He was not going to budge. He was not going to budge.
How good you did. And no matter how much he also didn't like that you were becoming a babyface.
Oh, exactly. Exactly.
That was unconventional in those days.
Exactly. It was very, very rare that a heel had fan favorites, and they were making signs about Superstar as I was a heel champion. In the audience, you could see him wearing bandanas and everything.
And there's a picture that I've seen of you. There was a magazine spread in the 70s of you on the streets of New York, and you're actually surrounded by fans of your heel.
Yes.
Literally, there's thousands. Well, I don't know about thousands, but
hundreds
of fans surrounding you.
Just surrounding me for autographs, and Superstar Billy Graham this, Superstar Billy Graham that, and George, my friend George Napolitano, the great photographer, took the photos, and I'm signing a girl's forearm in one of the pictures. And it was just an amazing era, amazing time. And all we had to do, I told Vince Sr., all you have to do is have Ivan Koloff, my tag team partner, turn on me, and I'll become the hottest baby face as Bruno Sammartino. Just like that, because the fans were cheering for me. The fans were turning me baby face because of my charisma, my color, my entertaining
and
promos.
That is when Hulk Hogan, who basically used the same gimmick with some slight changes,
adaptations
later. He was the most over baby face in a long time.
Yes, exactly.
Became possibly the biggest megastar in the history of wrestling.
No question about it.
Pro wrestling. So I mean, you had a huge opportunity there that was kind of thrown away.
Yeah, it was a waste. It was a wasted opportunity.
It's unfortunate. And more people still talk about. You were probably the most imitated man. Triple H said this himself when he inducted you in the WWE Hall of Fame. In the history of professional wrestling, you're the most imitated man in the history of pro wrestling. And I don't think Bob Backlund can say he's the most imitated man in the history of pro wrestling. And I thought Bob Backlund was great as a heel when he was feuding with Bret Hart, but I mean, it just didn't make sense to switch the title, but it happened.
It happened, and it's history. It's history, and it's all water under the bridge. But again, I'll just close this thing out by saying I am still an admirer of Bruno Sammartino. I hold him in the highest regard, respect the man. I mean, he was forced to sign a contract saying, I'm only getting $5,000. We know this, and it's against the grain. It's against his soul to lie to his fans about this. It's killing him inside. But I have the utmost respect for Bruno. I have the utmost respect for Triple H and the WWE. And I still have, even though Vince and I have had our back and forth, ups and downs, I still respect the man for his business mind. He's a business genius. He's brought it from the dark ages into the light. Vince did. And so I have a tremendous amount of respect for Vince and the whole McMahon family. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I really appreciate the gift. My dad's going to love it.
My pleasure.
And,
my pleasure.
I hope you feel better, that you get that off your chest.
Yes, I do. I feel good.
You're going to go to your heart doctor's appointment in a few minutes. That's also going to be included on this face-to-face DVD.
Right.
And you're going to be in New York City, WrestleMania week, selling this DVD, so that's going to be nice.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to it, and I appreciate the opportunity. And you coming down to Arizona out of Canada, 93 degrees today.
Dude, we're both sweating.
Yeah, we're sweating. We got the lights on and 93 degrees. So, but it was good for you to warm up and get out of that cold Ottawa deep freeze up there.
During the
And
treatment, it's not.
oh,
not good.
exactly.
But,
So
to finish off, I'm just going to ask you one question because I know your fans are going to want this. Can we get one of your famous promos? Can you look to the camera?
Oh, I can't even think. Okay, Superstar Billy Graham is the man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour. And I am the women's pet and the men's regret. What you see is what you get. Superstar Billy Graham.
Of course, without getting into too much detail, you just tell us where you were born and a tiny bit about what it was like growing up here. Very, very tiny bit.
Yeah, I was born here in Phoenix and raised here in Phoenix. Went to high school here, grade school, high school, and I really had a very traumatic childhood, a very early childhood with my father having muscular dystrophy and a lot of stress in the family with health issues early on as a child. But I will just cut right to the chase as far as my life really beginning to take off with athletics.
Yeah.
You know, I went through basically a normal childhood with lots of stress from health from my father, as I just said.
Yeah.
But my life really took off once my blood brother came home from the Korean War and was lifting weights and was a bodybuilder. And they had free weights on the ship. He was in the Navy. He came home and he was bodybuilding. And I saw my brother pumping iron. And he started buying weightlifting magazines. And I saw these bodybuilders early on, maybe in the 5th grade. Like I was in the 5th grade when I first started working out. And I said, I cannot believe what I'm looking at, the bodybuilders. And so my brother, when I was in the 5th grade, took me to the old Burt Goodrich gym, downtown Phoenix, a very famous name if you go back in the history of bodybuilding, and bought a membership for me. And I began bodybuilding in the 5th grade and was completely obsessed with the physiques and the big arms and the bodies of the bodybuilders. And so once my brother began to go in different directions, I would even walk all the way downtown Phoenix and hitchhike and hitchhike back and get a workout. And I was so dedicated in the 5th and 6th grade that I had struck out on my own to get to the gym. And so that's when my life really, really, really took off. I was so enthused and so I admired these bodybuilders. It was like I was looking at people who weren't even real, that it really jump-started my athletic career as my future athletic career.
And can you tell us what high school you went to and a bit about your high school athletic career?
Oh, I went to North Phoenix High School, and I graduated in 1961, and in that era, 61, 60, 59, 58, that 4 years of high school, there were only about 4, 5, 6 maybe major high schools in the Phoenix metropolitan area. So it was very competitive, the high school spirit. And I'd picked up I'd really gotten into track and field. And I really had been a major success in high school in track and field with shot put, discus, decathlon, and I probably, if I would have gone on to college, which I had college scholarship offers from my accomplishments in track and field, I could have gone to maybe I believe it was the 61 or 62 Olympics in Mexico City. And my high school coach believed that 4 years from my time, of graduating from high school, I could have made the Olympics in one of those chosen sports.
And what made you not go that route?
What made me not go to college
Yes.
was and continue my athletic pursuits, which I was very, very accomplished at naturally. It was just in me to do it.
They still talk about you, I hear, in Phoenix, some of your high school athletics.
Yes, it's amazing. I was very gifted. It was just a natural gift of my athletic ability. I just didn't have the discipline. Once I became of age and I started running around with seniors as I was a freshman, and so a 4 year gap with older guys. I would go out with them, hanging out with them, and they'd be cruising up and down the streets looking for girls and having parties, and so that just I kind of backslid away from sports in that sense, except bodybuilding. I still continued to bodybuild during my high school years, but then once I graduated and should have gone on to college, I just got out into the world and got lost in the things of the world.
Right. And when you were cruising the streets in those days, you said in your book that you got into a lot of fights. Was that kind of fun for you? Or what was going on?
There were so many fights in Phoenix. It was like a phenomenon. All the guys, as I said, that I ran around with were seniors. I was a freshman, and they were already were graduating, in the process of graduating, and had their cars and cruising, and it was just a thing to do. Fighting was just a thing to do in Phoenix, and so I just fell into it and became accomplished at it. And because I believe, obviously, because of my strength from powerlifting, weightlifting, bodybuilding, doing all sorts of weightlifting at the time, gave me an edge. And it was just something that was a strange phenomenon about Phoenix and young kids, high school kids fighting. It was amazing.
And is that what made you want to get into boxing? I understand you had a short-lived boxing career.
I did have a short-lived boxing career. I really enjoyed boxing and watching boxing on television. It was nationally televised at the time. And I really enjoyed it. And they had a thing called the Golden Gloves here in Phoenix. And my friends, half the guys I ran around with, had body bags and speed bags, and they liked boxing, and it just came naturally with the fighting. And so I enjoyed the boxing and entered several Golden Gloves tournaments, did quite well. Never really won a tournament, but enjoyed the boxing and thought maybe I'll be a pro, but that never came to pass, and I'm glad it didn't.
And it was around that time that you took a bit of another turn, and you went into preaching a little bit, and you would perform feats of strength, and you kind of put your own twist on preaching and became almost obsessed with it, from what I understand. Can you tell us?
Oh, yes.
You went from being such a troubled
Yes.
to going in the complete opposite direction and trying to actually help people and
yes,
people to God.
It was a major conversion, and from being a heathen, as we were described, to being a godly young man and wanting to be a minister, and being around. It was like a can't pull up the word now, but a trend at the time of preaching was very, very in the early 60s. The preaching movement, the Billy Graham evangelistic, Oral Roberts evangelistic crusades, the big tent revivals were very popular in the United States. And so I got swept up into that and sucked into and pulled into that environment and actually started preaching and did, as you mentioned, did some feats of strength to show young people that, yes, you can be strong and still serve God, because it was a natural blemish to be a Christian, a so-called Christian, and a good, nice person, and believe in God, and still be athletic and strong. It was like it doesn't work. It doesn't mix. And so I set out to prove that it did mix.
And in those days, some of the more experienced preachers, they actually kind of saw you as a young up and comer, and some of them kind of took you under their wing, gave you some shots at preaching on a larger scale, and you traveled around a bit.
Evangelistic.
Yeah. Why do you think you were so good at that? Are you just a great talker?
Maybe it was, of course, the evangelists and the preachers and the church group as a whole would call it you were anointed by the Holy Ghost of God to proclaim the gospel. They believed everything was divine, a divine intervention. And I believed it also because I was 19 years old, 20 years old. So I believed I was called to be in the ministry. And but then I began to see things in the ministry that I found out that everything wasn't as it appeared to be, and that human beings really are human beings. Flesh and blood really is flesh and blood, and there is the lust of the flesh. And that I began to get a little bit not as confident in the gospel. I was confident in the gospel, what it said, the actual Bible and the readings of the Bible, the scriptures, but not the people involved in it.
And you ended up back in Phoenix, back to bouncing after your preaching career had kind of, the early part of it had fizzled out. What brought you back to Phoenix?
Well, it was home.
Yeah.
It was home, and, I was comfortable here. And I came back and really started getting into powerlifting and bodybuilding at that time, and became a bouncer, a complete reversal from being a minister and speaking in youth camps and things like that to becoming a bouncer in a nightclub.
And can you tell us a bit about this nightclub? I remember reading about it. It had several levels, and there was different music on each level.
It was a very unique nightclub called JD's, and they had a country and western. It was a double-decker nightclub. Upstairs was country and western music, and downstairs was hardcore rock and roll. And we probably had a staff of about 10 bouncers, 5 up and 5 down, and it was just continually throwing people out of this nightclub because of the drinking and excess. And especially the cowboys who thought they were cowboys upstairs always caused the most problems when they started drinking. So there were continually fighting, just throwing drunks and guys that were just had lost it, and very few would fight back. Occasionally a few would fight back, and which was a nice challenge and brought out a very good response from us.
And you've said in the past that you were so big that people would actually come from other towns to challenge you. And I've heard one story about a big, huge Samoan guy even came from some far off place to challenge you one night.
Actually, he didn't come from a far off place. He came from Arizona State University, which is right across the riverbed, the Salt River, from the nightclub. And for some reason, he became very intoxicated. He was a All-American at ASU, and Samoan. And Samoans are very tough folks. The Tahitians and the Islanders are very, very tough people. And for some reason, he got very, very, very intoxicated one night, came into the nightclub calling out my name out of the clear blue sky, wanting to challenge me to a fight. And I was aware that he was almost an All-American at ASU, and very tough. And I decided, well, I better get a shot in while he's not looking to take advantage of him, because I really don't think I want to get involved with this guy, because he's very, very legitimately tough, and there's just not necessary, and he's very intoxicated, and so we had a brief altercation. And I was able to get on top, get behind, and put a legitimate chokehold across his throat. And as this was happening, they called the local police department, Tempe Police Department, suburb of Phoenix. And as the police arrived, I had him in this reverse type chokehold, and they came up with the mace to spray him so he would drop. And as he lifted up the can of mace spray, he ducked, and I cut the mace forward. And so I obviously released my chokehold on the Samoan, Tahitian, whatever he was, and then they arrested him and took him away for disorderly conduct. And I had burning eyes the rest of the night. And then years later, as I was wrestling in Hawaii, he was actually there, and we met on the streets, and we gave each other a big hug and laughed about our brief encounter at the nightclub in Phoenix.
So obviously, you were really earning your money at the nightclub, taking on challengers that would come to want to face this big monster of a man. And somewhere around this time, you got an offer to go to Calgary and become a pro wrestler. Now, how did that come about?
Well, actually, I got an offer to become a pro football player first by the wrestler who was wrestling in Calgary in the off season. And he introduced me to pro football and said, hey, you're strong. At this time, I was bench pressing right around 600 pounds. I was extremely agile and very, very, very strong. And he says, God, he said, you'd be a natural at pro football. And so I played for Calgary Stampeders. He says, come on up and try out. And what was I doing? I was just bouncing in a nightclub. I had nothing to do. So it was basically on a whim that I drove from Phoenix to Calgary to try out for the Calgary Stampeders. And I didn't like it right from the start because it was really hard hitting. It was very pro football is alignment. I was playing defensive end, and it was very hard hitting. I didn't like the actual trauma to the body, and but I did well. I did well enough that when I was released by the Calgary Stampeders, Montreal picked me up and brought me into Montreal for the rest of the preseason and a couple of season games, and then cut me at that point.
And before we move on, you want to just talk about Montreal a little bit? I know you like that city. And you do have a lot of fans there still.
Yes, I really, really enjoyed Montreal. The football, when I was there, the football fans were just ecstatic. The city was full of life, full of energy. Of course, the population was very energetic, and it was just a really exciting city. And I really like Montreal, and I think it's one of my favorite cities of all time.
And in those days, it was rare to see a physical specimen like yourself. Bodybuilding certainly wasn't that popular at that time, and you were really fairly lean and big. How was it with the women between the pro sports and the gym and bouncing? I'm sure you had quite a few lady admirers at that time.
Well, it was really, I think, a mixture of all of those things that you just mentioned, plus alcohol. So with the women getting intoxicated and the men getting intoxicated, I think the alcohol led to those other excursions you're talking about. And I did find that Montreal probably had the most beautiful women that I ever seen in any magazine or in person, really, in my life, and probably still does to this day. So I want to say hello to all my fans of Montreal.
So you had your little forte into football. Did you go back to bouncing after that before you went into wrestling?
Yes.
Did you know about wrestling at all while you were playing football in Calgary? How did it work?
I went back to bouncing in JD's at the nightclub, And the pro football player who had brought me up to try out for the Calgary Stampeders said, well, now, why don't you try out for wrestling? Because he was wrestling there in the off season for Stu Hart Promotions in Calgary.
Right.
And I said, well, sure, I'll give that a try. I was just so free at that time of my life. I just had nothing to hold me back, no reason to stay put. And so I left Phoenix, Arizona in January of 1970, and it was 75 degrees. And I drove to Calgary following my friend to wrestle in the off season, the football off season. And when we arrived in Calgary about 3 days later, following the Rocky Mountain chain, getting colder and colder and colder, and arrived in Calgary, and they were having one of the real cold spells. And I remember the wind chill factor was like 50 below zero, and I just came from 75 degrees above zero, and my car doors had froze shut, and I was in this frozen wasteland, and I said, my God, my eyelashes were freezing together walking to a store, and everything was just you were so isolated. You had to stay inside, and I was such an outsider, laying in the sun and training and that type of a lifestyle, that all of a sudden you became isolated. You had to be isolated to live and endure with 30, 40, 50 below temperatures. And so I didn't like that part of it whatsoever. It was really a shock to my system when I arrived in Calgary to begin my wrestling career.
Did you know anything about wrestling at that time? Did you think it was a work? Did you think it was a shoot? What were the thoughts going on in your head?
All I knew about wrestling was what I had seen on television in Phoenix, which was then, as a kid, nationally televised, I think by the DuPont Network, the old DuPont Network. Historians would know this. And I would watch it as a young kid and was mesmerized by these wrestlers. And I watched it with intensity, not knowing that I would actually try to be a wrestler someday. And one name came up during this period of time that you may recall, being a wrestling historian, the name of Sky High Lee, a very famous wrestler at one time, was, I think, maybe one of the first kind of giants in the wrestling. He kind of had giant features. Well, Sky High Lee turned out to be very ironic. My wife's mother's second cousin, of all things. My future wife Valerie, her mother Sky High Lee, was her first cousin, and so I had a relationship through marriage to Sky High Lee. And when I found that out, I was thrilled, of course. And but I had no other knowledge about pro wrestling whatsoever.
And you came to actually one of the toughest territories there was in pro wrestling, not only because they did a very rough style, but because it was very cold. The traveling distances were hard, and there was a lot of ribs, a lot of animosity, and a lot of breaking in the hard way to the new wrestlers. So can you kind of tell me what your experience was like going there? I'm sure a lot of wrestlers were jealous of you because you were a big bodybuilder, and just what was it like getting to Calgary?
Well, I tell you, once I arrived, and I wasn't aware that the dungeon of Stu Hart was so infamous and yet to become really, really famous. But I thought the training quarters that I was headed for to become a pro wrestler, I thought I was going to walk down into this to the basement of Stu Hart's house. I knew it was Stu Hart that I was going to train me, and see this beautiful gym and everything pristine and training quarters and everything like professional, and I walked into this. We drive up to this mansion, kind of like the Munsters lived in and on television, and it was dark, and there were old cars scattered around the backyard with snow on them and hoods raised up, and it was like a junkyard back there, and it was so eerie, it was so bizarre. And then we knock on the door, and as we're knocking on the door flies open, and three or four little kids run by us and with no shoes on out in the snow, chasing each other around. And I'm looking, it's 50 below zero, where I'm saying they're freezing. These little kids are laughing and they're chasing each other. Stu Hart's kids. And so we go in and we go downstairs, and Stu Hart in his street clothes says, "Very nice to meet you. Let's go downstairs and let's just talk about wrestling. You want to be a wrestler?" And I said, "Yeah, I would like to be a wrestler." And I was not prepared for Stu Hart. I was not warned by my friend who knew about Stu Hart and his tactics. And so the first thing Stu Hart did to me, he noticed the size of my arms, and he started to grab my arms and said, "God, I've never seen arms this size, biceps, and would you throw me a biceps?" So I gave him a bicep shot and flex for Stu, and he was just so impressed. And he said, "Let me show you do you mind if I show you a hold?" A hold. I thought it was very weird because there was no ring, there were just soiled mats on the floor, just dirty gym mats, and we were like in a cellar, and hot water pipes, and soiled walls, and very dingy and very dungy looking. No wonder I got the tag, the dungeon. And he said, "Can I show you a hold?" And I thought he was just going to show me a hold. And I said, "Sure, he can show me a hold." I thought it was very bizarre that he wanted to show me a hold without wrestling tights on or gear on. And he said, just let me bend your neck. Let me see your neck. Stick your head down here. So like a fool that I was, I bent over and I stuck my head into Stu Hart's grasp, and he put some sort of I believe later it turned out to be a front face lock, and he began to really tighten up, and I couldn't get out of it. And he laid on me, and I dropped to my knees, and then all the way down, face first, on these dingy, dirty, filthy mats that reeked with odor, and the smell coming up. And he was rubbing my face in this front face lock, and I couldn't get out. There was no way I could get out. I mean, he had this hold locked on me. As strong as I was, it was impossible for me to get out until he decided to release the hold. So I finally released the hold, and I couldn't straighten my neck out for probably an hour. It seemed like an hour, it was just minutes, but finally I was able to get up to off my prone position, face first, in these filthy, dirty mats. I got up, and I finally stood up and straightened up my neck, and I said, "Okay, that's great. Thanks for the lesson." And I told my friend Bob, I said, I think we should go now. I think we should. I think I've had enough. My first wrestling lesson, but this was enough for one night. And then Stu went right back like nothing had happened, right away to my arms again, grabbing my triceps and saying, "God, I've never seen such huge arms. How big are your arms?" And I said, 22 inches. And he said, "How much can you bench press?" And I said, "Probably 600 pounds. And he said, "Can you do it now?" I said, "Not now, not after what you just did to me, but give me a few days to recuperate." So a long story short, I spent about 5 days in the dungeon being mauled by Stu Hart, and then it was time to become an official pro wrestler and get in the ring. And it was Stu Hart's brilliant idea for me to go around this whole entire loop of this territory of all these towns that made up the Calgary territory and arm wrestle all challengers, because I was a very good arm wrestler, and I really hadn't been beaten, and I did a lot of arm wrestling in the nightclub. And so I went to all these towns, taking on all comers, arm wrestling to set up my future wrestling career. And uh, of course, there were just ungodly miles and miles of snow covered, flat prairie land. And I was just wondering, what am I doing driving all these endless miles to these cities and these arenas with some not very many people, some packed, and so but I endured. I
And
endured.
back to the arm wrestling for a second. Did you ever have any close calls with fans in the ring?
Oh, never, never, no, never, never. Some had thought they were really, and they were probably very good, but I was just so strong, and I knew the techniques of arm wrestling, how to shoot my elbow forward and put the shoulder down, and a lot of tricks of really arm wrestling that these farmers were unaware of. And so even if they were good, they were nearly not my strength and could never come close to beating me whatsoever.
Did you ever sample any of Stu Hart's cooking while you were there?
I didn't actually eat his cooking, even though he was renowned for his meals, but he always brought these boxes of like equal to our Safeway stores here in the United States, the big markets full of, and big boxes full of ripe fruit. He called it food that was ripe fruit, but we called it like fruit that was rotten, and bananas and apples and pears, and he would offer this fruit. He says, take as much as you want, take it home with you, and back to your hotel, and eat all you want. And it it was obviously not good food, and so that was my experience of. But I didn't personally dine at the table of of Stu Hart. I didn't want to take that chance.
So at that time, I think you were still going under your real name.
Yes.
And what led to you becoming superstar Billy Graham?
Well, once I left Calgary and came back to Phoenix, and one thing that made me leave Calgary, and I don't know if this has ever been said before, but I made a road trip with a wrestler called Wild Bill Jeromo, who was in the territory at that time. And we were going to a city called Lethbridge. And I was riding with him, and I noticed that on his sun visor and headliner of his car were photographs of his family that he had tacked to his sun visor and kind of pinned to his headliner of his car. And I was riding with him, and I was looking at his family, and I'm saying to myself, and I said, man, what a family you have. You look at your kids and his wife. And he says, yeah, I haven't seen him in a long time. And I said to myself, here I am in the wastelands of Canada, man, freezing, sub-zero. And here's a guy with photographs of his family. I said, do I want to do this for a living? Do I want to be away from what family I have? And all I have of this family are photographs pinned to a sun visor of my car and pinned to the headliner of my car. And there's my family. And here I am out in the wilds of Canada. And that was the deciding thing for me to actually, once it came time for me to leave, I made the decision. That was one of the main reasons I left Calgary and thought that I would probably never wrestle again, because I did not want to end up in a car driving the wastelands of Canada with my family taped and pinned to the sun visors of my car. It's a horribly depressing image.
So that's, of course, when you went back to bouncing at JD's, and you had your first encounter with a very unique character, Dr. Jerry Graham.
Yes, the legendary Dr. Jerry Graham went back to bouncing, and lo and behold, one night, Dr. Jerry Graham walks in, and he was a local. We all knew who he was because he had been in a lot of, not only because of his wrestling accomplishments, we knew he was a pro wrestler, but he had always been in fights and had a major problem with alcohol, always drunk, always out of it. And so we said, oh man, Jerry Graham, Dr. Jerry Graham is in the house. And so, long story short, we became friends on his very first visit into the nightclub. And I told him, hey, Dr. Jerry Graham, I just returned from Calgary. I wrestled, Stu Hart trained me. And I said, I don't have anywhere really to wrestle now. I said, I think I'd like to wrestle in a better place than Calgary, a little warmer maybe. And he laughed. He said, well, let's continue your career. And so I actually started training with Dr. Jerry Graham. And he said, well, why don't you just become another Graham brother? We'll just make you another brother. We already had Eddie Graham, Luke Graham, and Jerry Graham. And we'll just make you a fourth brother, just like that. I said, really? We can do that? I can just become a brother? I was not fully aware of all the little tricks of pro wrestling. He said, sure, we'll just make you. He said, what name do you want? I said, well, I really like the Reverend Billy Graham, so I'll just become Billy Graham. He said, that's a good name, Billy Graham. Said, okay, you're Billy Graham. You're my youngest brother, Billy Graham. And at the same time, the rock opera Jesus Christ Superstar was out. And a few months into the Billy Graham name, I was listening to Jesus Christ Superstar, the rock opera. I thought, man, that'd be a great name to put before Billy Graham. So I picked up the Superstar part of that rock opera and added that to Billy Graham. I said, this sounds pretty catchy. I think I'll go with this.
So, were you actually the first wrestler to be called Superstar? Did you kind of coin that term?
Yes, and actually, I was one of the first athletes to use the phrase, going back and looking at it. That's some other people do some research on this as well, to really start using the phrase superstar outside of that rock opera in mainstream terminology and using it as a tag to other sports. And I was really looking back at it, probably one of the very first to ever call themselves a superstar, and it was only because of the rock opera. But that phrase obviously caught on, and now everybody's a superstar.
All wrestlers are superstars.
Yeah, they're superstars now automatically. As soon as you sign your contract, you're a superstar.
You're the original, that's for sure.
Yes.
And one of the first real territories you worked in where you actually had a solid wrestling run working with some of the top names was Mike LaBelle's territory. How did you end up working there?
Well, Jerry Graham, Dr. Jerry Graham, said we need to wrestle somewhere other than a few Indian reservations that we wrestled on and around Arizona. And he said, I've worked in L.A. a lot. I said, well, why don't you just, who's the promoter? And he said, Mike LaBelle. I said, why don't you just call him and say, you have a younger brother, can bench press 600 pounds, I can arm wrestle anybody and probably beat him because I was so confident. And he says, this is a good idea. And I was there when he actually picked up the phone and called Mike LaBelle from Jerry Graham's apartment. And Mike LaBelle said, let me think about it. That was his answer. And I was listening to Jerry Graham talk to Mike LaBelle. And when they hung up, I said, what did he say, brother? He said, he needs to think about it. And I said, brother, he doesn't need to think about it, man. I said, I can feel it. That's a stall. I think he's stalling. I was getting pretty smart, not only to business, but very worldly smart. I said, I can smell something funny. I think that's a stall. I said, I think we need to drive over to LA and just show up with me in a tank top and walk in that office and say, "Here we are." Dr. Jerry Graham and his younger brother, superstar Billy Graham, and still had not bleached my hair blonde yet. He said, "That is a great idea." And he says, "We got to bleach your hair blonde." And got to redo his hair. His hair wasn't blonde either. And so we brought out the bleached our hair blonde, and drove directly to Los Angeles from Phoenix. Got a hotel, Santa Monica. The next morning, walked into that office, and Fred Blassie was the head booker with Charlie Moto, a Japanese fellow, and Mike LaBelle in the office. And we walked in, and their jaws dropped when they saw Dr. Jerry Graham. And Freddie Blassie hated Jerry Graham with a passion. I don't know why.
Because he had an
alcoholic and everything, and all of his problems and stuff. And they literally, jaws hit the ground, and the first words out of Mike LaBelle's mouth to us, to Jerry Graham actually, was, "I thought I told you we'd think about it and we would call you." And then I said, I could feel the tension. Immediately, I could feel the tension. I said, "Well, I just thought it'd be better if we came over and you could take a look at me and this right here, nobody has." I was an instant promo. I just started cutting a promo instantly. And I said, "Nobody can beat me in arm wrestling. And I can go on your television and accept all challengers." And I said, "We will get over." I cut a promo, an instant promo, just came out of nowhere automatically. And Michael Belvin and and Freddie Blassie kind of paid attention, and they said, "Well, that may not be a bad idea." And so they're taking a look at me, and I said, because they were thinking beyond Jerry Graham and really maybe superstar Billy Graham. So they actually took us, and they said, "Okay, we're going to give you a chance." But they warned Jerry Graham. They warned him. They said, "If you screw up one time, in other words, if you get drunk and you can't perform one time, you," pointing to me, "are fired." I said, "Well, why should I be fired? I don't even drink." He said, "What?" He said, "Well, you're a tag team. We're going to make you a tag team. And if he goes, you go." So, in other words, I got to be a babysitter. Exact words I told Michael LaBelle. He said, "That's right. You got to babysit Dr. Jerry Graham if you want this thing to work." So that's what I did. I had to babysit him.
And how was your success there in a nutshell? It was a pretty popular territory at the time. There was very good crowds at the Olympics for the bigger events. So how do you feel your run was there?
It was very good. And Jerry Graham lasted about 2 weeks and abstained from drinking. And then one night decided to get some drinks, alcohol, get a six-pack on the way back into town, and got drunk. And I let him out of the hotel that we were staying at, and he proceeded to go on downtown Los Angeles and get drunker and drunker, and got arrested and thrown in jail. And so that, of course, got back to Mike LaBelle. We had a phone call the next morning. I did, to come to the office immediately. And Jerry Graham was still in jail, so they had to bail him out. And they said, "You're fired. We give you 2 weeks notice right now. You're gone." I said, wait a minute. I didn't do anything. I don't drink. I don't even drink. And I said, "I would like to stay. I would like to stay. I don't drink." I said, "I'm not a problem." I said, and I distanced myself from Dr. Jerry Graham. And they said, well, Mike LaBelle said, "Well, let me think about it." But they did give Jerry Graham, and the next 2 weeks was hell on earth, because he drank every night after every match and got so drunk and so far out there that I had to drag him out of these bars and nightclubs on the way back to Los Angeles. And it was hell for us, hell for me, because I wasn't even a drinker. I didn't even drink. And I had to babysit him literally. And President Nixon was the president at the time, Richard Nixon, living in San Clemente, California. And on the way back from San Diego, we stopped in San Clemente so Dr. Jerry could get a couple of six packs to drink on the way back up to Los Angeles. And he just decided to go inside the bar. And I said, man, we're going to spend the night in San Clemente. We're only 70 miles from LA. And he started drinking and drinking. We got a room. And he got so drunk. And this is the home away from the White House of President Richard Nixon. And so full of secret security, secret security people. He got so drunk and so out of control. Finally came back to my room about 2 o'clock in the morning after causing havoc at the bar, and got in the room. And the next thing, red lights everywhere, beating on the door, Secret Service. This guy, the president of the United States, lives here. This is a summer retreat. This guy is a maniac. He's drunk. He's beating people up. He's destroying things. And I said, look, man, you can tell I'm not drunk. I don't even drink. They said, yeah, but you're with him. I said, well, look, why don't we do this? Let me get him out of town. I said, instead of throwing us both in jail, because they said, you're going to jail, both of you right now. You can't do this in the home of the president of the United States of America. You can't act like this. You can't get away with this, because he was wild when he was drunk. So I said, I'll get him out of town. We'll leave right now. They said, get him in the car. We want to see it, man. I got our stuff together, threw him in the car, and drove to Los Angeles. And then, thank God, the 2 weeks was up. But a horrible thing, I'll throw this story in because it was outside of wrestling. A horrible incident happened right here in Phoenix with Jerry Graham when his mother died, and she owned a lot of land up in North Phoenix. It was worth a lot of money, $500,000 back then in the 60s. That was probably like $1 billion today, maybe, who knows? A lot of money. She owned a lot of land. And she died in the hospital. And Jerry Graham, Dr. Jerry Graham, went into the hospital here in Phoenix. This was before I became a wrestler. This happened about a year before I met him. Went into the hospital with a pistol, with a gun, and pulled it on the doctors and said, I want my mother. I want to get my mother out of here. And they said, sir, your mother has passed away. She's dead. And he says, yeah, I know, but I still want her. He walked into the room where they had her. He said, take me to her. They did. Of course, they had a gun. Jerry Graham had a gun on the doctors. Took his mother, threw her over his shoulder. Dead, deceased mother. Carried her out to his car. Put her in the front seat of his car. And drove away with his mother. And so, of course, they called the police. You pull a gun on a doctor in the hospital, my God. And so the police just followed him and finally slowed him down and finally cornered him and were able to talk him out of releasing his mother and getting his poor deceased mother back to the hospital, and arrested him. And then it came to realize that once the paperwork came from his mother that all the land that she owned, she didn't leave any to him. She left it to some charity, about $500,000 worth of land. And it went to a charity, and then he really, really went off the deep end and started drinking heavier. If you could drink heavier, he did. If it was possible, he did, because he didn't get any of the inheritance. But yet,
he had been taking care of her a good
amount
and sending her money, hadn't he? All right, so then your LA stuff kind of ended, and you ended up working for Roy Shear. You want to just summarize your experience working with Roy Shear?
Roy Shires.
Shire,
Yeah, Roy Shires in the San Francisco territory. They had heard about me and flew me up for a tryout match. And I had a tryout match, and Roy Shires liked me, liked what he saw, and told Mike LaBelle I'd like to use Billy Graham. And they traded talent back and forth all the time. So they made me uh, 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 Pat Patterson's tag team partner, and I became, which was amazing. That with my little bit of experience, still very green in the business in technical wrestling, I became a tag team partner to Pat Patterson, wrestling against people like Ray Stevens and Peter Maeva
You
and
want to just tell people quickly just how over Pat Patterson and Ray Stevens were in
well,
that?
they were household names in San Francisco Bay Area. They were literally so Ray Stevens and Pat Patterson. Pro wrestling was so over at that period of time that they were literally household names, and they were as best as you could possibly be in professional wrestling. And it's very amazing that Roy Shires had really stressed in his wrestling presentation to me that is all psychology. You have to have three things to make up a match. You have to have technical wrestling. You have to have you have to have brute force like street fighting, and you have to have your amateur wrestling, your brute force, and then high spots. Three things make up a wrestling match, and he stressed those three things. And he says you go out, and when you're not wrestling, you Billy Graham watch every match on that card until it's your time to wrestle, and then when you come back, you watch the rest of the matches. So he was very dictator, like a dictator, but it was very wise because I learned a lot from watching.
So in these days, you were in the main events for the first time, and
Yes.
they would use blood a lot in the main events. And can you kind of just tell me your first experience with blading and how blading in wrestling was treated at the time? Were the blades that were used sanitary often, or would people reuse them?
Well, my very first blade job was done on an Indian reservation in Arizona, wrestling with Dr. Jerry Graham, and because he said we'll promote some shows on the Indian reservations, and his very quote, he says the Indians are easy. He says all you got to do is have a couple matches, have like six guys, two single matches and a tag match, and three or four matches, and give them a little juice, a little blood, and he says they'll go home happy. He says it's easy to make the Indians happy, and so he showed me how to make a blade, and I made this razor blade thing, and it was like I was kind of like, my God, are you serious? You're going to cut your head? This is my first experience about blading, and he said, yeah, you just tape here. I'll show you how to make it. He helped me make a blade, and left the tip exposed, and I taped it to my finger. And then he says, and you put a little piece of tape over the edge of the blade that's exposed. And when it's time to cut your head, you just simply unwind the piece of tape or pull it loose and then cut your head. And you always put your left hand, your left forearm up above where you're going to cut so you conceal the actual cutting. Very precise, very smooth at it. And so I cut myself on the Indian reservation, and I thought I was pouring torrents of blood, and actually it was barely dribbling down my forehead. And as I was walking back to the ring, I thought for sure when I looked in the mirror I would see a mass of blood dripping to the floor, and it was just a trickle because I was kind of afraid to cut my head with a razor blade. It was kind of like, are you serious? And Dr. Jerry Graham kind of shuffled through. I had gotten blades, brand new razor blades, but he had just kind of shuffled through his bag and found a blade for him to use on himself. Was not concerned about sanitary conditions. So that was
Do
my
you
really
think
first
about,
experience.
in those days, would any disease from blading, would that even have been an issue?
Oh no, 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 no. There was no concern whatsoever, and Roy Shires, the blading in the San Francisco territory. Roy Shires, there was a lot of blading going on, and he said it's simple. You cut your head here one night in Fresno, next night you wrestle Modesto. You got to get juice again. You cut your head over here. He said you cut your head in a different plot, your different spot every night. He said then the other place will heal up if you have to get juice every night. He just cut yourself in a different place. It was just very, very, very simple, And I said, well, okay. So I did.
So that's where you really made a name for yourself, and would you say you were a kind of a main event star from that point on in your career?
Yes, that confirmed my position as a main event wrestler, and the timing was so perfect. At the 1 year, I had a 1 year run in San Francisco, and at the end of that run, Ray Stevens left San Francisco and went to Minneapolis to wrestle in Minneapolis, the AWA, and I left and went back down to Los Angeles for another run in Los Angeles. And Ray Stevens gave me a phone call from Minneapolis one day and said, Superstar. By then, I picked up the name Superstar because of the rock opera. And he said, Superstar, he says, why don't you come up here to Minneapolis? You can make some real money in Minneapolis. It's a huge territory with big cities, man. And he says, you're good enough. He says, you'll make it. He says, I'm going to personally endorse you. So I said, man, that's great. That's fantastic. So I got a personal endorsement from Ray Stevens, left Los Angeles, drove to Minneapolis, and started wrestling in the AWA.
And before we move on too much to the AWA, Pat Patterson, I guess you were kind of a protege
Oh, yes.
in Roy Shire's territory.
Yes.
What is your opinion overall at this point in your career? What's your overall opinion of Pat Patterson on how he helped you? And,
Oh, he was like a teacher. He was invaluable. As a matter of fact, all of them, including Ray Stevens and Peter Maiva, all of them were so gracious. And Patterson and Patterson was the one who taught me how to blade. Really blade and conceal the blading, and would watch me and said, "Oh, you did a good job," and was very, very helpful. I mean, coaching me all the way along, every step of the way, and that experience, being with the elite professionals, was really amazing. That I had that opportunity to prepare me to become what I became in the AWA.
just finally on Pat Patterson, he's ended up doing excellent in the wrestling business since working for Shire, and he's been one of Vince McMahon's right-hand man for years. He still is to this day, works for WWE and was there, I believe, since the 80s, working alongside Vince as an agent and a producer for WWF and then WWE. What do you think of his mind for the wrestling business?
Oh, there's no question. He's a genius. And all the years that he spent underneath Roy Shires and then being a tag team partner and then an opponent with Ray Stevens, their mindset was so far above everyone else's. And then Pat just evolved into this genius of the business. Really, I don't think there's anybody that can compare to him as far as psychology and what to do and how to do it and when to do it, and to actually the nuts and bolts of how to succeed in the business. I don't think there's anybody any better than Pat Patterson.
So as you were saying, Ray Stevens brought you to the AWA. Would you say the AWA was probably the biggest territory at the time in the United States, covering the most area?
Oh yes. I was amazed that Minneapolis being the home base, and they actually had Denver, Colorado as part of their territory. Winnipeg, Canada as part of their territory. Chicago, co-promotion with the Bruiser, part of their territory. All the way down to Nebraska, Fargo, North Dakota. My God, it was so spread out. It was just phenomenal. And it was probably the most successful territory because of the immense size and the large cities, that it was just, and once I got over, which was very, very quickly I got over. I started flying because there were trips 400 miles one way from Minneapolis to Fargo, North Dakota. I just couldn't do that and still train and maintain the physique that I wanted to maintain. I just couldn't do those hours, so I just started flying to all the cities that I could fly to, and it was a tax write off anyway, part of your write off.
Were you paid well in those days?
Yes, yes. Vern Gagne paid exceptionally well and was known for his payoffs. He was known to take care of his wrestlers, and he paid exceptionally well. And really, it was compared to other territories. There was no question that he was probably the best payoff man in professional wrestling at that time.
So,
Very generous.
of course, Vern Gagne was the owner and one of the big stars of the AWA.
I wouldn't call him a star.
No.
I personally would not call Vern Gagne. No personal offense to Vern Gagne or his family, son Greg, whom I think the world of, but I would have not called Vern Gagne a star when you had a Ray Stevens there and people like that, Nick Bockwinkel and the Crusher. The Crusher was a star. The Crusher mesmerized people. Okay, I would just not call him a star. Star, in that sense of the word, I would call him over. Yes, respected. Yes, I respected the man. You know, everybody respected the man, and he was an excellent wrestler. But I would not consider him a star. I just wouldn't.
So you don't think he was one of the main actual draws?
No, I do not believe that if it was up to him to draw all the houses and all the money, it would have never been the success it was. Never. If he would have been the sole money drawer of that territory. The Von Raschkes, Ray Stevens, the Crushers, the Bruisers coming into Chicago, places like that, never. Not on his own. Wahoo McDaniel and myself, people like that, no, never.
And you did have some matches with Vern during your stay in the AWA.
Yes. Horrible matches, in my opinion. He was such a technical wrestler, and that was a great thing. I mean, I think he went to the Olympics. I don't know. You may know. You're a historian of wrestling, but I found that his style of wrestling did not fit my style of wrestling compared to a Wahoo McDaniel, for instance, a wild Indian type character who was a fighter and a brawler, and who he and I personally set attendance records in many venues across that territory after we did an arm wrestling angle on television, and Wahoo put my arm down. I picked up the table, crushed him over the head with the table, and he bladed, and we did the angle, and that thing was so hot. We got the first sellout in Green Bay, Wisconsin, 12,000 people in Green Bay, Wisconsin to see me and Wahoo wrestle each other. That was the hottest angle ever in that territory, and Vern Gagne could have never done it.
Now, Wahoo was a very intense wrestler. What was it like wrestling him?
Yes.
Kind of not the style you're used to.
Wrestling with Wahoo was a pleasure, and it was a nightmare wrestling Vern Gagne because of Vern's technical skills, insisting on wrestling technically. But then you had Wahoo McDaniel, who was a fighter and a brawler and a wild, basically Indian type image that they gave him, and who would fight tooth and nail and bite and claw if he had to. In the mat, and hit you with chairs and choke you with microphone cords and kick and stomp and fight, which was my style and which made us just blend and just gel so perfectly compared to a Vern Gagne technical skill that just completely threw me off, and I regretted every time I was booked, which wasn't very often because our matches just didn't work and people didn't enjoy the matches.
And another amateur wrestler in the AWA that you had matches with was Mad Dog Vachon. He was very over in that territory.
Yes.
What are some of your memories of him as a person and of your actual matches with him?
we had a match. It was a rare tag match. It was a rare tag match. My tag team partner was Ivan Koloff, Russian Bear. Ivan Koloff, who was extremely over as a heel, against Mad Dog Vachon and the Crusher in Milwaukee. And that was a real Mad Dog Vachon teaming with the Crusher in Milwaukee against superstar Billy Graham and Ivan Koloff, set an all-time attendance record for that building in a cage match. And so, of course, that was just complete chaos, fighting, biting. There was no wrestling. You could take wrestling down off the marquee and just put street fight, because that's what it basically was. And that's what his style was also. I didn't have that many matches with Mad Dog because he was a heel, and I was a heel. But the few matches I did have with him was at least I was able to fight and be more aggressive with my style of wrestling, as opposed to having to wrestle somebody with technical skills.
And Mad Dog's also kind of legendary outside of the ring for his brawls that he's gotten into. Have you ever witnessed any?
I never witnessed anything of Mad Dog. I heard a lot of stories, but I never saw him in action.
What about the infamous plane incident? Did you ever hear that story?
Yes, I was in the territory when he opened the door. Is that the story you're talking about?
Could you tell us that story?
Well, I believe the story. They had hired a private airplane to go to a town and get back to Minneapolis, and Mad Dog Ivan Putski, I think, was on that flight. Somebody else. Who?
Was Jesse on that flight?
I don't know if Dusty might have been. Baron Von Raschke, maybe. A lot of the top people were on the flight. And Mad Dog Vachon opens the door in mid-flight of a private airplane and kicks open the door. And it's a twin-engine private plane, and is completely drunk and just out of control, and unhatches the door latch and kicked it open in flight, 15,000 feet in a private airplane. And of course, it put everybody's life at risk. And I tell you, if I would have been on that flight, once we landed, it would have been the end of Mad Dog his career, because it would have put my life, everybody's life was really in jeopardy. And that was a foolish, insane thing to do. It was just stupidity.
What was the wrestlers' reaction?
Oh, they all were. Well, first of all, they were petrified that the plane would go out of control because the doors open, throws off the equilibrium of the air pressure inside the airplane, and that they were going to crash. And so they were somehow able to pull Mad Dog back away from the door, and then pull the door back up and relatch it. And everybody was ultra mad and hot and just.
So you became good friends with Dusty Rhodes eventually. Did you first meet him in the AWA, or would it have been in Florida?
AWA. We first met in the AWA, became instant friends in the AWA, and
what bonded you two together?
I think it was our promo style. We both enjoyed our promos, and we had our promos were almost identical, a lot of them, and they were we had a lot of fun with our promos, and he was just a lot of fun to be around. And eventually, when we started wrestling against each other, we drew instantly. Immediately, we were a draw because of our promo skills. But in Minneapolis, we were both heels. And then eventually we shot an angle towards the end of it where we brought him in as a babyface and turned against me. I turned against him.
And I believe Dusty was partners with Dick Murdoch around that time. Do you
Yes.
have any memories of him?
Yeah, Dick Murdoch didn't impress me. A very nice guy, but very redneck type of an individual, for real. I think that was his real personality. And as a matter of fact, in a restaurant, I was riding with Ray Stevens and Dick Murdoch and somebody else to a town, and we stopped in a little city to eat lunch on the way to this town. and Dick Murdoch made a racial comment to the waitress, and Ray Stevens lost it and really jumped all over Murdoch and read him the riot act and said, "Don't you ever talk like that to a young lady." I guess she was a black young lady, or maybe Puerto Rican or something, a different nationality, and he completely put her down because of her nationality, and that just.
So you didn't have the bond, obviously, with Murdoch that you did.
Oh, no, zero bond. No, zero. I didn't even like him.
So you want to go into some of the matches you had in the AWA and possibly in.
Oh, some of the matches I had, the greatest matches were with Wahoo McDaniel.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was just bar none, because they were so, the angle was over so strong, the arm wrestling angle, it was over so strong, and my promos were so strong, and Wahoo's energy level and his and the intensity, and it was just such a natural, and everything selling out and setting records, and his style of wrestling. You know, like I said, there, you go back and look at still photos, you know, of choking with microphone cords and kicking and stomping, and very, very rough style. Those were my favorite matches, really.
So you were going into Florida somewhere after AWA?
Yes. Yes. When Dusty had left, gone to Florida, and then I left, gone back to Los Angeles for a short period of time, and had called Dusty. Dusty became the booker by now in Florida, and I said, "Man, I need to get out of here, and I'd like to come to Florida." He says, "Come on, brother," and went to Florida, and immediately got over in Florida, in Tampa, and it was really a pleasure. You know, it was so well organized, the territory, and with the television production and the fans. I mean, the territory itself was just on fire, you know.
And you actually met a young Hulk Hogan when you were in that territory a few times. Do you have any recollection of that, both in the gym?
Oh, I remember the first night I met Hulk Hogan. It was in a local nightclub that all the wrestlers visited after we had our Tuesday night matches in Tampa. We go to the Imperial Club, still embedded in my mind, the name of the place, and after the matches in Tampa, and then and one night in walks Hulk Hogan, the future Hulk Hogan, Terry Bollea, and a guy that's 6'6" or 7 or whatever he was, and with his huge head, and he comes up to me, and he says, "Superstar Billy Graham," he said, "I want to ask you 2 questions. I want to ask you two questions." I said, "Who are you, brother?" Because I didn't mind, but I knew he was going to be a wrestler, or it was going to be something to do with wrestling. I said, "Who are you, brother? What are you doing?" He said, my name, but I don't even know what his wrestling wannabe name was, because he hadn't wrestled yet. Maybe he told me his name was Terry Bollea. He said, "I'm local. I want to be a wrestler. They won't let me in. They won't give me a tryout," he said. "For some reason, they won't give me a tryout." He said, "I want to ask you 2 questions in this nightclub." I said, "Well, sit down, brother. Sit down. Ask me the questions." He was very polite, very nice. He said, "I want to know 2 things. How do I become a professional wrestler, and how do I take steroids?" I said, "Well, taking steroids is easy. You just take a shot every day, all day. take steroids every day, all day." And I was kind of laughing as I was saying it as a joke. And he said, "Well, I've been doing that for the last year. I've been giving myself a shot of testosterone almost every day on I believe he said my right hip." And he said, "For the last year," and he said, "I've built up so much scar tissue that I have scar tissue about the size of a golf ball on my hip." I said, "Well, brother, just change hips. Go to the other hip." I said, "Switch sides for a while, and then go to your thigh, and then go to your other thigh, and then go to your shoulder, and then go to your other deltoid, and move it around." I said, "But just take a lot of steroids, you know." And I said, eventually, I said, "The way you look, as big as you are," and I had seen him sitting about 7 rows back in the Tampa Armory with that big giant head, a full head above everybody else's head, just just absolutely laser beamed onto the ring, watching the matches and watching me, and I'd seen him maybe six weeks worth every Tuesday night, and so finally. When we did meet, I knew he really wanted him bad. I said, they will let you in. I said, they're messing with you. And the Florida territory was famous for messing with guys, and for there was a Japanese wrestler there, Hiro Matsuda maybe was the name, possibly that was a very good amateur wrestler, and they had before they allowed you to become a professional wrestler, if you weren't someone like myself with already an established reputation, they would take you down to the Tampa, their little sportatorium deal there, and put you in the ring and seriously do some damage to you, amateur wise, and see if you wanted to still become a professional wrestler. And he said they won't even. I said, brother, they're gonna maybe take you down there and try to do some damage to you. He said, I don't care what they want to do to me. I want to be a pro wrestler. I said, well, you will be. I can see it. You're huge. You're big. You got it in you. Just keep on trying. Don't give up. That's the only advice I gave him. I said, keep on trying and don't give up. And so, sure enough, obviously, he became Hulk Hogan.
So he had already been taking steroids before he ever got into the pro wrestling?
Oh, he told me he'd been taking steroids for 1 full year at the time I met him. And I had been taking steroids for 5 years before I started wrestling in mid-60s. So there was nothing wrong with that.
You want to get back, I forgot to ask you about this at the time, but how you were introduced to steroids?
Oh, it was just during my powerlifting years in Phoenix. Everybody was taking steroids during my bouncing years.
They were legal?
Yeah, totally legal. And we read about side effects but didn't care about it, just blew through the side effects. And they were totally legal. Doctors would give them out prescriptions, and there was no problem getting steroids. Totally legal. And it was like a wonder drug. It made you feel incredible, made you strong. I came, right up there, benching 600 pounds, one of the few guys in the country at the time that was doing that. So I became exceptionally strong,
And you even trained with Arnold for a while. Can you kind of tell us what years
and
how it came about?
Arnold, met Arnold in 1969, 1 week after he came to this country. And it was kind of ironic because it was after his first defeat in a physique contest against Frank Zane in Miami Beach, Florida, that he lost to Frank Zane. And then came into Joe Gold brought him into Santa Monica, and I met him on his first night in Los Angeles with Dave Draper, Peanuts West, and a few other guys, and
because you were training at Gold's.
And I was training at Gold's, the first and original Gold's gym, and met Arnold.
Did he gravitate to you because you were one of the biggest in the gym?
Yes, it was funny because I had really had gotten huge, and he had this natural charisma that we started taking photos right away because he had a photographer with him, Art Zeller, one of the early legendary, iconic photographers of bodybuilding. And so we started taking photos together of our first meeting, and he was very animated and very excited and very happy and very thrilled to meet me, and over the size of my arms, and so it was really a great meeting, and fortunately I still have those photographs, the original photos of that first meeting ever in 1969 of Arnold Schwarzenegger being in this country for 1 week. It's really amazing.
So, and you ended up becoming friends with him for a while, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I trained with Arnold for years after that, and then I became the pro wrestler that I did. And every time I came back into Los Angeles, I would go to Gold's and train with Arnold. So, and actually took Arnold to the matches several times.
What was it like working out with Arnold?
Oh, Arnold was so driven. Arnold Schwarzenegger was so driven, so focused on bodybuilding that it was all mental. The drive that he had and the focus that he had was beyond anything or anybody I had ever seen. I had trained hard, but nothing compared to the dedication that Arnold had. I had never seen that before in my life, and I was just really impressed, and even more impressed when he told me he was going to be a movie star. I said, Arnold, you're going to be a movie star. He told me this early on. I'm going to be a movie star. And I said, you can't even speak English, Arnold. And he had a hard time with English. And I said, I'll get by it. I'll be a movie star. You're not going to be a movie star. You can't even speak English. And I actually helped Arnold enroll in Santa Monica Community College. And it was really funny because he was having a hard time with English. And I just constantly ribbed him about that, joked him about that. But he learned enough English to become a movie star.
What was his reaction to watching you wrestle?
Oh, he was thrilled by it. He loved it. He really enjoyed it. He really enjoyed it. And I got a special photo of him trying to put an armbar on me. That was really, really kind of a funny photo. But he really enjoyed. He really enjoyed the wrestling. Really enjoyed it.
Did he ever consider maybe having a match or two, since wrestling was popular in LA at the time? And
Oh, no, 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 no. He never considered pro wrestling for an instant. It was always the movies, the movies, the movies, the movies. I'm going to be a movie star. I'm going to be a movie star. I'm going to be in the movies. And that was it.
And he is actually the godfather of your daughter.
Yes.
How did that come about?
Well, my daughter was born in 1972 in Santa Monica, Capella. And I asked Arnold to be the godfather to my daughter, and he said absolutely, and he was thrilled to be, and it's a very simple thing, and so and being European, I think they have a little different take on being a godfather or something along those lines. They take it very seriously, and he was always very faithful. He called my daughter and stayed in touch with her. Was very proud to have been close to my daughter that he was. So that was very nice of him. Very nice.
Interesting. And do you have any, what's your favorite story between you and Arnold of your friendship with him over the years?
Oh, there were so many. Being around him was just amazing because some of that focus and drive rubbed off on me. And I'll never forget one day it was wrestling in that Los Angeles territory was a dream because you had time to train, you had time to lay in the sun, and then you had time to drive to your town, which was San Diego, or over to Bakersfield, somewhere nearby. And one day, after laying in the sun, after working out, laying in the sun, eating lunch, then laying in the sun, getting up, walking to the water to cool off, jump in the surf, and then come back and lay down and get some more sun. I was about 10 feet behind Arnold. I was looking down at his calves, and I said, Arnold, your calves are so big. He had enormous calves. I said, they're so big, it makes your knees look insignificant. And he stopped and turned around and said, what does insignificant mean? He didn't know what the word insignificant meant. And so that shows you how far back and how raw he was, that not even knowing the meaning of that. I said, don't worry about it. You got huge calves, Arnold. They look great.
So now getting back to Florida, you feuded with Dusty some more, and you worked for Eddie Graham, who was another kind of thought of as a wrestling genius, like Roy Shar. What's your opinion of Eddie as a promoter and his booking style?
Yes, he was very his finishes. He was very, very, very detailed in his finishes, almost like a Roy Shires was also very detailed in his finishes, and it was really a kayfabe. It was really protecting the business at all times during that period of time, and Eddie Graham was a master of that. And his knowledge and his approach to professional wrestling was perfect, and his personal reputation in Tampa was impeccable. he was like almost godlike in Tampa, and well loved by all the citizens of Tampa and of course of Florida. And so uh, it was quite shocking when he unfortunately committed suicide.
And what do you think led him to do it? There's been lots of theories out there. I guess everyone has their own opinion.
There's several theories going around, and one theory was that actually another wrestler who I won't mention his name was involved in, and it was uh, real estate development, and they were in the process of. They got some sort of an inside tip that a big freeway was going to be going through, and so they were buying real estate up and doing something illegally with the real estate, and he had got caught at it, and he didn't want to be exposed to uh, the citizens of Tampa and of Florida that he was been caught illegally in some sort of a fraud with real estate, and that because his reputation was impeccable and he was so highly respected. I think that was one of the major theories that he just couldn't face because he was certainly going to prison for this offense if this was the actual offense. So that was one of the major theories that was out there that he just was not going to go to prison.
So during the time you were in AWA, you were wrestling in Florida, doing tours kind of everywhere, and you were in Houston, which was a popular territory at the time run by Paul Bosch. Do you have any memories of that?
Yes, Paul Bosch was probably one of the most respected promoters in all of wrestling because he was probably the best payoff man in wrestling, and he was very, very, very professional in his programs, in his promotions. So well respected in the city of Houston, and his shows were ran like clockwork, and he was able to bring in talent that was not necessarily booked in the overall Texas territory, that part of the territory from Dallas, Austin, and San Antonio, and Houston. And he was able to bring in people like Ernie Ladd and Bruiser Brody and big high profile names that would come in for a shot or two and then leave. And so he was extremely successful, and wrestling in Houston was an absolute pleasure because of the professionalism of the promoter, Paul Bosch.
And you actually had a match with Bruiser Brody in
Oh,
Houston.
yeah.
What's your memories of that match?
Bruiser Brody, really, that was a good name for him. We really, really bonded for some reason, even though I think we just wrestled each other that one time. I've been racking my brain, and I can't remember another match. Maybe another match somewhere, but this one match in Houston, Texas, the main event against Bruiser Brody was an amazing, amazing experience for me because it was the first time I felt like it was really my style for sure because it was beyond my style. He was so aggressive and um, uh, uh, so hardcore with chairs and with throwing you into walls, into doors, and it was the first time I actually felt like a little kid being led around an arena, and we had a great match, and what made it great was when it came time for him to do the honors for me and sell for me, he was right there. And I was able to, I was the heel, he was the baby face, and I was able to get some heat on him in exchange for him beating the crap out of me for 20 minutes. And so it evened out, and then we had a great finish, and neither one of us were hurt, and people were happy, and everybody went home celebrating.
And what did you think of him as a person? You said you two were close.
Oh, I thought he was a fantastic guy. Very, very very, very wise. He was so wise in wrestling. He seemed to have this understanding of the business and his place in the business that very few wrestlers had, and he took advantage of it. And he knew that he was a draw, and he knew that he was in demand, and he took advantage of that. And he was very wise with his money and very frugal and very. I got along perfect with him outside the ring. Matter of fact, he went to mass every Sunday. If he wasn't in the ring and he had time, he would definitely go to a Catholic mass. And so, very few people know that side of the story of Bruiser Brody.
And
Very
what was
dedicated.
your reaction when you heard he was killed in the dressing room by Jose Gonzalez and Bayamon, Puerto Rico in 19?
My reaction was horror and disbelief, and that he was brutally murdered by a person in Puerto Rico in a wrestling shower stall in some arena in Puerto Rico with a, I don't know, a large knife, I believe, and just butchered like a some animal with rabies or something that you want to discard. It was just horrifying to know that he was actually murdered. The man was murdered, and I was just horrified by it. I still am to this day that it actually happened. That I don't believe to this day there's been a conviction in that case.
No, he was acquitted. Are you?
The murderer was acquitted.
Yeah.
Okay.
There wasn't enough people testifying.
Witnesses to testify against him.
What do you think about that murderer still being honored as a legend in Puerto Rico?
Oh, I think it's the most perverse thing that could possibly happen. I mean, how perverse is that to honor a murderer? To hold him in high esteem, and to, who obviously killed another human being so grossly, and by stabbing them to death and slicing them, and still to be held in high esteem is in his country is beyond it's disgusting.
So tell us about going to the New York territory for the first time. How did that come about?
I got a phone call from Vince McMahon Sr. And I was at my friend's gym in Phoenix, and right before I went to Florida, and to wrestle for Dusty and Eddie Graham, and Vince McMahon Sr. said, "This is Vince Sr. Vince McMahon Sr. Motor, New York." He said, "Superstar, I'd like you to come and wrestle for me." I said, "Well, that'd be fantastic. I'd love to come and wrestle for you in New York." I said, "But I'm committed to go to Florida right now. I just committed to go down and wrestle for Dusty and Eddie Graham." And so I said, "As soon as I'm through with these folks in Florida, I'd be thrilled. I'd be honored to go to New York." I knew nothing about the New York territory, except that I had, of course, seen all the wrestling magazines, and they featured New York wrestling because that's where all the photographers were basically out in New York. And so their photos were from the Garden and on the cover of the wrestling magazine. And so I thought it would be a fantastic thing, but knew nothing of the actual territory itself, except that it was Madison Square Garden, it was New York, and it was Philadelphia, and it was Boston, and it was the Northeast.
Really, the most known wrestlers in North America at that time would have been the ones wrestling in the New York territory, would you say?
Oh, by far, because of the magazine coverage. All the magazine people, we call them the after mags, was the nickname for them. Yeah, all the photographers were out of New York, Madison Square Garden, so all the coverage came from New York City.
So what were you told when you were being brought in? Basically, did you know that you were going to get a good spot?
Oh, yes. Immediately I was told, senior told me, "I'm bringing you in to work with Bruno, on top." And
tell us a bit about what Bruno was like in those days.
Oh, Bruno was like a really like a living god to the wrestling fans. He was so admired and so idolized. If the term idolized ever would be applicable, it's here. The fans idolized Bruno Sammartino. He was like an idol to them. He could do no wrong. And he basically did no wrong. He drank a little wine with his dinner, and that was it. He never was out on the town. He was never getting drunk. He was never rioting. He was never doing things that a lot of wrestlers have done. He was a gentleman, and people respected him, and they idolized him. And I thought, man, this is going to be fantastic, because I had seen Bruno in all the magazines, and he said, I'm going to bring you in to work with Bruno, And I said, well, this is going to be great. And so when I finally met him and realized how extremely how mesmerizing he was to the people just idolized him. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. I'd never seen anything like that in my life.
So how did they bring you into the territory? What was, did they give you a series of?
Well, the way they brought me in was to do their TV. They did three weeks of television at one taping. And so you did 3 matches and at one evening, and they would spread them out in 3 weeks. And so every 3 weeks you do your taping. And it was kind of a shock at first, because Vince Sr. said, I'm going to put you with the Wizard. The Wizard's going to be your manager. And I really never had a manager at that time ever. Bobby Heenan had did just a little bit of stuff in Milwaukee and around Chicago with me, but not really as my actual manager. So I never had a real manager. And I'll never forget that. And I said, but Vince, I said, I don't need a manager. I said, I can talk for myself. I said, I can talk for myself. I can get myself over. And he said, Billy, he says, I know. He says, don't worry about it. He says, I'm going to put you with the Grand Wizard. He said, he's a great mouthpiece. The exact words from Vince McMahon Sr. He's a great mouthpiece. And that's what I said, but I can talk too. I can talk for myself. I said, I don't need a great mouthpiece. And it was an actual issue. And I said, I really don't want anybody talking for me. I said, I can talk. I can cut a promo with Vince. I can. That's why I'm here. And he said, Billy, please. He says, trust me. Vince McMahon Sr. was very smooth and very accommodating and very persuasive and very kind and gentle spirit, a very gentle spirit. And he just patted me on the shoulder and I'll never forget it. He says, just trust me. Just give me he's telling me to trust him, the promoter. He's just give me a chance, and he's the promoter. I said, okay, I believe you. I'll believe you. It was very funny for the promoter to tell you, just trust me. Just give me a chance. Let's just, okay. And so I decided after, because I'd seen the Grand Wizard in the magazine, so I knew his little gimmick and his little stuff. And I said, you know what? I thought about it. And after talking to Vince Sr., I said, and I looked at the Wizard, I said, I think I can make this thing work for me. I think I can make the Grand Wizard work for me. And so my idea was to have the Grand Wizard start combing my hair, taking my shirts off, trying to pull it down over my biceps, and being almost my personal valet. And so, sure enough, it worked. It worked perfectly. And so I've got to applaud Vince Sr., and he also has to applaud me, because I almost walked. I came very close to turning around and saying, I don't want a manager, because I was really cutting good promos by then. I learned a lot from Dusty, by the way. I just came from working with Dusty. We were both cutting these promos against each other, and so we were at a very high level. And I, after the talk with Vince, saying, please just give me a chance, just trust me. So I said, okay, I'll trust you. And so sure enough, I figured it out, and I committed myself to making it work, and came up with all those crazy Grand Wizard stuff, which are now legendary photos of him pulling my shirt off and combing my hair and taking my sunglasses off and being a real valet type. It was actually an asset to my persona.
And how did you find out you were going to become the champion of the territory and actually defeat Bruno Sammartino, who was such an iconic figure?
Well, after that 1975 first run for about a year, I guess it was, maybe a year and a half, then I went back to Phoenix and had a kind of a hiatus period. I got another phone call from Vince at the gym I was training at. He said, Billy, good to talk to you again. He said, this is Vince Sr. I said, Vince, good to hear your voice again. What's going on? What's happening? He said, listen, Bruno's tired. Bruno's worn out. The wrestling rings in the New York territory were like boxing rings. They were hard as a carpet that we're sitting on right now. They were boxing rings. They had no give to them. And Vince said, Bruno is tired. He's worn out. He's beat up, and he wants to retire. He wants to work a little bit, but he doesn't want to work the full-time schedule, and he wants to drop the strap. And he says, I think you'd be perfect to take the strap. And then he said, I've got a guy named Bob Backlund that I'm in the process of training and preparing to take Bruno's spot permanently. You will be an interim champion from this date, the exact date he gave me to take the strap, take the belt, to the exact date that I would surrender and give up the belt back to Backlund. And it was just short of a year, 11 months, 10 and a half months, something like that. So anyway, I said, that's great. That's fantastic. I'd be glad to, happy to. So we did it, and we did it in Baltimore. Why did we do it in Baltimore when all the title changes happened in New York, Madison Square Garden? Well, Vince Sr. was the mastermind behind that. He said, it's time that we do it in another city to catch the fans off guard. Well, when I walked into Baltimore, April 30th, 1977, there's all these cameras and these scaffolding, which were never there before in the city, and Vince Jr. sitting ringside and all the TV crew. And so it's kind of obvious something's going to happen here tonight. You know, I'm the main event against Bruno, and we have cameras for the first time ever. Cameras were set up in Baltimore. As I think the fans might kind of catch on to what's going on here, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter at all. And so, sure enough, we made the exchange in Baltimore, and it was a living hell getting out of that ring when I took that belt from Bruno and had cheated by putting my feet. And Vince McMahon Sr. insisted not only do I put my feet on the ropes to cheat, but I put my feet on the top turnbuckle. So every fan in the house knew that I cheated to beat Bruno for the belt. Usually you don't put your feet on the top turnbuckle if you're going to pin somebody and use the ropes for leverage. This is the second turnbuckle, maybe the first one or the second. He said, you put your feet on the top turnbuckle. And so you go back in history and look at the still photographs or the video, and you'll see my feet, and I was bleeding heavily because I felt the least I could do for Bruno Sammartino is bleed for the man, because he's surrendering the belt, this priceless belt, to me. And so I'm going to show gratitude for him and just cut my head open and bleed half to death in honor of him surrendering the belt to me. And man, I put my feet on the top rope. And when that referee counted 3, all hell broke loose when they realized that it was for real. And I rolled over, and I got up, and the referee came over and raised my hand, and I had that iconic still photograph. I may not have sent it to you yet, but I will, of the referee with my hand raised with the belt in my hand and the blood pouring down my body. And the fans absolutely were in a frenzy. You're supposed to turn the house lights on in between matches so you can see to get out, because it's very dark in Baltimore. You look at the still photos and some of the video, little lamp type things over the ring, very dark arena. And man, the guy that's supposed to turn the house lights on was watching the deal. He got so into it, he forgot to turn the house lights on. So it's dark, and I'm trying to get out of the ring, and all the fans close off the aisle. It's just little ropes anyway, around cement little barriers, and the fans closed off the exit row. So I rolled the belt up around this right hand and had about this much belt showing and pouring blood. I said, I got to get out of this ring. And I stepped out and I started swinging that belt, man, like a helicopter blade. And I whacked people. I mean, I hit people with belt, and people were hitting me. People were kicking me. People were throwing things at me, chairs. It was like a riot trying to get out of that ring. I never had felt that type of intensity in my entire life. Trying to get back to the locker room, I had to fight my way all the way back, all the way getting kicked, getting punched, getting hit with. I think they were selling bottles of beer at the time, not even cups, chairs, everything imaginable. Little old ladies with fighting fingernail file things, reaching through, stabbing you. And so it was absolute chaos and pandemonium. The word pandemonium really comes into play here. Pure pandemonium broke loose. And I finally got back to the locker room, showered off, got the blood off me, threw my stuff in the bag, cleared out of there. I said, thank you, Bruno, brother. I got to beat the crowd, man. He says, I'll see you, superstar. And, of course, that was the first match after intermission. There was like 5 more matches, and a battle royal to follow to hold the crowd so I could get out of the building. And I ran out the back door, grabbed the first cab I got, man, it was gone.
Why was it in those days that they didn't have the main event on last in the New York territory?
Because I asked that very question, because it was very odd that the main event didn't go on last. And the reason it all happened, putting the main event on early enough so the main event people could get out of the building before the matches were over, was when Pedro Morales was the champion. And all the Puerto Rican fans were coming to the matches. And one day, Blackjack Mulligan was wrestling against Pedro Morales in Boston when Pedro was the champion. And a Puerto Rican fan sitting ringside got up out of his chair, and Blackjack Mulligan was laying on the apron selling for Pedro Morales with his back towards the fans, and come up to the ringside, opened up his blade, and cut Blackjack Mulligan from the hip all the way to the ankle, past the knee, halfway down the calf, cut him to the bone, and just folded his blade, put it back in his pocket, and walked out of the building. And he was wrestling Pedro Morales, and the Puerto Rican fans, a lot of them carried knives. And so that incident, they said, we can't have this. This was early on in Pedro's run as champion. And it was very, very dangerous for the challenger of Pedro Morales, and that sealed the deal. That did it. They said from that point on, we're going to put the main event on early enough so if there is an altercation, at least the heel can get out of the building safely without all the fans waiting at the back entrance. And so that started the main event going on early.
Do you think the reaction would have been even worse if you had won the belt in New York from the fans?
No, it couldn't have been worse.
Well, you could have died.
It could have been worse. It was chaos. It was pandemonium. It couldn't have been worse. You know, the whole territory was hot.
Yeah. What was the New York fans' reaction the first time you wrestled in Madison Square Garden after the belt?
Well, as you know, there was no internet. There was all we had were the magazines, and they were usually 6 months behind in their publication. So it was an unknown, basically, that I had won the belt. And when I walked out, my match was scheduled against Gorilla Monsoon. Underneath, Bruno Sammartino, WWF champion against George the Animal Steele. That was the card that was set in Madison Square Garden. Well, I walked out there for my match against Gorilla Monsoon, and I purposely wore one of my one of my robes instead of a tie-dye T-shirt. It had a lot of ropes too, to hide the belt, to make the belt more shock value when I did my. So I got to the ring. Gorilla Monsoon was already in the ring. They're unaware of the title change. I walk out to the ring, the belt underneath my robe. I get in the ring and undo that belt, undo the knot, take this robe off, and there's the belt, Bruno Sammartino's belt. Unbuckled the belt, held it up. I'm your champion. And the people jumped. They jumped to their feet. They rose to their feet in unison. And it was like the noise, the decibels just was like, no, no, no. It was like almost like godlike. It was like I defeated a god of some kind. That it was they were in such disbelief that it was like I was even astounded at the reaction that had happened. That I'm the new champion, and the announcer announced it. Superstar beat Bruno Sammartino in Baltimore last month. He's the new champion.
And how did you draw as champion for WWF as it was known at the time?
I drew very well. As a matter of fact, Dave Meltzer did some research a long time ago, and he found out that out of all the main events I had in Madison Square Garden, I think it was 19 or 20 or 21 main event matches. I had sold out every main event match out of the 20 or 21 main events that I was the main event part of a tag match or a single match. 20 out of the 21 I had sold out, which was an all-time highest percentage level of sellouts for Madison Square Garden. It wasn't the most because I didn't have the longest run, but it was the highest percentage. And the only match that did not sell out at Madison Square Garden was against Peter Maivia. And Vince McMahon Sr. told me he really didn't believe it was going to sell out because the fans do not believe that a Samoan chief is going to be their next champion because of the tattooing and all the garb, all the Polynesian garb that he was wearing, which really looked fantastic and spectacular. And he really was a Samoan chief. He really was.
But you still had a very high crowd for that.
Oh, we drew right at 20,000 people, and the main floor held 21,200, something like that. Some exact figures, right at 2,100. We had right over 20,000 people in the building, and then said, well, this is pretty amazing, especially with the fans knowing that he's not going to be the champion.
Compared to NWA, for instance, who very rarely had numbers in those figures for the title matches in their main arenas.
Yes, and I don't know about the size of the venues, but I know that Ric Flair had told me when he was champion. But this has never been a publication. I don't think I've ever even said it during an interview. Of all the interviews I've did of my whole career, Ric Flair told me personally when Hulk Hogan was champion that he didn't understand why, and it drove Ric Flair crazy. He was livid about it. Why people were so enamored and so gaga over Hulk Hogan, and why is Hulk Hogan drawing such huge numbers of people and I'm not, even though he was drawing very well, Ric Flair, in his various championship runs.
To maybe 15,000 usually.
Exactly. But he said, why? Flair told me this, superstar. Why do so many people talk about Hogan? That's all I hear. This was a confession to Flair to me, a confidential thing. He says, why? He says, it's driving me crazy. All I hear is Hulk Hogan this and Hulk Hogan that. I said, Rick, the man is over. It's a phenomenon. I can't explain it, but it's Hulk Hogan. He said, yeah, but I'm Ric Flair, Nature Boy Ric Flair. I said, I know, and you're fantastic, and you're entertaining, and you're an incredible performer, and you work your butt off, man. You take incredible, and you do this, you do that. He said, yeah, but all they want to talk about is Hulk Hogan. It bothered him so much that that was the talk. He said, that's all the talk is Hulk Hogan.
Just because, do you think a lot of that had to do with New York being kind of the center
Yeah,
of the
the
United
hub.
States?
New York being
So
the
if
hub.
you were in New York, you were the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking about Ric Flair, do you want to tell us how you knew Ric Flair?
That goes back to AWA when it was training.
You used to carry your bags, wash your car.
Yeah. We
Basically,
drive my car. I'd stay over.
He was your bitch. He actually modeled himself after you at first.
And for a while he did. Yeah. For a while he
You and
did.
Dusty Rhodes were two
Yeah.
of his idols. So we were talking about the NWA Championship. You actually had a pretty big match during this run when you were WWF champion against Harley Race, who was the NWA champion. Can you tell us a bit about that match and why it was so special?
Yes, that was the first ever WWF title match versus the NWA title match. And it was, I think, initially conceived by Eddie Graham, and then Vince Sr. Jumped on board. And because I was really the first WWF champion to leave the territory and go to other territories and take that belt outside of the New York territory. And so it was such a natural to do in Miami because there's so many New York fans that would come down to Miami for the wintertime to get out of the New York weather, that being in Miami would have a lot of East Coast fans other than Florida fans. And so that match came about by the brainchild of Eddie Graham. And of course, it was outdoors at the Orange Bowl. And they insisted on going 2 out of 3 falls, and which the WWF was never, by that time, never a 2 out of 3 fall type thing. And I really kind of fought against it in the locker room. I said, you want us to go a full hour? I said, that's again NWA stuff, 1 hour matches. I said, WWF. I said, we're 15 minutes. We're 18-minute stuff, 20 minutes max, And I said, there's no reason. I said, to have the thing in or draw. I get a fall, Hardy gets a fall, and then the time runs out. I said, just disqualify me. I get a fall, we both get a fall, and then just DQ me, and I'll walk to the locker room. But there's no reason to stay out there for a full hour to wrestle. I said, it just doesn't make sense. An hour, I said, it's not even my style. I said, I'll go an hour, of course. But right away there was resistance to it because they had already planned on going a full hour, and it was raining on top of it, and it was outdoors. And I said to myself, whoever thought this deal up, being outdoors in the rain, is bad weather in Florida, very unpredictable weather. And sure enough, here comes the rain halfway through the match, and we're slipping and we're sliding. It made it very, very difficult. And I don't know. Hardy's a fantastic general. He could lead a match, and I had to slow way down to go that hour. And he would even tell me early on in the match, he said, Billy, slow down. We got an hour to do out here, brother. Slow down. He said, we're not in the garden. He talked to me in the ring, and I had so much respect for Harley Race. Oh, I said, okay, brother, I'll slow down. We do. We have an hour. I said, we don't need to, but I said, maybe I'll just cut this thing short and get DQ'd. I get counted out. I said, what are they going to do to me? And he'd laugh. He said, no. He said, don't do that, Billy. Don't do it. Let's go the hour. I almost did it at one point. At about 40 minutes, I said, another 20 minutes? We don't need it already. He said, come on, man, we can do this. Anyway, we did the hour outdoors, and it was raining. Half the time it was raining. We were slipping and falling, and I thought it wasn't a very historical. It was historical in the fact it was belt versus belt.
People still
In
talk
that,
about
that was the first time. There's a lot of talk about that, a lot of coverage, but the match itself was nothing exceptional.
And while we're talking about Harley, why does everyone have so much respect for him? You never hear anyone saying anything bad about Harley.
I don't know how to answer that. I know I did from day one. Just his technical skill, his ring skill. I remember working with him when he came into the WWF, two W's by then, and having some matches with Harley, and he was like so calm in the ring. He was so cool and collected. He never got rattled, and he would just so dependable, and just everything about his in-ring performance and the respectability was just enormous, and so that's all I can think of, is that he just had that type of respect because of his ability. His technical skills were really, really superior.
So you had a lot of great feuds when you were champion. One of your big feuds was with Dusty Rhodes. What was that like, having that feud in such a big stage like New York?
That was really great. Dusty coming up to New York and working with me, it brought a new level of excitement to the wrestling.
Were coming out at that point.
Huh?
Weren't celebrities coming out to?
Yeah, different celebrities were coming out. Yeah, I can't remember who and what, but there were different movie celebrities and people like that coming out to the matches and stuff, and so it's becoming very mainstream. And but some of the fun matches were with Dusty, and it was just an automatic sellout with Dusty Rhodes. And I remember our second match in the Garden. Right after the second match, there was no plans for a third match, and we came back in the locker room, and Dusty told Vince Senior, Vince, why don't we come back and let's do a third match and bring the bull rope. Let me bring the bull rope in and announce it right now, bull rope match for the belt. And on the spot, one of the very rare things I believe Vince Senior ever did out of context, because everything was right by the book. He had it all mapped out, month after month after month, week after week after week, what he was going to do. But this thing was so enticing to Vince Senior, this bull rope match. He said it'll sell out immediately, bull rope match for the belt. And so on the spot, after our match in the locker room, Dusty convinced Vince Senior, convinced him to book that match, and they went out and announced it, and they sold half the building out that night on advance tickets, just on a bull rope coming back against Dusty Rhodes. And of course, the next day, in a couple of days, it was totally sold out. No tickets left for Madison Square Garden for a month away. And so the bull rope was just phenomenal.
And those were some of the most
exciting,
brutal matches. You actually were bleeding a lot in these years. Wrestling was actually becoming very bloody in all the territories in these years.
Yes, the 70s, the decade of the 70s. Mid-70s on was a lot of blood. And Florida, there was so much blood in Florida. I don't know why with Dusty and everything down in Florida, there was so much blood, but it really started getting bloody in the 70s, the mid-70s. And then almost every match with Dusty was going to be blood involved, and Vince Senior Vince Sr. tried to use blood sparingly in Madison Square Garden because he used that as a finish for a match to stop the match because of too much blood to end the match as a finish. So if you bled all the time, you're going to see so much blood, there's no reason to stop a match. You know, Madison Square Garden.
Sensitized to it. All right, so you started to become a babyface actually towards the end, not on purpose, but the fans began to like you. Why do you think that was?
Well, it was because I was an entertainer. I was an entertainer, just like Dusty was an entertainer, and he was a babyface, and I was an entertainer, and it was a natural entertainer. And with my promos and not being a hardcore heel like an Ivan Koloff, Russian Bear, you know, type, or Baron von Raschke, a German, you know, the stereotypical hated villain. I was superstar Billy Graham, you know, the man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour, you know, and I would cut colorful promos and I would entertain people. And so it was almost hard to dislike me. And so all of a sudden signs started popping up, superstar this, superstar that, and I became a babyface champion, even though I was wrestling. It was hard to wrestle other babyfaces because I was developing a real following, you know, and it was because of my entertaining value that I added to the product. I wasn't a hardcore, old school heel type, the Koloffs and the Von Raschkes.
And there's a famous picture of you out on the streets of New York, absolutely surrounded by fans. How did that come about?
New York was so, the fans were so into their wrestling. And by that time, I was so over with all of my rhymes and all of my persona and my personality that, and I was so accessible. I wasn't an Ivan Koloff on the streets of New York wouldn't have let a fan get near him because it was strictly, that was old school thinking. But I was just so, I enjoyed the fans and the fans enjoyed me and I was accessible. And so once I became accessible, then the fans really started, you know, coming towards me. And so the streets of New York on that one series of photos that you're talking about, signing autographs was like the Pied Piper everywhere I went. And I jumped up on a cement, a garbage can made out of cement and did that famous Times Square pose, ripped my shirt off posing in Times Square. They'd never seen anything like it. And it was really, really entertainment was what I was giving the fans. And they knew I was an entertainer and I didn't try to hide being an entertainer. And so I was accessible and I was fun. I was having fun with the fans. I wasn't being a heel of the fans. And so that just allowed more fans to come in. And that was my true calling.
Yeah.
Yeah, my true calling was to be a...
Do you think you could have been, I've heard Vince McMahon say, you could have been Hulk Hogan if they had let you have the babyface run, but unfortunately it was still Senior running it at that time. Do you think you could have really exploded and become a worldwide phenomenon if you had had the chance?
No question. I believe that. I sincerely believe that if I would have been given the push, and I'd talked to Vince Sr. one time about it, just once with Ivan Koloff, and as my tag team partner in the locker room, I said getting towards the end when it was time to give the belt to Backlund, I said, Vince, I said, do you realize that if you have Ivan Koloff turn on me, you know,
would have been sellouts for months
in the garden, do an angle where he turns on me and double crosses me, and we come back and have a match, I will be the hottest baby face other than Bruno Sammartino. I made sure I threw that in because it was true. Could not follow his legacy, you know, and I made sure that they knew about that.
Actually, the thing about Bruno is he had a certain appeal to immigrants, and he really appealed to that New York territory where you had kind of a wide
universal
appeal.
Yeah, I had a universal appeal. Yeah, I crossed ethnic borders where Bruno was really really New York was so ethnic bound that the Italians and everything and but I crossed all lines, I crossed all borders, and I had all types of fans. Oh yeah, the black people love the rapping and everything, and I told them, I said, just if you do it, I said, you're gonna have we're gonna have a sellout after sellout after sellout. I said I'm gonna be the hottest baby face other than Bruno Sammartino ever in this territory, and we're gonna do nothing but big and right before I give the belt to Backlund, right before the Monday night before I give the belt to Backlund, I have a match in Pittsburgh against Ivan Putski, a cage match, sellout, turn away 3,000 people. Friday night, Saturday night, Philadelphia, cage match against Bruno Sammartino. Set the all-time attendance record for the Spectrum. Almost 20,000 people inside this Philadelphia Spectrum for the cage match. They were this far from the ring. They put the chairs up. You could barely walk to get into the ring. It had so many people there. All-time attendance record. And then the following Monday, I give the belt up. I'm coming off of two straight turnaway and Philadelphia sellout was like they turned away maybe 5,000 people. They said it was on the news. Don't go near the Spectrum. Don't go near the Spectrum on the local news. There's thousands of people trying to get in the Spectrum. It's been sold out for weeks, and now we have almost 5,000 people trying to get in the Spectrum. There's cars everywhere. There's traffic jams everywhere. Don't go near the Spectrum. And so all of this excitement and sellouts right before I had to give this thing to Backlund. And I'm saying,
it must have been incredibly frustrating for you.
yeah, it was. I really couldn't figure it out. I said, what? Is he this committed to Bob Backlund? Is Vince Sr. this, and which he was, because he did not want to be proven wrong, Vince Sr. He had put a year into getting Bob Backlund over every week on television, a full year. And he did not want to be proven wrong. And he was going to go through with this title change come hell or high water, an earthquake, a hurricane, whatever is going to happen. This thing is going to be changed, and Backlund is going to be my champion, no matter what. I told Bruno. Oddly enough, Bruno didn't even know about the change in Philadelphia 2 days before. The night we had our big cage match sellout, 2 days before I gave it to Backlund. He said, "You're going to do what on Monday?" Because Bruno was just working sparingly at that time. It wasn't really in the loop and didn't want to be in the loop. I said, "Yeah, I'm giving the belt to Backlund on Monday." He said, "You're what? You're giving the belt to Backlund?" He was that far out of the loop at the time. And I said, "Yeah, it's been set up for months." I said, "I'm going to give the belt to Backlund." He said, "Oh, my God." And I came so close to giving the belt back to Bruno in Philadelphia during that cage match, because it was the first guy out of the cage was the winner, and I was gonna do a double cross, and I told Bruno, you might be coming out of here the champion again." He said, "Oh, Billy, don't do that." He says, "Jesus, please don't do that to me." And I was gonna like double cross Vince Sr. and do something where I was hurt and I couldn't get out of the cage, and Bruno would have to leave the cage first or expose the business. And I came that close to doing it, so it would throw the Bob Backlund switch off. You couldn't put Bruno Sammartino against Bob Backlund, or against,
But you did. You ended up doing what you
doing it.
were
Oh yes,
supposed
yes,
to do.
had to do it. Yeah.
Of course, those thoughts were to go through your head. Can you tell us about that night where you had to lose the title?
Oh, it was depressing. It was depressing because if I wasn't such a success, had been such a success, and knew I was going to continue to be a success, it wouldn't have been as difficult. But coming off these 2 or 3 sellouts, everything sold out and turned away, record crowds, red hot. I'm saying, what is the sense? This doesn't make business sense to turn this thing over to a kid, to a kid, I mean, it was very depressing. And I remember I think two. I had to wrestle down in New Jersey somewhere, and that night, Valerie was out. We stayed out on Long Island after the match. I just went out and got her and drove down to New Jersey somewhere, and that's it's over.
Was that it? Was there any rematches with Backlund?
Oh yes, yes, yes. I had three rematches with Backlund. Everything sold out, of course, and then had matches in other cities with him, and then started working with Dusty to support Backlund, working with other people on top, and then had to load up the cards with Andre and myself, and matches like that to get houses with Backlund because they just did not accept Backlund as champion. It was force fed, and it was like it was so obvious that you're giving it to a almost like a child, taking it from San Martino. My God, a living, breathing, idol, a true idol in every sense of the word, and then coming off of me, with everything that I had to offer, the physique and everything, the pandemonium and all the sellouts, and then handing it over to a kid.
What was the crowd reaction when he won the title that night?
Oh, the crowd popped. It was nothing like the pandemonium in reverse when I took over from Bruno, but yeah, the crowd reacted. Sure,
So what ended your run in WWE? What made you?
Well, I just got tired. After that 7 months, I think I lasted about 7 months after that, and I just got tired of working and wrestling. And I said I just need to take a break and get away from this thing, and I did. I was tired of supporting Backlund, to be honest about it. And playing a supporting role. And so I just said,
With you on the cards. And with
yeah,
the snap
exactly.
cards,
Yeah,
Vince was guaranteed
Yeah.
to still have the good
Right.
crowds. So did you really ever stop wrestling, or is that kind of wrestling folklore?
Oh, I stopped. Yeah, I completely stopped. And I had a friend of mine who had a water sprinkling system, irrigation system here in Phoenix. And I went to work for him, putting in underground water sprinklers. And right after that championship run, I completely quit wrestling. I totally lost all interest in it and didn't want to wrestle. And so I just get a job.
And you didn't mind working a normal job? after
No,
all that?
I didn't mind at all. I didn't mind at all. It didn't bother me because I never believed my own PR. I never believed the whole championship thing, the whole, even though everything was sold out, it was great business, it was fun, it was this, it was that. I never believed the champion thing was real. I never believed the whole thing is it's a fairy tale world we're living in here. It's a work. Come on, everybody, it's a work. I didn't believe my own PR. That's why it was easy for me to transition to a normal job. I didn't believe my own PR.
And what was with the rumor that you were dead?
Gorilla Monsoon said he heard that I had passed away from some unknown strange illness. And he called some newspaper in Phoenix, because he knew this was my home, to confirm it. And nobody could confirm it, so he just assumed that it must be true. So he wrote the article, The Superstar Billy Graham has sadly passed away. And I said, you really wrote the article on those circumstances, that just because nobody could actually confirm that I had actually died, that you just assumed that I had died and you wrote an article? He said, yeah, I guess I shouldn't have, but I did. That is so bizarre.
Did you hear about the article right away, or?
Yeah, it didn't take long. Yeah, it was in the New York Post, New York Times.
Everyone knew about it.
Yeah. Superstar Billy Graham had died,
So you had your hiatus, which was, I'm not sure exactly how long, and then you decided to come back. What led to your comeback? Was it money?
Yeah, well, yeah. I wanted to make some money, and I was still in physical, good shape. I was physically healthy still, and so I decided I'll just give it another run. But I'm not going to come back as the superstar Billy Graham. And I changed my attire, my look to a karate gimmick look.
Was karate popular at the time?
No, not at all. It was a rebellion position on my part that I'm not going to come back as the superstar Billy Graham. I'm going to come back as another character because I don't even care because it was really a miscarriage of justice, even though it was business and I knew it was coming and I agreed to it and everything like that. And I, but I said it just wasn't right. It was a bad decision to make Backlund champion when I was so hot, red hot, that he should have at least stretched it out a little bit longer and or even put Backlund on the shelf for a bit to get. We were drawing real money,
Yeah.
big sellouts, turning people away. I mean, from a promoter standpoint, I thought this is ludicrous to just walk away from that.
And when you came back as your karate character, you actually still had enough heat from your first run that you were still selling out arenas. Can you tell
The
us?
name, the superstar Billy Graham name was so strong that it still did sell out business, even though a lot of people and a lot of fans didn't believe it was really the superstar Billy Graham with the blonde hair and the tie dye. They didn't believe it was the same person, and but enough of them did believe that the name was so strong that it drew and it did sell out.
And how long was your run in WWE with that gimmick?
Probably 6 months,
6 months.
very short.
And was Backlund over more than he had been by that time?
I had paid no attention to it. Yeah, I paid no attention to it. It was like it was like such a struggle to even.
You were depressed at that time.
Extremely depressed.
And it was around this time that more and more wrestlers were actually copying your original gimmick. We all talk about Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, and Jesse Ventura was even doing it. Can you tell us some of your memories of Jesse Ventura? You knew him from a young age.
Oh yeah. When I was first in the AWA, Jesse had just come back from the Navy SEALs, and came to see me wrestle, perform in Minneapolis because his brother had been writing him letters while he was out at sea as a Navy SEAL about superstar Billy Graham. And when you get back, you've got to see this guy with the tie dye and the 22-inch arms and all of this. And so Jesse was very, very excited about seeing me in person. And he actually is quoted as saying that he went to the matches and said, "Give me the best ticket you have left in the house." And the lady says, "Well, you're in luck, sir. We have one ringside seat left." And he said, "I'll take it." So Jesse bought the ringside seat, saw me, and said, "That's what I want to do. I want to be a wrestler, and that's who I want to be like, superstar Billy Graham." And so Jesse started recording my interviews on the old big 8-track cassette things for the videos, not videos, but soundtrack tapes, and drive around Minneapolis listening to my promos and memorizing my promos, and started copying me to the T. And actually tracked me down in a gym downtown Minneapolis one day, and introduced himself and had his hair bleached blonde by then, and said, "I'm going to be a wrestler, and I want to be like you." I said, "Well, thanks. That's a compliment. That's a real compliment. That I've got that kind of influence on you." He said, "What do you recommend? How do I do this thing?" I said, "Well, if you don't want," I said, "this is your home." I said, "It's best to go away and learn how to be a wrestler in some other city so you can come back to your home as a polished wrestler and be successful." I said, "You don't want to go through the early stages of your career here in your hometown." And so that's what he did. I think he went to Portland and started his career in Portland.
And there's actually an interesting story you told me about how Jesse met his wife.
Oh.
Can you share that with us?
Yeah, that's a good story. Jesse was bouncing in a nightclub, and his wife, to-be, his future wife, was a biker bar. She came in and said he had his hair bleached blonde by now, and said, "You look like superstar Billy Graham." And we do kind of have some features that we kind of look alike a little bit. And she says, you really look like superstar Billy Graham. And he says, well, I should. I'm his brother. He says, you got to be kidding. You're his brother? And he says, yes. And she says, I really like his body. And Jesse said, well, I like his body too. I want one just like it. I want a physique just like my brother, superstar Billy Graham. She says, no, I really like his body. I really like his body. And so Jesse caught on and he said, well, if you want his body, you got to go through me first. And so she says, okay. And so I was told the story later by Jesse and Terry Ventura. And so, sure enough, they have their little fling, and they fall in love, and they get married, and she eventually becomes the first lady of Minnesota, Terry Ventura.
Would you say you're most proud of Jesse, of all of the wrestlers who have kind of looked up to you over the years?
I guess I'm very proud of him. I mean, he's such an individual, so unique, even outside of the world of wrestling, of course, being governor and he's very different. That's for sure. But he's just a lot of fun, and it's really, really nice to have people think of your image so much that they want to copy you and be like you and look like you and aspire to perform like you and to impress them to that degree. It's very much of a compliment. A lot of fans got very jealous of Jesse and Hulk and people like that who were trying to impersonate my look, and I would actually tell me so. I said, but don't worry about it. I said, it's a compliment. It's a compliment. I said, to try to be like someone else. I said, that's the way I see it. I don't see it as them stealing anything from me or taking anything from me. I see it as a compliment that I have something to give worth taking, And so that's how that happened.
So after your run in WWE, your run as the karate character, you ended up returning to Mid-Atlantic Wrestling, which was an NWA territory, as the old superstar Billy Graham. What made you go back to your roots and get into that territory as your old character?
Well, Dusty was the booker by then. Dusty had come into the Carolinas and he was the booker. And I thought this would be a good change. I'd never been there to that territory. And I said, it'll be good. And it was good. And but it was just a lot of, I didn't like the style. And for one thing, they put me with another manager, Paul Jones, did all my promos. The promo thing was so rushed. They had so many guys. It was just very, very uncomfortable for me. And having to share promo time, which was not nearly the promo time we had in New York. It was like 1/3 or less of the promo time in Charlotte. And so then having a manager to speak for you, it was just very uncomfortable. And I felt very unproductive in the Charlotte territory. And I came in initially with a karate look, and then eventually decided to change that look back to my original look in Charlotte.
Didn't you become a baby face when you changed back to the original look?
Yes. When I came back, they turned me baby face, and it worked. It worked good, and but I was just tired. I was just tired of the traveling. There's a lot of traveling in the Carolinas, a lot of driving, and back roads, and I just didn't like it there. I didn't like living there, even though I was successful coming back with my tie-dye look and everything and the two-tone beard that I have now and all that. Very successful, but I just didn't like the overall territory as a whole.
So you started as a babyface there for the first real run as a babyface. Then you went back to the WWE, this time as a babyface. What was there? Did you come in and suggest that you wanted to be a babyface? Did they want to bring you in? How did that come about?
Well, it was also because that I really didn't have the when I came back with the two-tone goatee and everything, and I didn't have uh, um, the mechanical skill to be a heel and take bumps like a heel should really take bumps correctly. Like you can get away, a baby face can get away a lot easier without having to take bumps for the heel. The heel needs to take bumps for a baby face. There's no question about that. And so it was just easier for me and my persona and my promos and everything, and physically. And I suggested that to Vince, and he agreed. And so we brought me back in with being a baby face, and instantly did an angle with Butch Reed, and which was a mid card angle.
Yeah.
It wasn't a full blown main event angle. It was a mid card angle.
And it was around that time that you actually had to get a hip operation.
Yes, yes. It was beginning to get so bad, the pain, that I finally had to stop wrestling and become more of a commentator. Vince said, "Let's try you commentating," and he was very accommodating to me, and I really enjoyed commentating, and thought I was doing well at commentating, and but then I had my hip surgery, and then continued commentating, and then Vince thought I would do well as a manager with Don Morocco, and so we gave that a little bit of a run, and I just wasn't comfortable. I was hurting. I was having all kinds of physical problems, and my really my heart wasn't into being a manager.
Was it because also you just really didn't connect with that particular wrestler, or?
Oh no, Don Morocco was great to be a manager for, because they were really giving him a big push, and he was really over. And but I just didn't. And I really cut some good promos for Don.
They had him coming out in the tie dye and
Hey,
coming out to Jesus Christ Superstar.
right, exactly. But it just didn't work, because it didn't fit for me either. And I would rather have been just a straight commentator instead of a manager. I enjoyed commentating much more, and I believe I should have really been given a chance.
You commentated SummerSlam '88.
SummerSlam, exactly, '88, right?
With Gorilla Monsoon.
Right, with Gorilla Monsoon.
Much of the
I really enjoyed that. I thought I did a good job. I got a lot of good compliments off of it. And but Vince just wasn't into me being a commentator. He just didn't want to do it, didn't want to go for it. And I thought that I was really catching on and having fun doing it and enjoyed it. And but Vince just didn't want to go for it, just didn't want to do it. And I got the phone call one day, and he said, "Superstar, quote, we're going to have to put you in the bullpen for a while." He says, "I'm just not happy with the commentating." He says, "You're doing a good job, but I just don't think it's working out right. And so I'm going to have to put you in the bullpen." I said, "Oh, okay." And so that means I'm not going to be having a job. He says, "Well, if you want to put it that way," that's what it kind of amounts to when you get put in the bullpen. So
Did Morocco's getting fired have anything to do with your end to managing him?
it probably sealed the deal. And I forgot the exact details of his firing, but
I believe he was asked to do a urine test for Nick Bockwinkel, and
yes, that was exactly right.
Can
Right.
you tell that story?
I can't remember the details of it. I can't remember the details
He
of
ended
it.
up urinating on an agent,
On the what?
but I think Nick asked him to piss in the cup, and he pissed directly on the agent. And just a little bit about your time in WWE at this point. What was the steroid use like among wrestlers in this era of WWE compared to your first run in WWE?
Oh, it had exploded. The use of steroids had exploded to a new before but no one was really doing it hardly at all that I was aware of. But now on this run, it had really, really taken off, and guys were really using a lot of steroids, and it was pretty obvious, and also other drugs, and but steroids had really taken off by this time.
Would you see the steroid use in the dressing rooms?
Oh yes, yes, very blatant use. I'd given a couple guys some shots myself in locker rooms, and right out in the open, and there was no even attempt to conceal it.
The agents didn't really mind.
Nah, wait till an agent was out of the room or something. Yeah, it's very simple.
And there was actually a doctor at the time who was actually selling steroids and other drugs to wrestlers right in the WWE locker rooms. Was he there every night, or was it at certain TV tapings? How did that work?
Yes, that was Dr. George Zahorian from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and he would come to the Harrisburg the tapings. He would come to our tapings and be in the arena and openly sell steroids and other drugs backstage in the locker room to the wrestlers, and right out in the open. So there was no trying to conceal it. And
so it was right in the dressing room.
Oh, in the dressing room, yes, absolutely, right out in the open, the dressing room.
A big bag of
yeah, have a bag with your name on it and everything.
So pre-order these.
Pre-ordered, yeah, a lot of pre-orders, and he had already have them packed. Billy Graham, so and so. And then others a lot of times would just buy on the spot.
And would wrestlers ever get steroids mailed to them from these doctors?
Oh yes, that was the big trial, was the FedEx discovery of all the boxes going out to various wrestlers, and the big investigation that led to the trial and eventual conviction of Zahorian for mailing and selling and distributing steroids via FedEx. And so
that was actually what he was convicted on, mailing steroids via FedEx.
Exactly, right, because there was a FedEx employee that noticed all these boxes going out from Dr. George Zahorian, as a wrestling fan who worked for FedEx, who saw all the packages going out and said, from Dr. George Zahorian to all these wrestling guys, and he's a fan, so he recognized the names. He said, there's something wrong here. So he tipped off the FBI as a guy who worked for FedEx.
Was this before or after steroids were made illegal?
This, I can't remember. It might have been probably before, during, and after.
Right.
Most likely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. We'll get back to the steroids a little bit more in a bit. Just to get back to that time in WWE, they, according to Dynamite Kid's book, they put a no-blood policy into place around 1988. Kind of coincided when the Wrestling Commission deregulated wrestling, because I guess one of the issues was wrestling was fake, but you're still doing blood matches. So I guess they kind of admitted wrestling was fake. And
well, Vince admitted that himself when the female governor of New Jersey, made the big stink about steroids in pro wrestling, and Vince, I can't think of her name right now, but Vince said, well, we just won't wrestle in New Jersey anymore, and you're going to lose a lot of revenue. And so she reversed her stance.
Did you hear about the no blood policy at that time?
Yes, I was there during that time of the no blood policy, and
it was basically you'd get a fine if you bled on purpose.
Exactly, right. And they said they were very concerned about HIV was the reason for the no blood was HIV. They didn't want anybody with HIV positive wrestling, so that was the reason for all the urine testing and no blood.
Were you surprised when they got rid of the no blood policy later on?
Oh, not surprised. No, I knew it was just a matter of time until it would wing itself down, and then blood would start coming back around.
Do you think there was any less risk of HIV or diseases like Hep C when they got rid of the no blood policy in 1997?
When they stopped it,
Yeah. Do you think
and began blood again?
And they actually promoted blood matches again. Do you think there was any less risk during that era of Hep C or HIV?
Oh no, there was no less risk. There was, since they started introducing blood again, there was a bigger risk because of allowing blood. You know.
So you think it was a business decision?
Purely a business decision and a public relations business decision.
So around the last run in the 80s, it's very well known that a lot of wrestlers were doing cocaine, many other drugs. A lot of wrestlers have died early because of this. Was it openly being used, the recreational drugs in the dressing rooms, or was that saved to the hotel rooms and the after parties?
I had seen it openly used in locker rooms, other drugs such as cocaine. I had seen it openly used when an agent would be in the room or finagle it, or into a restroom or something. Yeah, it was very active backstage, very active.
And finally, for the 1980s, a wrestler that was from Phoenix, big bodybuilder guy that started to get a huge push in the 80s, was the Ultimate Warrior. What are your thoughts on the Ultimate Warrior, and did you know him at all, being from Phoenix as well?
I'd never really socialized with him. He had a really nice gym here in Phoenix, in Scottsdale, a suburb of Phoenix, and but he was very, very, very nice to me, very polite and everything. But there was a very wild streak in him that he was so animated, and so I don't know how to exactly characterize his personality, but he was different, and he was very hyper and very on the move and very aggressive and very different and very dedicated to bodybuilding, and for sure. I mean, look at his physique, and so there was a lot of things going on to keep a physique like that.
And you were telling me a story about an unusual drive that you had with him. Would you like to tell us about that?
I was in a car in Portland, Oregon with him driving, and I was in the back seat with Dynamite Kid and Davey Boy Smith on each side of me, and somebody in the front seat, maybe Morocco. I don't know. But anyway, he was obviously under the influence of some sort of drug, probably a hallucinating drug. That the British Bulldogs were very famous for spiking drinks. They had put a lot of drugs in a lot of people's drinks, and I doubt that they had spiked anything to the Ultimate Warrior's drink, because he didn't need any assistance to indulge. But it was just a 90-mile-an-hour ride through suburbs to get to the arena, and the Bulldogs were laughing hysterically, and I'm frozen, sitting in the middle and watching the Ultimate Warrior out of control, and it was just a ride from hell, and but there were definitely drugs involved in that ride. You know, there was no question about it, and it was just it was surreal. It was surreal. Thank God we all lived through it, and there was no. But it was so bizarre because the British Bulldog just acted like they didn't care that we were going 80 and 90 down side streets, and the Ultimate Warrior was hell bent on taking shortcuts to get to the arena in a town that he knew nothing about. So
Speaking of the Bulldogs and their ribs, probably the most infamous rib they ever pulled was I don't know if they were actually involved in it. You might know more of the story, but the story of the British Bulldogs and the Rougeau brothers.
oh
Were you in the WWE?
oh, I was there. I saw some of the ribs they were pulling on the Rougeau brothers were very serious. One in one town, while the Rougeau brothers were in the ring wrestling, I saw Dynamite Kid pull out a pair of scissors that long, sewing scissors, for seamstress would use, and cut their pants legs off at the knees, their street clothes pants legs off of both the Rougeau brothers off at the knees while they were in the ring. And so when they came back, uh, and this had happened more than once, but this is one time that I actually saw it with my own eyes, and I remember I was laying down, stretching out my back on a bench, kind of watching it, and I really couldn't believe they were actually doing it because when they came back into that room, that locker room, well, they were biding their time. They knew something was going to happen, and it did happen, and they didn't sell it when they first saw their pants cut because they kind of expected it, and so nothing happened at that time. But eventually, something did happen, and I think it was the the one of the Rougeau brothers, of course, Jacques. Yeah.
Because I guess there was an incident they had accused the Bulldogs of cutting up their pants, the incident that you're talking about.
Right.
And the Bulldogs denied it. And later, Rougeau was playing cards in the dressing room, and Dynamite came and slapped Jacques across the back of the head and beat on him a little bit. And Raymond was on crutches, so he couldn't do anything. And Dynamite said, I guess, when your knee's better, come and find me or something. And then there was this period of time where they were very angry, and I guess that led to the incident that you're about to tell us about.
He used a roll of coins in his hand to make the blow even more intense when he struck Dynamite Kid. I saw that actual incident. I saw the punch, and I saw Dynamite Kid spit out a couple of teeth and say, "Hell of a shot." That's all he did. It's the only selling he did, and spit the teeth out and said, "Hell of a punch," and didn't fight back. And Rougeau walked away. And you don't forget something like that.
Yeah, he didn't go down.
Didn't go down.
Everyone was shocked at.
Yeah, but he hit him so hard, and with that roll of coins in his hand. But he knocked out some teeth and just spit the teeth out, Dynamite Kid, and just a hell of a shot.
So in those days, the locker room was kind of like high school all over again.
Oh,
some of the antics.
Oh my God, nobody was safe. Well, I guess a few people. I was safe because I was very neutral, and there's some people that were safe. Hillbilly Jim was safe, but there were some wild things that were just, and the British Bulldogs were really out of control.
What about the Outback Jack story?
Oh, some of his. Oh.
Did you hear about the carpet?
No.
Okay. If you haven't heard about it, I won't ask you to tell it. But they rolled him up in a carpet and put a rope around it and chained it to the back of a van. And it was winter time, and they did circles with Outback Jack. I guess they drugged him up first. They shaved his head and shaved his eyebrows. Then they rolled him in the carpet.
In a real carpet and hooked him up to a real band and drove him
Yeah,
around.
it was a hotel carpet.
Oh my God. Very dangerous times. Someone could have really snapped. Rougeau could have, other than hitting him with a rolled up thing of coins, could have put a knife in him or something. I mean, it was very serious. It was very tense. This was not play stuff. This was getting to the point that it was very, very, very serious on your health was at stake. You know.
There was supposedly an incident between Dynamite and the Honky Tonk Man at some point around. Maybe it was after. It was over Harley Race being having the stomach operation. Honky Tonk Man had jokingly made a comment, and apparently
I was unaware of that.
I want to just say a good memory of the Honky Tonk Man.
Do I want to do I have a good memory?
Do you have anything?
No.
Did you not like him?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I have no stories. The Honky Tonk Man, yes, was first of all, he had such incredible longevity in the business that it's amazing that he's lasted so long. His career is so long. And I think that's because he is very smart in the way he's not abused his body, taking unnecessary falls, taking a fall not even nearly the degree a Hannibal would take, not even close. But that's why he has so much longevity, and I know that he was a master at stalling for time to get time in during a match without even doing anything. It was very entertaining to watch him perform and not even lay a hand on his opponent, but just simply stall for time to get time in on the clock and time in during the match, and then walk around his opponent and then walk up and down and do everything. And so he was quite an expert, a pro at that. And I believe his best asset was not taking serious bumps and falls to preserve his body so he could continue to wrestle to this day and draw well and perform well, because he did not take serious falls.
And what do you think of him as a singer?
As a singer, oh, top 40, number one hit.
We've actually performed together once.
You're kidding.
At the time of the big steroid trial with the FBI and WWE, you were making a lot of public appearances and basically speaking the truth about the steroid problems in wrestling at the time and the drug problems in wrestling. And at the time, a lot of people didn't believe you, but since then, many wrestlers have written books, and it's come out that they have admitted to taking steroids and drugs throughout their careers. And more than that, wrestler after wrestler after wrestler keeps dying at young ages due to sometimes cocaine overdoses or just heart failures. That probably had a lot to do with past drug use, dying at such young ages. Do you kind of feel redeemed now that nobody's going to say you were lying about that anymore because it's been proven?
Yeah, it's kind of a hard thing to say that I feel redeemed over people dying. You know, that I don't think is the way to phrase it. And I know you didn't mean anything by that application of words, but I think it's very telling that and very sad that we've lost so many wrestlers from drug abuse, and that in fact I wasn't making up stories like a lot of people, as you had just suggested, were saying that I was really prefabricating stories and stuff like that about drug use. and steroid use and things like that. And so it's very ironic that it was almost like a prophecy that I was saying that has come to pass, and it's very tragic that people have had to lose their lives over the drug use. You know, it's been an epidemic, basically. Nothing like it in any other sport.
And you were saying it because you suffered some injuries at the hands of steroid use. Do you want to
Yes.
talk about some of the effects that steroid use has on
Oh,
the body?
yeah, of course. I had suffered avascular necrosis of the hips, and that's from prolonged steroid use and heavy doses. And what that is, it's a disease that shuts off the blood supply to the hip joint, and therefore the bone joint dies. And actually, my doctor who did my first hip replacement in 1987 coined the phrase "the death of a bone" from steroid use. And that phrase, "the death of a bone," is used in medical literature now all around the world. And uh, that that was the reason for my first hip replacement and my subsequent hip replacement and a future ankle fusion. And like my orthopedic surgeon has said, Dr. Lawrence Dorr, superstar, all your problems are caused by steroids. And so uh, once it became rampant, and like you said, like you just mentioned, the people that have died from complications of steroid use and other drug use in pro wrestling is almost beyond belief. It's almost beyond belief. So many drug related deaths in pro wrestling, uh, for it to have ended up like this, it's tragic.
There was a famous interview at the time on the Arsenio Hall show with Hulk Hogan, who has since admitted to being a steroid user. Um, at the time, he had said that he did not take steroids other than for medical purposes, and that you were a steroid abuser and you had been a star in the 1970s. Now we've seen that Hulk Hogan has had many back operations, and I believe he's had quite a few surgeries. And he's admitted to steroid use and cocaine use in his book. How did you feel at the time that he was saying that stuff on TV about you lying when you knew it was true? And
Yes, I recall that vividly, and I found it so uh, strange that he would actually go on a national televised show and say that he had never used steroids, only for medical reasons. And I think that was two or three times he said that those were medical reasons. And that when I had just said earlier in this very interview that we're doing, that when I first met him in 1975, 76 time frame, that he told me he had been taking steroids, injecting himself with steroids for a full year before he met me. And he said that to my face. And then to get into his career, his extremely successful career, and then to go on to a national televised show like that and deny that he had ever taken steroids was almost it was so ridiculous that it was laughable. It was like, are you kidding me? How can you actually say that with a straight face, and then uh, uh, especially sitting there with a massive physique, that you couldn't build without the assistance of steroids, period. And and then to put all the heat on me that I was really a steroid user and abuser. Yes, I was. I did use steroids. I did abuse steroids, but also Hulk had uh, used them a full year before he even started wrestling, and it told me this. So I found that how could he uh, commit to such a vicious lie on national television uh, for the sake of preserving his image? And you know, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. It was really it really set me back. It really did. And I know that's he was a iconic figure. Still, this is an iconic figure, and ironically, that's what the judge said at the Dr. George Zahorian trial in Harrisburg about omitting Hulk Hogan from testifying. The judge actually said to the jury and the people in the courtroom that he had excused Hulk Hogan from testifying in this trial because he is such an iconic figure to young people that him testifying, this is a quote from the judge, that him testifying would do more damage than it would good because has such an impact on young people in this country. And that's why the judge released him from having to testify in that trial.
Do you think some of his injuries could have been prevented had he not taken steroids?
Well, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a fortune teller, and I'm not a seer, and I don't know, his total medical records, but I do know without a shadow of a doubt that abuse of steroids causes tremendous bone joint complications, and now that he has admitted, I guess in his book, that he had used steroids, and there's no question that I believe his surgeries, all of his operations are linked to steroid use. There's just too many operations. Like I said, I don't know because I haven't seen his medical records, and it's just my speculation. But I would have to say yes, it's definitely related to steroid use.
And of course, you were his inspiration in getting into the wrestling business. Him and you were together in the 80s in some vignettes and at the first ever Slammy Awards. So you've been friends, and of course, in the early 90s, you obviously went through a patch where you were enemies. How is it between you and Hulk Hogan today?
Oh, I think everything is fine. I don't know if it will be after this interview, but I'm just speaking the truth. That we've really years ago decided to bury the hatchet between us and put everything behind us and everything. And I consider him. There's no question he's an iconic figure in this business. There'll never be another Hulk Hogan, just like there'll never be another Arnold Schwarzenegger. There just won't be.
And everybody made those mistakes. He wasn't the only one.
Oh, of course, exactly right. And he's only human. And but I think I've said a lot of things that I wish I could have taken back on television and major broadcasts and things like that. But I found it bizarre that the judge would let Hogan go without testifying in the Zahorian trial because he felt it would do too much damage to children nationwide. But I guess because if you're on cereal box covers and you're Hulk Hogan and you're at your absolute prime and the impact that you would have, it probably would have destroyed his image to children, millions of children.
All right, so now on to the Hep C stuff. Can you tell us how you found out you were Hep C positive?
Yeah, I found out that I had hepatitis C visiting my healthcare provider, my doctor. One day she would just looking at me, and I had a lot of red blotches on my skin, and she said, that looks like side effects from hepatitis C right here in Phoenix. Dr. Deborah Michael, she's retired now. And she says, those look like hepatitis C red, little red lesions. And she says, I'm going to test you for hepatitis C. I said, sure. And sure enough, she pulled my blood and came back positive for hepatitis C. And she said, you have hepatitis C, and, you know, we're going to have to decide what to do about this. This was, you know, I've had my liver transplant now coming up on 10 years, 202. I had my liver transplant October of 202. So by the time this airs, it's probably be past October. But nevertheless, I'm almost 10 full years into a liver transplant. And right before that, a couple of years, I had suffered with side effects of hepatitis C before the transplant. And it was really, really, you know, a very, very disturbing fatigue and the bleeding, internal bleeding, and loss of appetite, and all kinds of complications from the hepatitis C virus in the liver, causing cirrhosis, causing scarring of the liver, which cuts the blood supply and blood flow of the liver. It shuts that off. And so things start to back up and go haywire, and really, really, it really gets nasty towards the end stages of hepatitis C in the liver.
Why didn't they try and treat you for it through the normal means of treatment when they first found out you had hep C?
Well, they didn't want to treat right away. They wanted to keep an eye on me, and then for about the first 6 years of discovering that I had hepatitis C, I'm saying the first 6 years after my transplant is what I meant to say. They were testing me once a month, my blood, to check my liver enzymes here at the Mayo Hospital in Phoenix. And I'd gone out of town to visit my daughter for several months and was not available for monthly blood testing. And so they felt that since I wasn't testing on a regular monthly basis, that disqualified me by not having a constant blood count every month, was their reason for, the Mayo Clinic's reason for not putting me on a regimen to combat the hepatitis C virus. And I argued that point because I said, well, for one thing, I was out of town across the country, and, you know, I'd been faithfully getting my blood checked every month since my liver transplant up to that point. And, but they drew a very tight line and denied it.
Did you think you may have caught hep C from wrestling and all the blood matches you had right away? Or were you kind of confused?
Oh, I knew it. And the doctors knew it, that they automatically felt that all the commingling of blood in professional wrestling, since it's a blood-borne disease, that I had definitely contracted hepatitis C from another wrestler bleeding on me into an open wound, and the doctors were totally convinced that the commingling of blood was how I contracted hepatitis C.
How many double blood matches do you think you had in your wrestling career?
Oh, uncountable. The decade of the 70s, especially the second half, were constantly blood matches. I mean, my God, it was just, you look back at the old wrestling magazines, and every wrestling magazine has a wrestler on the cover with blood on his face. If you look back at the old vintage magazines, and the decade of the 70s was nothing but bloodbath matches, and there's no question that I caught it during the 70s.
So you would say, just to give a guess, over 500 times at least.
Yes, at least over 500 times that I had cut my own forehead and had been in other matches with other wrestlers bleeding on me, and the commingling of blood at least 500 times, sure.
What was the process of getting a liver transplant like?
The actual process was very easy. It went so it was like I was getting very, very sick, and I was put on the transplant list, and within a matter of weeks, I became the worst liver in the state of Arizona, and they put me number one. They moved me up to number one on the transplant list of the people available for a transplant when the liver became available to receive a transplant. And within about a week after being on the list, I received the transplant, and it was absolutely as major of a surgery as that is. It was absolutely nothing as far as I think I went through more pain through my hip replacements and more struggling to rehab with my hip replacement than a transplanted liver. They simply open you up and take the old liver out and put the new liver in. It's very simple.
Was it a scary moment?
Oh my God, yes, it was frightening that you're going to have another liver put in you, another major organ that does over like around 500 functions. My God, it was very. When we got the phone call, I was sitting with Valerie and got the phone call from the Mayo Clinic. Said, "Sir, we have your liver available. Get to the hospital now." Huh. Man, the heart rate, your heart rate goes up, and we have the liver. I just got on the liver transplant list 1 week. I was only on 1 week, and a liver became available. A young girl, 23 years old, was killed in a car wreck. They kept her alive to harvest all of her organs, and it was absolutely, beyond. There was fright involved because you're going to be put under. They're going to open you up. I mean, they open you up. They open you up, and they cut that liver out, and that liver, they said was I saw my old liver. I went to the lab at the Mayo Clinic and actually looked at my old liver in a jar the size of a big thing that you get water out of, and it was full of scar tissue and the cirrhosis of scar tissue and swollen, almost the size of a basketball. And they cut that thing out of there, and they kept the young girl alive. She was only 23 years old. They kept her alive on life support system while they harvested her organs. And she was a donor. I got her liver. 2 Navajo Indian girls got her kidneys. A lady got her heart. And I got to the Mayo Clinic, and man, they cleaned me up. I showered, I cleaned up, they shaved, and got everything ready. And it's a liver transplant. I mean, my God, I'm getting somebody else's liver put in me, and a girl's liver. And that was one of the miracles of a liver transplant, that you can use female or male liver. They're interchangeable. It's the only organ that is interchangeable if you're male or female. And so the surgery went flawless, barely 4 hours, and normally it's a 7-hour surgery. Absolutely flawless. It was nothing more than me going to sleep and waking up with a new liver. And I instantly felt better when I came out of anesthesia, when I was, back awake again. And before, my urine was dark, and immediately my urine was honey color, normal color, clean. The liver was functioning perfect. The girl was only 23 years old. They never drank, never taken drugs. She was clean, clear. beautiful young lady, and an absolutely flawless, brand new, perfect liver, 23 years old, and it was it was like a miracle. And you go to sleep and you wake up with a new liver, and you feel the feeling of health was immediate from being so sick and so fatigued and so drained and always and your urine is so dark and problems with your stool and all kinds of complications health wise to instant health. As soon as they hooked it up, the urine became instantly clear, and so it was a major miracle. There's no question about it. And but it wasn't a traumatic thing to go through. It was actually a very joyful thing. There was no pain involved. It was a major, uh, I mean, they had to cut you wide open to get all their hands to get that liver out and another one in. They really did some big cutting and lay you open, but that was it. It was easy. It was actually simple.
So now we're 10 years later. What's your Hep C situation like now?
Well, right now I'm still doing very good, and so I'm not scheduled for another intensive internal look by my liver doctor, Dr. Rodriguez, until next April, and uh, so I'm really doing excellent considering the length of time that I've had this liver, and he's very very pleased with the last internal look that he took in last April, 2/12, and absolutely pleased with the way everything looks internally. And so he's very happy, very very happy about my future with the new liver. It's 10 years old already, and the average lifespan is only 8 years with a new liver. So I've already gotten two more years out of it. So
All right, so we're just going to go through your WWE Hall of Fame briefly. So how did you find out you were going to be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame?
I found out that I was going to be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame by a personal phone call from Vince McMahon, who personally called every inductee to tell them that I was told that was the protocol. The Vince himself called all the inductees to tell them they were going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. And so I got a phone call from Vince. He said, "Superstar, I'm going to put you in the Hall of Fame." And I said, "Well, fantastic." And there it was. It was simple as that. Phone call from Vince McMahon, the date, the place, and
What was it? What was that night like for you, and what was it like to be inducted?
it was a great night. It was a fun night. It was a fun night. I know it was very a lot of activity backstage with everybody. Big John Stubb was inducted that night. His son took his plaque for him and took his place. And Junkyard Dog was inducted that night. His daughter received an award for him, and so it was a great night. A lot of excitement, everybody happy, very very upbeat, and a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
And what an honor it must have been for one of the top stars in wrestling and the son-in-law of Vince McMahon, Triple H, to be the one that actually inducted you. Were you
Yes.
surprised when you heard that?
Yeah, I was happy. I was thrilled. And actually, Triple H asked me, would I mind if he inducted me? I said, would I mind? It'd be an honor for you to induct me. It'd be fantastic. And he said, would you mind if I quoted some of your rhymes in the induction? I said, of course not. It'd be fun. And so it was really a fun night. And to have Triple H do the induction was really a special icing on the cake to have that done by Triple H, because he really had his heart into it and really wanted to do it, and it meant a lot to him. It meant a lot to me.
with all your ups and downs with Vince over the years, what are your final thoughts on him?
Oh, well, first of all, I think he has been a brilliant promoter. And being in a free country like the United States of America, you're allowed to go out and promote your product into somebody else's hometown. And if they like, put up a car lot across the street from another used car lot, if they can't take the competition, they go out of business. So I applaud Vince for being the businessman that he's been. He's been very brilliant at and dedicated and committed to the wrestling world. There's no question about that. There's no question. We have had some disagreements and misunderstandings through our entire relationship, but he himself, as a wrestling promoter, an entrepreneur, professional wrestling, I think is unparalleled. I don't think there's been anybody any sharper, any more aggressive, especially aggressive than Vince. He's put his whole heart and soul into it, and I applaud him for his accomplishments. I really do. You have to. You cannot say that anything else. But he's been a tremendous success.
Definitely. So you were part of the "Don't Bleed on Me" documentary that really brought into the public's eye the hepatitis C problem in professional wrestling. Do you think there is a problem with blood diseases in wrestling because of the practice of blading?
Oh, I believe there is, and I believe since the problem with hepatitis C is it can lay dormant for 20 or 30 years sometimes before it actually starts doing real damage to your liver, that there's a lot of guys, unfortunately, that are going to start showing up with hepatitis C, especially Hep C, and in professional wrestling, even though it's been years maybe since they contracted it, because it does lay dormant for so long in many cases before it starts doing damage. But I believe there's a real issue because of all the blood that's been shed in pro wrestling and the commingling of that blood, almost irreverently just cut yourself and just bleed on me and I'll bleed on you. Well, we don't want it. Don't bleed on me. No more. I mean, it's just they need to stop it completely. I don't get it why they're still doing it. TNA, for example. I just be honest with you. I don't get it why TNA is still cutting their heads, letting their wrestlers cut their heads with the diseases that are out there, especially hepatitis C. I don't understand that mindset whatsoever.
Do you think there's wrestlers out there that haven't gone public about them having Hep C but know that they have Hep C? Of course, it's been rumored. Former TNA wrestler who bled in TNA, Nigel McGuinness, it's been rumored heavily that he has it, yet he hasn't come out public about it. I'm sure there's other older wrestlers from your era that may know they have it but haven't gone public. Do you agree with me that
I agree 100% that they are totally not revealing that they have hepatitis C because they don't want to lose their job, number one. And most importantly, they don't want to lose their job. And so they're going to conceal the fact. But I believe there's a multitude of wrestlers that they have to. With all the bleeding that's been going on in professional wrestling, there has to be a multitude of wrestlers with not only hepatitis C but possibly HIV from blood.
And there's also the point that even if they're retired, they may have bled a lot in the past, and that's just.
Oh, well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, even though you're retired, it makes no difference. You've already did the bleeding and the commingling of the blood, so it could be there.
Put a black mark on your career.
Yeah.
Is there a difference in what's more likely, just bleeding in a match with someone, or is there a difference if someone's actually cutting somebody else with a blade with blood on it? Would that actually increase the risk?
Oh, I don't believe there's any comparison to the difference of the simple commingling of blood, as opposed to someone cutting you with a razor blade that they have already cut themselves with, and then purposely cutting you with that same identical razor blade that they have just inserted barbarically into their own forehead, and then cutting your head with the same razor blade. I think the odds are astronomically higher that if that person has hepatitis C, it is a given you're going to receive hepatitis C from that blade that he just put in his head. It's just automatic.
Is that common practice in a professional wrestling match in the 2000s to use a blade with hepatitis C, or an unsanitary blade, let's call it? Is it common practice to use an unsanitary blade on another wrestler?
I would certainly hope not. I would certainly hope not as a common practice. My God, if I found out that somebody did that to me, I'd probably kill them in the ring after they did it. But I don't believe it's. I believe it's a rare thing. I believe you got to be almost demonically obsessed and possessed to cut another wrestler with your razor blade, especially if you know that you're infected with hepatitis C. Even if you don't know that you're infected with hepatitis C, but to use your same razor blade on your head and then cut your opponent's head with the same exact razor blade is unforgivable. It's an unforgivable sin. It's unacceptable.
In wrestling, are we playing characters and performing? Or Abdullah the Butcher, for example, if I were to have a match with him, should I actually believe that he's a crazed madman from Sudan that's going to fork me?
Well, we know that we're all actors. I mean, we're all predetermined winners and losers, but we don't know that the other man has hepatitis C, and we certainly would not go into a match knowing that the other man has hepatitis C and is going to cut your head with his same exact razor blade. I don't believe there's a person on earth that would do that. That's just not even a normal reaction.
So, in your opinion, when I entered into the match where I believe Abdullah passed me Hep C by cutting me with the razor blade, that wasn't a risk that I assumed going into the match?
Oh my God, no! You would have never gone into the match if you assumed that risk. If you thought that for 1 second he was going to cut you with a razor blade that he just cut himself with, and use that same blade on you, and he has hepatitis C, you would have never gone into the match knowing that. Of course not. That's not even logical. A child could figure that answer out.
Now, you, along with a lot of other known legends in wrestling, such as the Honky Tonk Man, and according to Atlantic Magazine, even Hulk Hogan, he tweeted about Abdullah being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Or I'll rephrase that for this. According to Atlantic Magazine, you and even Hulk Hogan protested Abdullah the Butcher's induction into the Hall of Fame. Why did you protest his induction?
Well, I protested his induction on the very reason that when I became aware, first of all, he had never wrestled for the WWE. I mean, why would they induct someone who's not even ever wrestled for them into their Hall of Fame? And secondly, the way he has conducted himself his entire career of cutting other people, with razor blades and cutting his own self, living on his lust for blood would be a good term for him. That he has this unnatural lust to bleed, and for the fact that what he did to you by cutting you with his razor blade, knowing that he's got hepatitis C, is unmentionable, is an unpardonable sin. A man who goes around cutting other people's heads with his own razor blade against their will and against their unknown knowledge, going into a match not knowing he's going to do it, or else why would they go into the match?
So, from what you've seen of Hannibal's wrestling ability, Devin Nicholson's, What do you think of him as a wrestler?
I think Hannibal, as a professional wrestler, is one of the top in the top echelon of pro wrestlers to ever step foot inside a wrestling ring. I mean, his talent is without question, and his not only his talent but his inner love for the wrestling, the professional wrestling business, which gives him a cutting edge advantage in his talent because of his drive and his focus, advances him way far above even the best of wrestlers. He is absolutely at the top of the pecking order of skill and absolute focus and drive and determination and love for the sport of professional wrestling.
Do you think I would have done well in the WWE if my contract had gone through?
Yeah, there's no question that if Hannibal was allowed back in the WWE, he would be a main event draw and sell out buildings all across the country and around the world. There's no question in my mind, without a doubt. Hannibal is one of the best wrestlers ever to step foot inside a professional wrestling ring. Yeah, I've seen the promotional interview that Hannibal has done challenging Kurt Angle, and I think it's one of the greatest promotional attempts by any professional wrestler. And I really, really am disappointed in Kurt Angle not accepting the challenge by Hannibal to step inside the ring and really decide who the best wrestler is.
And completely shoot now, what do you think of Kurt Angle making this big deal that he was going to do the Olympics, getting all this publicity for a year, taking publicity away from legitimate athletes that deserved it, and then basically giving up without even trying when he didn't even have a serious injury?
Yes, it was so unfortunate to see Kurt Angle, his attempt at persuading the world that he was going to train and become another go to the London Olympics, and to have no real intentions of doing it. I think it was the most deceptive thing a person could possibly do, and it was the biggest lie, outright lie, that a person could do, to say that for almost a full year leading up to the Olympics. So it's very, very disheartening, but that's the way it is, and that's what happens, and it happened, and it'll go down in history as one of the biggest deceptions ever by a professional wrestler.
Why do you think he did it?
I don't know why he did it. He had only for publicity. I mean, I think everything in professional wrestling basically is driven for publicity, and this, I believe, was a premier publicity stunt by Kurt Angle to promote himself as going to the Olympics and competing when he had no intention whatsoever of going to the Olympics. Pure publicity.
And how does it make professional wrestling look when he says he's too injured to do the Olympics, but he never misses a night of house shows or TV tapings for a small professional wrestling company in southern USA?
It was very disturbing for him to make such a huge deal of going to the Olympics and then not going, and then wrestling every night, booked by TNA and
wrestling on the same pay-per-view that same weekend.
Doing a pay-per-view on that very same weekend, and then going to, of course, to other cities and other small venues around the country, and after that is absolutely it just made professional wrestling giving it more of a black eye, I think, than it's ever given. It was really disheartening and disgusting, actually.
Now let's talk about one of the greatest wrestlers ever, in my opinion. I just want to know what your opinion is of The Undertaker.
Oh, my opinion of The Undertaker is one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. I must say that I myself am a huge fan of The Undertaker, and especially his longevity. He's got into 20 full years now, and he is so. I have seen people mesmerized by him. I was mesmerized by him when I first saw him, and so I believe that he's probably one of the greatest. There's no question he is one of the greatest ever to set foot inside of a wrestling ring, and his legacy is beyond reproach. He's the most entertaining performer probably ever to step foot inside of a ring.
Okay, now we're on to the last part, just your current projects. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself as an artist?
I really enjoy my artwork. I consider it an extension, actually, of my in-ring performance because I always consider myself an artist more than I did a wrestler while I was participating in professional wrestling. And I think that art is a great gift to have. And I've really enjoyed painting certain wrestlers such as Ric Flair, so colorful. Painting, I've done paintings of the Iron Sheik, for example, which is one of the most unusual characters you'll ever run across. I had to paint him, and right now I'm actually painting a real nice portrait of Hannibal, which I'm going to reveal to the world, and which I'll be very proud of. And so it's been more than a hobby I sell professionally. I sell my artwork to different people around the United States and actually out of the country. And so I just consider my artwork, my actual artwork, an extension of my in-ring artwork, because I consider that as more of artwork as an actual wrestler. So I'm very, very excited about my future in professional art, and looking forward to doing more and accomplishing more. And my favorite artist of all time and my inspirational artist is Rembrandt. And so I'm very, very proud of my artwork and very thankful that I have the talent.
What's your greatest fear?
Fear of the unknown. That's good. That's good because I'm a big Bob Dylan fan. You know that. And he, God, I was just listening to one of his songs the other day about when he was mentioning fear, and I was going to write it down because I thought I would use it in one of these promos. I didn't write it down, so I forgot it. But that's a hard question. That's a hard question. Greatest fear, fear of the unknown, fear of the unknown, and
And what would you like your ultimate legacy to be in this business?
I would like my legacy to be that I was really a creative artist in the world of professional wrestling, and that I inspired Hulk Hogan's and Jesse Ventura's and Scott Steiner, who I really, really admire his physique and his dedication and commitment to bodybuilding. He's such an inspiration, and for me to have influence on his career is a real compliment to me. And I just want my legacy to be that I've inspired other great wrestlers to go on and to attain great heights in professional wrestling, and that I was a more of an entertainer than a technical wrestler, no question about it, because I thought there was more value for me to entertain wrestling fans than to try to perform something that I wasn't capable of doing, but I was capable of entertaining.
And since you brought it up, just for if we ever put out a Scott Steiner DVD, which is likely, you want to just talk about him just maybe for a minute, just a little more detail?
Yeah, Scott Steiner to me is one of the obviously has one of the greatest physiques I've ever seen in professional wrestling or out of professional wrestling, and I'm just amazed. I was thrilled to meet him for the first time in 212, and at an autograph event in Los Angeles, and so impressed by him. And I'm just one of his biggest fans. And I kind of feel now how other people have felt meeting me for the first time, because I felt that certain tingle when I met Scott Steiner, because I'm such a huge fan of his, and I really appreciate his dedication and commitment to bodybuilding, and of course to wrestling, obviously, but his commitment and focus and drive to attain a physique that he's attained is really quite amazing. And I think it ranks right up there with the Arnold Schwarzenegger type drive that a person takes that you have to have a physique like that.
If I'm cured of Hep C, should WWE give me another chance?
Yeah, I really believe that the wrestler Hannibal, who's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, actually, there's no question about that. Once he is cured, I believe he's going to be cured of hepatitis C, should definitely be given another opportunity to wrestle for the WWE, because he's such a talented wrestler that it would be an absolute unjust and absolute waste of their time and their whole company not to utilize his ability and his talents in the WWE. So I believe they should definitely give him another opportunity, because he will be clean from hepatitis C in the near future.
Okay, so a couple questions I was thinking of. A video came out recently of an interview with Abdullah where he talks about he gave away his Hall of Fame ring. First of all, what do you think? What's your opinion on that?
Yes, concerning Abdullah the Butcher, I've heard the interview of him talking about giving away his Hall of Fame ring after 51 years of dedicated service of wrestling, but dedicated service to who? All he is, to my opinion, Abdullah the Butcher, is a felon who committed a felony assault and battery with a deadly weapon by using a razor blade contaminated with hepatitis C to cut another man's head purposely, and that he has no right, no justification whatsoever being in the WWE Hall of Fame or anybody's Hall of Fame, let alone giving an award, a ring, which he has given away, which I don't know who would want, because it's probably infected with hepatitis C, just the ring itself. So that's my thoughts on Abdullah the Butcher. And also, another thought concerning Abdullah the Butcher, when he said he worked 51 years wrestling in the wrestling business for 51 years, and all they give me is a ring. Well, what else does he expect? What did he deserve for 51 years of mutilating other people and giving his ring away? I had to sell my ring. I sold my ring because I needed medical attention and medical supplies to keep me alive and living, because medication costs money. And so that was the reason I sold my WWE Hall of Fame, was for medical purposes, not because I was just simply disgruntled with the company, but to keep me alive medically.
About Lanny, some kind of story about Lanny. It could be anything.
But I don't want to personally talk about his unnatural.
According to him, he told me it's normal. There's a name for it, autophilacia. It's all over the internet. Just search it. It's like
oh yeah, everybody does it. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh God. Oh, anyway.
Keeping a straight face during that interview was my worst torture. We're just sitting there, yes, Larry.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. One thing about Lanny Poffo is his natural ability to create these phenomenal poems and poetry, and I think really. Besides kind of the comical ones he does some very serious poetry work. And he did a poem for me that was directed to Shelley Duvall, the actress, one of my favorite actresses of all time, when she was played against with the famous actor Jack Nicholson in The Shining. And So he wrote a poem for me from me that was supposed to be from me to Shelley Duvall, and then I autographed the photo, and he wrote the poem. And it was a very, very touching poem. And she actually wrote me back and gave me a picture thanking me for the poem. So thank you, Lenny. And he's very talented, and that's just one of his many talents. But that's the best one I can think of right now. That's acceptable for a general audience. Terry Funk?
Yeah.
Oh, Terry Funk. Talking about Terry Funk, as I believe we were talking earlier, Hannibal and I, about how tough he is. One of the toughest human beings, really, on the face of the earth, to take the abuse he's taken in professional wrestling. And I believe that, in my opinion, he's one of the greatest performers of all time, and psychologically, his mental approach to professional wrestling is unparalleled. He has such great ring psychology, and his performance level and his ability to take punishment is amazing. And I'm just so impressed with him that I rate him up there with the Harley Races, the select few that are really, really icons and really legends that you can apply those words to. That would be to a Terry Funk, who is a very rare individual.
And you even did a painting of him.
And I did a painting. I did a portrait of Terry Funk. I felt compelled to put him on canvas. I did a special painting for Terry and presented to him in New Jersey at a big autograph signing event that was very successful and a lot of fun. And he's thrilled with it, and I'm thrilled with it. And it really, really came out nice. Among, like I said earlier, a Ric Flair, an Iron Sheik painting. I'm doing a Hannibal painting that is really going to be an awesome, probably one of my favorite paintings. I can feel already artists have feelings about certain artwork, and I really have a great feeling about this painting I'm doing for Hannibal. So that'll be broadcast everywhere when it's finished.
Eddie Guerrero writes in his book that he knew you since he was. Eddie Guerrero writes in his book that he first met you when he was 16, and he was really in awe when he met you and was in the same dressing room as you, and you've had a bit of a relationship with him over the years. Can you explain to us about that relationship that even extended to his funeral?
Oh, yes. Eddie Guerrero is really, you talk about talent, I'm sure he would be rated as one of the most talented wrestlers ever. I've always been very fond of the whole Guerrero family, really, having wrestled Chavo in 1972 in Los Angeles, going all the way back, that far back. And but Eddie is really a special person, was a special person, and had a lot of influence on me, and by his conversion and commitment to Christianity, and his real, you could tell that it was true, and he was really an honest person, and it's changed, and I just felt it was an honor being around him, and he always inspired me being around him because of his manners and his softness and his gentleness and his being so accommodating and so nice and so gentlemanly and being so great in the ring and such a dedicated wrestler, and it's been an amazing relationship, and he's sorely missed. He really is, you know.
Okay, so what was it like breaking into the wrestling business in Calgary for you?
Well, it was very interesting. I left Phoenix, Arizona in 1970 in January. It was 75 degrees, which is a typical temperature day for Phoenix, being down here in the desert. And 2 days later, I was in Calgary had driven up through the spine of the Rockies to get to Calgary, and it was they had an exceptional cold snap. It was 50 below zero. The next morning I woke up in the hotel. I had gone from 75 above to 50 below, and it was quite a shock. I remember walking to a store from the hotel. My nostrils would freeze. So it shut together. So it was really quite a shock. And I remember that Bob Luke, he played football for the Stampeders, the Calgary Stampeders. I tried out for the Calgary Stampeders myself the year before, and I actually was traded to the Montreal Alouettes and played some games for them, but my heart really wasn't in pro football, but I loved the city of Montreal and the beautiful women and in Montreal. But when I was invited to go up to become a professional wrestler and trained by my friend Bob Luke, who played for the Stampeders, I was expecting to see a ring, a beautiful ring with the I believe the symbol of Canada is the maple leaf, like a big maple leaf in the middle of the ring, and chairs around, and a nice looking workout area. And we pulled up to the house, the big mansion, and at nighttime it was freezing and snow, and I see all these cars around the yard. The hoods were up and flat tires on them, and it looked like a legitimate junkyard. And the house was this 2 or 3 story. It looked like something out of a fantasy book, like a mystery novel. And I remember we knocked on the door, and for my first workout, and to meet Stu. And as we were knocking, the door bolted open, and 3 or 4 kids come running by us. They were chasing each other, and they were barefooted. They were barefooted. They were laughing and giggling and chasing each other. They were barefooted. They were running through the snow, and it was 50 degrees and below zero. And so we walked in, and Stu was in the process of cleaning up the dishes from the evening meal, and I thought he was just maybe a housekeeper. I didn't know that he was actually the guy that was going to train me. And so we walk in, and we meet, and he said, well, let's go downstairs and let's go through a few things. And so I walked down to the dungeon, expecting to see this beautiful ring and all the things that go with it. And as I walk down the stairs, I see this disgusting room with these paper thin mats with blood stain on them, and the walls were grimy and oil soaked and blood splatter, and the low hanging pipes, some with steam coming out, and there was a big box of rotting fruit that Stu had gone to these markets, and he had offered me some fruit, and he'd get this old fruit. They'd take off the racks before they'd dump them, and Stu would go by and bring them to the house. And it reminded me of the future Rolling Stones song "Beggar's Banquet." And I said, no, I think I'll pass on the fruit. I said, are you going to train me? And Bob Luke didn't smart me up. He didn't smart me up to a thing. And Stu looked at me, and he said, well, you take off our jacket. I had a T-shirt on. He says, you got some pretty big arms there. And he introduced to Bob Luke introduced me. My name is this is Wayne Coleman, and he wants to be a wrestler. And Stu says, well, boy, you got some. I won't try to impersonate him because I can't, but I think the Honky Tonk Man does the best job of impersonating Stu Hart. And so he said, I've never seen arms like this in my life. Look, your triceps look like horseshoes. And I said, well, thank you. I train pretty hard. I said, one of these nights, if you got enough weights, I saw some Olympic weights, a barbell set. I said, if you got 600 pounds, I can bench press 600 pounds, and I could legit bench press 600 pounds. And he said, well, he said, I'd love to see that. He said, and I'm still saying, I said, are you going to be my trainer? It's too hard. And he has his street clothes on, and I said, we're not gonna train tonight, right? I got sweatpants on. I was ready to train, and he said, sure. He said, let me see your neck. And I said, what do you mean, let me see your neck? He said, here, bend over here. Let me put you in a hold. And I thought he was just going to demonstrate. This was the beginning of my training process, and he was just going to demonstrate a hold on me. Well, I said, sure. So I bent over and stuck my neck out, and Stu immediately put a front face lock on me and cranked that thing up, and I could hear my neck snap, and it was like I just came from being a bouncer in a big bar in Phoenix where we beat the hell out of people, the drunks, and so I was used to fighting and getting roughed up a little bit, but all of a sudden I was in this front face lock that I found out later that was the name of the hold, and he was putting so much pressure on it that I dropped to my knees, and despite my strength, and he laid down on top of me with this front face lock, and I dropped to my knees in a prone position. I finally laid out flat, and I was going, oh my God, you're going to break my neck. What are you doing? I can barely utter these words. And I was strong enough that I was able to kind of do a push-up back up and stand up, and he held on to that thing for like 5 minutes. And so that was finally he released it. He said, yeah, I just wanted to give you a little indication, little flavor of the wrestling business. And I said, well, I can't move my neck. my neck. I think you broke my neck. And then he went immediately right back to grabbing my triceps and squeezing my arms and saying, I've never seen these. He said there's a famous Canadian weightlifter called Doug Hepburn. He said, but I believe you dwarf him. And I said, yeah, I've heard of Doug Hepburn. I said, I'm a lot stronger than Doug Hepburn. I had a little bit of an attitude. And I said, he said, well, he says, I said, I can't train anymore tonight. I said, I think I need to go to the doctor and have x-ray my neck. I think you did something to my neck. And he just kept squeezing my triceps and telling me he's never seen such arms in his life. Immediately he was enamored with my 22-inch, legitimate 22-inch arms. And so one day led into the next day, and a couple of days later, I said, I haven't had a workout. I need to do some bench pressing. So we got together all the weights, and he said, you told me Coleman, he said, you told me you could bench press 600 pounds. I said, well, do you have 600 pounds of Olympic weights here? And he says, well, let's add it up. So we gathered together. Sure enough, he had about 650. So I worked my way up, and I popped out a couple reps with 600 pounds on the bench press. And from that point on, I think I became one of Stu's favorite wrestlers, and so he had me down there for about a week, and then decided to. By the way, no one had smartened me up to wrestling yet. I was not told anything about how the business actually worked. And so my first match was in Calgary, and I actually, well, first of all, he said, the first thing I want to do with you is send you all the way around the territory, and I want you to arm wrestle all comers. And I said, sure. I said, I can't be beaten arm wrestling, and I was a shooter in arm wrestling. I had beaten some guys in Los Angeles a couple years later who went to the Petaluma World Championships in California, and shooting a big angle with Fred Blassie, and I had beaten some legitimate shooters, and so I was a heck of an arm wrestler. I was a real deal in arm wrestling, so I said, sure, I'll arm wrestle anybody. So that was the idea. He sent me around the whole entire territory, arm wrestling all comers, and there was no shortage of them. These farmers would get up in the ring, and I'd break their arms. I'd put their arms down, smash it down to the table, so 3 or 4 guys in a row, and so we made the whole loop, and then I was still doing a little bit of training in the locker rooms on the road, trying to learn how to be a wrestler, and so we get to the point where it's time for me to have my first run-in during a match. And the Christie brothers were wrestling someone, and Stu took me off to the side, and they're in the Calgary arena, and he said the bell had rung, and he said, no, he said, run in there and attack one of those Christie brothers. And I said, Stu, I can't go in the ring. I said, the bell's rung. The match has started. No one has smartened me up yet. And he said, Coleman, I told you to get your ass in there and attack the Christie brothers. Go in there and throw some punches and some kicks. I said, I can't. The bell has rung. And so he grabbed me and drug me back into the locker room, and he said, Coleman, you're going to do what I tell you to do. And I said, well, I will do what you tell me to do, but I can't interfere in the match. So I basically said, well, why don't you guys tell me how this thing works? Nobody has smarted me up yet. And so finally they smarted me up to the deal, and I start riding around this vast wilderness, these endless miles, and I'll never forget one day riding with Wild Bill Dromo, and I saw on his sun visor these family photos that were paper clipped, and some were pinned to the headliner, and that was his family back down in Georgia. And here we are out in the wilderness of ice and snow, driving to some town. And I said to myself, I said, is this my fate? Am I going to end up like this guy, away from my family out here in the wilderness, in the freezing weather, and my children and my wife are back in the United States. I said, no, it is not. I was talking to myself. I said, I will not end up like this. And so I found that very, very, very depressing. And then Abdullah the Butcher and I became pretty good buddies, and we started riding in the back seat together, making the rounds. And Abby was the one who actually smartened me up. He started telling me about how the thing works, how everything works. I said, Butcher. I said, I don't know how this thing works. No one's telling me anything here. I'm learning on the go. And he always called me Coleman. He said, Coleman, he said, this is how it works. He says, we do this thing here, but we try to make it look real, but we don't want to hurt each other, because if we hurt each other, this is a quote from Abdullah the Butcher. He says, if we hurt each other, we won't be able to wrestle. So the thing is, the wrestling is fake. We want to make it look real, but we don't want to hurt each other because we'll be out of a job. And so I said, well, that makes sense to me. So how do you do it without hurting each other? They had literally, no one had told me anything. So Abdullah was the one who took me under his wing and smartened me up to everything. And we became the best of friends. And eventually, I caught on, and Abdullah, they found out that I could talk a little bit. And I found out that I could talk a little bit on a microphone during an interview. And so Stu said, I'm going to have you talk for Abdullah. And so I started doing some interviews in the ring for Abdullah the Butcher, and it came pretty natural for me. And Abdullah the Butcher said, he said, I got a great idea. He said, Coleman, he says, I think we can make you a baby face. He says, you can bench 600 pounds, right? I said, yeah. He said, well, what we need to do is, let me talk to Stu and have you put on a bench pressing exhibition, and I'll spot you. And then when we get up to 600 pounds and I'm handing it off to you, I'll dump it. I'll dump the 600 pounds on you. And of course, the plates will fall off the bar. And he says, I'll pick up a 50-pound plate and hit you in the head. And then I'll gig you. And then you'll be a baby face. And then we can have matches. We can work against each other. And I said, are you crazy? You want to dump 600 pounds of real weight on top of me? And then you want to you want to hit me in the head with a 50-pound plate? You could give me you could break my skull open. And then you want to run a razor blade across my head and cut my head open? I said, you're crazy, Abdullah. And that very night, as we were talking that over, I had driven up to Calgary in a beautiful Cadillac that somehow I managed to get some fake credit for from Phoenix. And I had brought a big, beautiful television that I had stolen out of a motel in Phoenix. And I sold it to Stu Hart. And I walked out. I was 6 months behind on my payment. And I walked out, and all of us to the spot where my Cadillac was parked, and it was empty. And I said, oh my God, they repossessed my caddy. And Abdullah the Butcher just bowed over laughing. I said, they got me. I said, Abby, they got me, brother. They took my caddy. And he laughed at me all night long. And he bowled over laughing. Oh, man, they repoed your caddy, Coleman. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Stu Hart had troubles with his television one day, and he called out the TV repairman. TV repairman started to go to work on the television, a beautiful television, a big, big television. And as he started taking the back of the television apart, he saw these numbers that were burned by a soldering iron into the television. And the TV repairman told Stu, said, Stu, you have a stolen television here on your hands. He said, what do you mean? He said, you see these numbers that are soldered in? He says, these are serial numbers. This television came out of a hotel. And it did. I stole it from a hotel. And I sold it to Stu for $200. And the guy said, I'm going to go ahead and fix it anyway because it's from the United States and they'll never know it. But Stu, the next couple of days later, said, Coleman, you sold me a television. The guy said you stole from a hotel room. I said, yeah, I did. I stole it, Stu. I was a thief. I said I'd steal anything that wasn't glued down, man. And I took the TV and I needed the $200, so you got a stolen TV. How do you like that? And that was the beginning of my deal with Abdullah and Stu.
Okay, can you describe to us what a typical Abdullah the Butcher match is like?
Well, I saw Abdullah the Butcher almost decapitate an Indian in Lethbridge, the city of Lethbridge, Canada. Abdullah was the main event, but this was the second match on the card, and I saw him cut this Indian. And they gave the Indian $15 for the match, and Abdullah showed me his blade. He used like a popsicle stick, and he would tape the blade to the popsicle stick. And I was watching him, and I just watched him, and he went out there at the second match, and when he got in the ring, he just grabbed the Indian and he just started slicing this Indian's face up and his neck and his shoulders. And my God, it was like manslaughter. And 30 seconds later, it was over. And we went back to the locker room, and I get back there and I see this Indian standing there covered with blood from his head to his wrestling boots, literally covered in blood. And he was a dark-skinned Indian, and he was starting to turn white from losing blood. And I said, this guy is going to die. You people better call. They didn't call them paramedics back then. It was just an ambulance. I said, you better call an ambulance because this guy's going to die. He's going to lose all of his blood. And so they did. They did call an ambulance. And they stopped the bleed. They wrapped him up while they waiting for the ambulance. He was covered with this blood. And I said, Butcher, Abby, I said, why'd you cut this guy up so bad for? He's a Coleman. I had to get my heat. I had to get my heat, baby. I had to get my heat. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I'm in the main event. I said, and he said, me cutting up this Indian put some heat on me. And I said, well, yeah, you better hope the guy doesn't die because you'll go to jail for murder. He just laughed at me, and so it was literally a massacre that I watched before my very eyes. I never had seen anything like this. It was chilling. It was absolutely chilling just to see him stand in this ring and start slicing another man. It was like something you'd see in a movie. It was like an assault, like maybe the mafia is going to kill you or something, a hitman. And it actually kind of scared me a little bit, you know. And Abby just laughed it off. He says, "I got to get my heat, Coleman. I got to get my heat." I said, "Well, you got the heat all right. Let's just hope the guy doesn't die." And so he didn't die. And as the ambulance crew were putting him on the gurney and all wrapped up in towels, they stuffed the $15, his payoff, underneath the towel, underneath his head. "Oh, here's your $15," and that was the last we saw of the Indian.
So when Abdullah would cut people like that in matches, would he usually have their permission to do that, or would that kind of be a surprise to them in the course of the match?
Oh, I believe that when of course I would watch the matches because I had to learn what was going on, so I wanted to watch the matches anyway. But when he would get someone on a lower end person, he'd cut them without their permission, and but he would not cut the main event opponent like a Billy Robinson or a David Rule or one of the main event people without their permission. But he would definitely cut up some of the lower opening card guys. They seem to do that every now and then, throw a guy out there so Abby could slice him up to get some heat. And it was just like a butcher shop. And so I guess that's why he got his name, Abdullah the Butcher. It's like he was butchering people up, but he never did it to the main event people, unless it was a predetermined angle set up to get some juice. That never happened. No.
Now Abdullah, he would get his juice by taping a razor blade to his finger.
No, Abdullah used the popsicle stick on himself. As far as I can remember, I never saw him. Now he could have, but my recollection is that he would use this blade taped to the popsicle stick on himself also. Now he could have later on, because I wasn't with him all those years. He could have advanced to maybe taping it to his finger or something. But the times I saw him cut himself, it was like he was slicing his forehead with that blade taped to the popsicle stick.
Okay, so that was more at the start of his career. So I don't know if you've heard or not, but WWE is inducting Abdullah into the Hall of Fame this year, and obviously he should be in because he's a legend. But do you think it's hypocritical at all that WWE is inducting him when they have a policy on no blood in matches?
Inducting who into the Hall of Fame?
Abdullah. They're inducting Abdullah in this year. And I'm just wondering if you feel that it's hypocritical of WWE to induct a guy that's known for only having bloody matches when WWE currently has a no blood policy.
I don't believe so, because this was years ago that Abdullah did all of this cutting, and I believe that Abdullah should be in a Hall of Fame without question, and there is nothing sacred about professional wrestling or the Hall of Fame or anything else. And so I think they're waiving his past bloodletting and slaughtering people because they're running out of people, I think, to induct into the Hall of Fame. And I think Abdullah should be in the Hall of Fame, and despite their current policy of no blading, and by the way, the only reason that Vince adopted and put into play the policy of no more blood was not because of the potential hepatitis C or HIV or any other blood contaminated exchange of diseases. It wasn't out of compassion for the wrestlers and their safety. It was because his wife, Linda McMahon, was running for public office. And so he had to clean up his act. And at the same time, he stopped the blading. She knew she was going to be running for office. And so he instituted this policy. Also, the girls became more, a little more covered up, and there was no more blood. And so this was all not out of compassion or concern for the health or safety of the wrestlers. It was because his wife was running for political office, and you cannot convince me otherwise, because I know Vince McMahon, and he doesn't care if you catch hepatitis C or HIV, or you get some sort of a disease from blading. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care for you in that regards. It was strictly a political move to enhance Linda McMahon's image to become an official in the government in the United States.
So what kind of a message do you think it sends, like, young wrestlers to put a guy like Abdullah in the Hall of Fame? Because he's never been in WWE, and he did all this blading and this type of stuff, and he's getting in the Hall of Fame now. But even though WWE has the no blood policy, to me, this kind of sends a message that to a young wrestler that wants to get famous, they can still do the blood and stuff in other territories and still have the potential to get in the Hall of Fame down the road. What do you think about that, like, for the message that it sends?
Well, I think, like I said, they're really running out of people to induct into the Hall of Fame, and I don't believe that they're sending a message that it's okay to blade yourself by inducting Abdullah. I think that they're taking advantage of the fact that the man is in Atlanta and that he is a legitimate legend, and I don't see personally any correlation with future young wrestlers who would admire Abdullah the Butcher for cutting himself so many times and still being inducted into the Hall of Fame. I really don't see a connection there, honestly.
Okay. you actually wrestled Abdullah a couple of times in Florida, at least one time in Miami in the 80s. After seeing what you saw in Lethbridge and knowing his reputation, were you at all worried going into the match that he was going to cut you?
Oh, no. I've actually wrestled Abdullah probably a half a dozen times because I wrestled him in some independent shows up around New Jersey as well, with maybe 50 people in a gymnasium. And by this time, you've got to realize Abdullah and I became very close friends. Very, very, very close friends. And by now, I had already been the WWF champion. I had become very famous, very successful. I am now no longer Wayne Coleman. I'm superstar Billy Graham. I am a legend, an icon almost in the business, and we were very close friends, and he had total respect for me as far as my professional career, and also we had a real friendship. We were really friends, and there was never even a second thought that Abby would try to blade me, because he knew that I was at last smart, and if he tried to blade me, I'd kick him in the groin and take the blade away from him and blade him right back. So, no, I never had any fear or concern, and we always laughed during our matches and had a lot of fun with each other. But on a couple of independent shows with the Road Warriors being the main event, Abby and I wrestled against each other. He actually bladed himself during the match. To really get the match over, and no, he didn't come near me, and we had a couple of girlfriends that lived together in Calgary that we were living with each other, with the girls, and we shared the girls, and Abby and I had a very special relationship, but I never crossed my mind for 1 minute, and he never attempted to, and never even thought, it wouldn't even cross his mind, I don't believe, for 1 minute to blade me. If we wanted to get juice in a match, I was perfectly capable at this point of blading myself. And I wouldn't let anybody, of course, blade me anyway. I mean, that was unacceptable. He had bladed himself in a couple of those matches. He was pretty addicted to blading, and he had bladed himself a couple of times, but I never saw the need to get juice in an independent show with a handful of folks out there watching. I didn't see the need to produce any blood. But Abby kind of enjoyed blading. I think he enjoyed it.
So before diseases like hepatitis C and HIV became known, was sharing blades and reusing blades pretty common practice in the wrestling business?
I never shared a blade. I was always, even in my drug consumption, I always used my uppers and downers and steroids, everything, was pharmaceutical drugs. And I was very, very, very conscious. I would never let anyone come near me with a razor blade. I saw Dr. Jerry Graham when we first were tag team together in Los Angeles after we wrestled on the Indian reservation, the Navajo Indian reservation in Arizona, for the first time. He said Coleman. He said the Indians are easy. He said all they need is a little bit of juice. He said give them a little bit of blood. I said, well, I don't know how to make a razor blade. And he said, well, here, I'll show you. And so he made up a little blade for me. And he said, let's just give him some. All we gotta do is give him a little bit of blood, and we had 2 single matches, and then we came back in a tag match, and that was the extent of the card on the Navajo Indian reservation, and the Indians loved it. And I did my first blade job on a Navajo Indian reservation in really a beautiful government-built auditorium, and with about 300 Indians in it. They loved wrestling. And I did my first blade job in front of the Navajo Indians, and I was convinced that I had cut my head halfway off, and leaving the ring and walking back to the locker room, that I was leaving a torrent, a trail of blood that was, I was sure that I was just bleeding to death. And when I got back in the locker room and looked in the mirror, it was barely a trickle coming down. But Jerry Graham had really cut himself seriously, and he used these dirty razor blades over and over. I saw him look through his bag in Bakersfield against the match against John Tolis. I was watching him. They wanted Jerry to get juice, and I saw Jerry going through his bag. He said, I got a blade in here somewhere. And he found the blade, and then he got the blade ready. And then during the match, while Tolis was pounding away on him, Jerry Graham had this way of cutting his head. He cut himself very slowly. He would put his left forearm up to kind of conceal it. Then he'd take his right hand with the blade and just go from right to left horizontally across his forehead very slowly, instead of doing it quick so nobody could see you. He had this very slow, methodical way of cutting his head open, and he taught me. It was very odd that a man that could care less about cutting his head open told me that you always want to cut your head with the lines of your forehead so it looks natural, so the scar tissue will blend in with the natural horizontal lines of your forehead, as opposed to people like Abdul the Butcher or Joe LeDuc, who did the vertical cutting and looked like monsters with these huge gashes in their foreheads. I actually was astounded that Jerry Graham gave me these words of wisdom to cut your head horizontally so you couldn't see the scar tissue. It was astounding to hear that come from a man who would pull a dirty razor blade out of his back and just cut his head wide open. That he would be concerned about not creating scar tissue on his forehead. It was quite the words of wisdom, coming from a man who sadly had a nervous breakdown when his mother died in Phoenix right before I went to Calgary, and he went into the hospital with a gun, pulled on the doctors when they called him and told him his mother had passed away. And he went into the hospital and grabbed his mother, his poor dead mother, and pulled the gun on the doctors and put her over his shoulder, walked out with his dead mother out of the hospital and put her in the front seat of his car and drove away with his dead mother. And of course this made the news, and they had 100 policemen going after him, and finally he pulled over and he apologized. He said, "I just lost my mother." And they said, "Well, but sir, you can't go in the hospital and pull a gun on doctors, and threaten to kill them if they don't give you your mother back." And so there were obviously some psychological damage for him to pull a stunt like that. And then we had met after that and convinced me to go wrestle on the Indian reservations with him.
So what makes you think that you caught hepatitis C from double blood matches?
Well, I have a photograph right now I'm holding up for the camera. There probably is some glare on it. It's a cowbell match in the garden with Dusty, and we got a double juice deal going on, and I'll leave these with you so you can reshoot them. But we both have blood going on here, and the doctors at the Mayo Clinic here in Phoenix who did my liver transplant are convinced that they actually coined a new phrase because of my usually you get hepatitis C through the sharing of needles is the common way, but when I came on the scene as a pro wrestler and revealed to them that we cut our heads with razor blades and we bleed on each other, they coined the phrase commingling of blood. And they are convinced, since I have been so aware of never sharing a needle for a steroid injection, and everything was, I was really a sterile person, that the bleeding, the commingling of blood, this is coming from the scientific studies of the Mayo Clinic Hospital, and that's a scary thing because the photograph I'm looking at here of Dusty and I in the cowbell match, both of our eyes, of course, are full of blood, let alone the opening of the wounds. I'm bleeding into him, and he's bleeding into me, and so we have a commingling of blood into open wounds. And hepatitis C can lay dormant for decades before it finally kicks in and starts to do its damage. And I know that my good friend Kevin Sullivan, you wonder, you ask the question, it makes you think, well, who in the world would have hepatitis C? Is there a certain look to a person. Well, I was listening to Kevin Sullivan 2 years ago giving an interview back east at a fan convention I was at, and he was telling the story about an independent show he was at, and the promoter told him, I want you to get juice, and I want your opponent to get juice. And he said to the promoter, I don't want that guy bleeding on me. And that inspired the catchphrase I'm holding up now before the camera, a t-shirt that I had made that says, don't bleed on me. And I used the hand, I'm an artist, and I painted the hand of Adam reaching out to God on the top of the Sistine Chapel, and I put a razor blade on the finger with blood dripping down into a ocean of blood washing up against the forearm of the image for the t-shirt that says, don't bleed on me. And he told the promoter, he said, because that guy is on meth, he's on heroin, and he's taking every drug known to mankind, and I don't want his blood on me. And he says, well, you don't have any choice because I'm the promoter and I want double juice. So Kevin Sullivan said he got the juice first, and then as soon as his opponent, I won't use the guy's name, I don't want to embarrassing him. It would not be fair because people would recognize his name. And as soon as his opponent got juice, Kevin left the ring immediately and was counted out. He didn't want a drop of his blood on him. So this brings you to the question, is there an appearance? Is there a certain type of look that would suspect or make you think a person has hepatitis C? Well, this person looked like he definitely could have some diseases. But here's the paradox of the answer. Here I am, superstar Billy Graham, hygienically clean person, sterile person, always clean, always dressed clean, always looking bodybuilder, never a dirty person, always took care of myself, always clean, yet I have hepatitis C. So you have a major problem here. You cannot, just by looking at a person, say, I bet, well, obviously we kind of think that a person that is missing all of his teeth is on meth, and we know that certain people use a lot of drugs so they could have some health issues. But if you look at superstar Billy Graham and my dear friend Road Warrior Hawk, who had hepatitis C and then went on interferon for 6 months, which I'm going to start next month. He did a 6-month run of interferon and put hepatitis C into remission. So we have a problem here of trying to determine who has and who doesn't have a disease by appearance only.
So you mentioned Road Warrior Hawk has it. I've heard Bob Orton Jr. has it. Is there anyone else that you know of in the wrestling business that actually commits to having it?
I don't know I don't stay in contact. I don't talk wrestling with people. I find that I've done it all. I've seen it all. What else can you show me? I'm not entertained by the business. I don't watch Raw. I don't watch TNA. I've done it all. I've seen it all. I find it basically boring, and so I don't stay in touch with anyone currently. I did a beautiful portrait of Terry Funk that I gave him 2 years ago when Kevin Sullivan told this story about not bleeding on me, and so and Hillbilly Jim is probably my closest friend, and we only talk about every 3 or 4 months, so I don't keep up with what's going on. So now we know that the decade of the 70s were bloodbath years. Every wrestling magazine you pick up has got blood on it. We all were bleeders. And I found out, like most people do who have hepatitis C, I found out accidentally that I had it because I was getting ready for a hip replacement surgery, and to be cautious, I was going to give 2 units, which I did, of my own blood, so in case I needed blood during surgery, I wouldn't have to go to the hospital blood bank to get blood, because I don't think they started testing for hepatitis C until 1992. And my first hip replacement was 1987. And so it was at this time that when I donated my own blood for possible transfusion during surgery, they discovered that I had hepatitis C. Now, it had been laying dormant, and at this point, I had no ill side effects from it because it hadn't kicked in. The virus was dormant and hadn't started destroying the tissue yet. But nevertheless, it was still in me. So that is the problem with all of the blading and hepatitis C. It can lay dormant for 2 decades before it kicks in and starts doing damage to your liver.
Okay, so you do believe that probably there's other wrestlers from the 70s and 80s that would have it, but they just either haven't come out publicly about it or don't know about it?
Oh, I believe without a doubt that other wrestlers from that era and even wrestlers now who've been in double juice matches have hepatitis C, and maybe something else. I mean, blood-borne diseases. When you're commingling, when you cut your head open, and I cut my head open, and we bleed into each other, and my blood goes into your bloodstream, whatever I have, you now have it. And so sometimes, like I said, it doesn't show up for decades. And you don't know you have it unless you get a blood test, until symptoms start appearing, and then you go find out why you're feeling sick and lethargic, and why your stool is turning gray, and why you're losing your appetite, and what's going on here, and you start showing symptoms, and then you find out that you have hepatitis C. So I believe there is a multitude of wrestlers who have hepatitis C that are not aware of it because it has not shown up yet in a blood test.
Now, can you explain as briefly as possible what hepatitis C is exactly and what it does to you?
Yes, I have a photograph of my liver. I'm holding up now before the camera, and there is some glare in the room, so you might want to reshoot it. But hepatitis C creates cirrhosis of the liver, and cirrhosis is basically scar tissue. And Kevin Sullivan, when I sent him this photograph of my liver, he said, "This photograph of your liver looks like the face of the devil." That is a quote from Kevin Sullivan. It is the most disgusting looking image you will ever see. There's nodules, the scar tissue. It's full of, it was the size of a basketball when they pulled it out of me. And I actually went to the lab about 5 days later and held my own liver in my own hands. And the doctor told me, who did the transplant, that I had about a small handful of living cells left in my liver, and that I was 30 days away from dying when I got my liver transplant. And we are conducting this interview just mere blocks away from the young girl that was in a car wreck and was a donor. And I received her liver, and her family is barely 15 minutes from us, from where we're conducting this interview, and she died on this freeway that we can see from this shooting area here in the hotel. She died not more than a stone's throw from where we're doing this very interview, and she had signed her donor's card when she was 16 years old. And so she died. They kept her alive, and they went over and they got her liver, they got her heart, her lungs, her spleen. And so I encourage everyone to sign your donor cards and become a donor, because you could possibly save somebody's life. My life was saved by this young girl who had the presence of mind and the belief in her heart that she should be a donor. When she was 16 years old, she signed her driver's license to be a donor, and she saved my life.
Now, you were talking before about people that are likely to have hepatitis C. A guy like Abdullah, who's been wrestling since 1958, has had double blood matches almost every night of his career. Do you think he would be a likely person to possibly have it?
He could have contracted it maybe 20 years ago, and as they say, it lays dormant sometimes for a good 20 years, and so it still has a chance of popping up. He may have it.
Well, I have a little bit of a story to tell you of why I'm so interested in hepatitis C. It's actually because I caught it myself from wrestling, and I was offered a WWE contract in 2009, and it was rescinded because they wouldn't hire me because I had hepatitis C. Now, I've only had double blood matches with one guy in my career, and that's Abdullah the Butcher. And he actually cut me. Kai has the video of it for you that he can show you. But I was just wondering if you could watch the video and comment on if, from the way he cut me in the video, you think I could have possibly got it from him. Because I'm a young guy, I'm only 28, don't do any drugs, Never used a needle or anything, and then I magically have it after wrestling Abdullah's butcher. I don't believe there's any other way I could have caught it.
I would be happy to, and if that's the case,
By the way, I also went through one treatment already, 1 6-month treatment, and it was horrible. I lost 35 pounds.
one treatment of what?
I went on interferon and ribavirin treatment,
Yes.
and it didn't work. And I had much more than flu-like symptoms. I
Ye-
lost 35 pounds. I was 280 to begin with. I lost all my muscle. It was horrible. I experienced severe depression. I got rashes. It was absolutely terrible. So hopefully you'll have a better experience on treatment than I did.
Yes, and what you're saying is true. Some people do have horrible side effects from the interferon treatments. It's almost like the luck of the draw, and some people the side effects are so bad, which you just described, makes them stop taking interferon because they cannot stand the side effects.
My doctor, I was supposed to do 24 weeks, and my doctor took me off after 19 weeks. I was negative while I was on the treatment, and the doctor thought that I would continue to be negative. So he thought the side effects were worse than keeping me on the treatment for the last 5 weeks. But when they did the 6-month post-treatment blood test, they found that it was back.
Well, you may have you may not have the favorable gene type also, which does come into play. That may be part of the problem of your lack of success, is the gene type that that they have discovered don't respond well to interferon compared to the other genotypes that do respond very well to interferon. And this is a proven medical fact that they have discovered. And so you might want to look into your genome, your gene type, and then see if that gene type is compatible, or evidently it was not compatible with the ribavirin and the interferon. You may have been just sadly cursed with the wrong gene type, because that does play a big role in the success of the interferon treatments.
Okay, well, Kai, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. I got the video here.
And
If you just want to hold that.
this is just a video of one of the matches we had, but I just wanted you to comment
Which one?
on this video specifically and say, like, if you believe if Abdullah did have hepatitis C, if he could have passed it to me this way.
I'm watching your match now.
So in this match, Abdullah had blade taped to his finger, as you can see.
Yes, I'm seeing him blading himself now. Oh, and now I see him cutting your forehead. Like tapping you on the forehead. With the same, okay, I see your blood. Yes, there's no question about it that how long ago was that match?
That match was 2007, and Abdullah is the only person that cut me, and he certainly, as you can see by that tape, I was already bleeding. Like, he just went over and above me blading myself and decided to slice me those other 4 or 5 times.
Oh yes, I can see that. That was quite obvious. And sometimes hepatitis C will show up rather quickly, but also, like I said, it can lay dormant for decades before it starts doing any damage also. And so now what do they plan on doing?
Now I pretty much just box until a new medication come out, because they won't put me back on interferon because the side effects are bad and it didn't work, so they don't feel that interferon will ever work for me. But they do say the new drugs are being developed, and I'm not going to die anytime soon. I have about 10 years or so before the effects really start to show.
Well, I have some very good news for you. I've been in touch with the I don't know if I'm pronouncing it, the Ibex Corporation in Atlanta, who have received a patent on a new anti-hepatitis C drug, and it's going to be released in November. The government, our government, they got all the information, I believe, from Belgium, came up with the combination of the anti-hepatitis C drug, and I will send you the name of the drug company that's developing it now. And they asked me, they sent me a questionnaire. I spoke to the vice president of the company in Atlanta, and they their results so far have been 100%, despite what genome type you are, of putting the hepatitis C into remission, and they feel that this is finally the miracle drug to suppress hepatitis C permanently in your system, and is due to be released in November. And they've actually, the company, like I said, I'm not pronouncing it, the Ibex, something like that. I'll send you the, I'll email you the letter that I received from them for their new anti-hepatitis C drug that they feel is now finally the cure-all, once and for all, to put hepatitis C into remission. And they've been doing testing, and every test they've done has proved successful, and they feel that they have got the right combination, and that as I've mentioned, the U.S. government has issued them a patent to produce this drug and distribute this drug in the United States, and it's just a matter of some more testing to go through. I volunteered for some of the testing, but was disqualified because I've had a liver transplant, and that was one of the disqualification issues, and a few other issues I've had that were minor that disqualified me from participating in the actual testing of this new drug. But I will forward you the letter that was sent to me via email from the vice president of the drug company that has the patent on this drug, and they are convinced that finally this will be the cure for hepatitis C, and that they're going to release the drug. All their testing will be finished, and it will be released by November. Now, it could be 2 or 3 more months past that by the time they get all their ducks in a row. But at this stage, every test they have done has proven successful. Thank God that you're still a young man, and that you will be probably, when this drug hits the market, I'm sure you will be one of the first people to take it, because they are convinced that they have finally unlocked the key, the mystery to hepatitis C with this new drug, and it will put it into remission forever.
The worst part about it is I lost my contract over it, so I'm stuck doing normal jobs until this thing gets out of my system.
You lost your contract with the WWE.
Yeah, when they found, because now they test you for it before you get hired.
Well, that's fine, but once the new drug comes out and they are aware of the new drug, and you come up testing negative, surely they will take another look at your case and reconsider, reevaluate you, and once they find out the success and the miracle success of this new drug, and that you report in with a drug test of 0 hepatitis C virus in your blood system, that will qualify you to give you another shot at the WWE, I would think.
Maybe just a comment on the likelihood. I mean, after seeing the video, after knowing, you know, the era that Abdullah comes from, in your opinion, is it possible that he may have contracted it from Abdullah? Is the question that we're trying to answer, because
I didn't understand.
Abdullah has agreed to give blood work, and it's been ongoing with lawyers, but he keeps dodging it, essentially.
Has he given blood work?
No, he hasn't.
My lawyer met with him, and he said it'd be no problem. He would give blood work within the next 2 weeks. This was in September. Then she left him 2 voicemails. He never responded. Then he was sent 2 formal letters by an actual person from the court that people at his restaurant had signed for, and he ignored those letters.
Oh, well, then that's obvious that he's dodging taking the test. This is quite obvious, and I think it's personally, I think it's despicable what I just saw on the videotape of what he did to you. And I find it abhorrent that he would just, well, I saw it myself in 1970, what he did to the Indian in Canada. And so, yeah, personally, what I saw in the videotape, what I saw Abdullah doing to Devon Nicholson, intentionally, purposely blading him repeatedly over and over and over is despicable and unacceptable in this day and age, and shows total disregard for human life and human health, and is unacceptable, and he should actually be banned from further competition, from further matches in professional wrestling, for what he did intentionally, purposely, predeterminedly. By the way, he knew he was going to do this to you in the locker room, and that that he should be sued, and should be every legal avenue should be followed and followed up on, because I think it's a crime to mutilate someone like that, and now dodging, taking the test for hepatitis A and dodging the official documentation letters to you and your attorney. I think that it is absolutely unacceptable in this day and age that he is allowed to get away with this, and that there should be legal repercussions. And I would advise Devin Nicholson to keep pursuing this legal avenue, and put Abdullah the Butcher against the wall, and get some direct answers, and get a blood test, and get something official to end this this diabolical thing that I just witnessed. A totally diabolical attack on you, on Devin, is unacceptable, and it has to stop. And I am appalled and sickened by it, and it's totally unacceptable. And I think that Devin should pursue again the full extent of the law in his pursuit of his civil rights being abused, and contracting a deadly disease, and it had to come from the repeated repetition of pounding of that blade into Devin's forehead. From the video that I've seen, it had to have come from that, since he is a non-drug user and is a healthy human being in every respect, in every regards. This is the only possibility, and the doctors, again, at the Mayo Clinic Hospital that did my liver transplant, are convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that the commingling of blood is you can only get hepatitis C through blood. And so there's a major issue here, and I pray that it is settled and it will be in Devin's favor.
Thank you, that's perfect. Can you just explain, like, you see that he had the tape to his finger there? Can you just explain to the camera how someone would do it if they were to tape a blade to their finger like that?
He wants you to demonstrate without having the tape and the blade how, because in the video you can see that his hand is taped with the blade. He's doing, yeah. So if you can maybe just demonstrate with your hand how someone would have done it.
Yeah, it's a very simple process of taping a razor blade to your finger. It's not it's not brain. It's not science. We don't need an Einstein to figure it out. You simply take athletic tape and tape the razor blade to your finger, which is in my painting. You see the tape on my finger in this painting, and it's a simple matter of taping a razor blade around your finger to secure the razor blade, and then and keep the razor blade tip covered up with another piece of tape until it's time to actually use the blade, and then possibly peel that piece of tape back and then start pecking away and cutting away. It's not brain surgery. You simply tape a razor blade to your finger and you use it and you start cutting people with it. And it's as simple as that. You just tape it like you're taping up for if you had bad breaks in your hand, you want to be a MMA fight, you want to go out there and fight, or a football player, you simply tape up, you tape your ankles up, you tape your wrists up, you simply tape the blade in circles around and secure it to your finger, and there it is. The blade is taped to your fingers and taped to your hand, and you simply use it, and it's as simple as that. It's not brain surgery.
All right, I have one final question for you. WWE and the big companies like us to think that wrestling is just entertainment and there shouldn't be commissions overseeing it or anything. But do you think that wrestling really should be regulated? Because clearly stuff like you just saw in this video is still going on. And do you think it should be regulated to protect the wrestlers? So obviously the promoters don't care.
Oh, there's no question. There's no question that someone needs to step up to regulate things of this nature, because it's appalling to allow this type of carnage to go on in this country unregulated. And of course there should be Congress should step in and do some sort of passing of laws or something, and to stop independent promoters, people who are still using these razor blades to produce blood. It is unacceptable with the knowledge that we have now of the transmission of blood-borne diseases, and that it's allowed to continue unabated in this country. There has to be, but we know that the United States does not care in the least. That is the least of this country's worries, is our professional wrestlers cutting their heads with razor blades. They have priorities in this country of people being out of work and gas going sky high and people starving and losing their jobs, and that is the bottom of their list. And it would take a major they have got the senators and these people, the lawmakers of the United States of America, have got paperwork 10 feet high of things, priorities, bridges to be built, highways to be repaired, buildings to be built, jobs to create, people to feed, all kinds of priorities, as opposed to a handful in proportion to the over 300 million people that live in the United States, a handful of people who are cutting themselves with razor blades. They just simply do not care.
So blood match to get themselves tested, not just if they've wrestled Abdullah, but if they've wrestled anyone in a double blood match, because you really could never guess who has it, who doesn't.
You mean advise them to get tested now?
Yeah.
Oh, of course, immediately. If you've ever been involved in a match where both opponents have bled on each other, anybody nowadays, any wrestler should immediately go down and get tested for hepatitis C.
That they know the story and they're still putting him in the Hall of Fame makes me even madder, because it's basically saying they don't care about what he did to me.
Exactly right, and that is par for the course with Vince McMahon. That's what I said earlier. The only reason he stopped it was because Linda was running for office. He does not care about the health of the participants. He stopped double juicing, he stopped blood because his wife was running for an office in the Senate or the Congress or whatever she was running for, so he had to clean up his act. It wasn't out of compassion for the wrestlers.
It's insulting. You would think, at least knowing the story about me, and they did really want to hire me, that they would at least not induct him.
Oh.
I'm sure he's done this to more people than me, and like obviously most people won't come out about this, but I have nothing to lose anymore. I already lost my contract. So I don't care if people know that I have it.
Exactly, I understand exactly. Now, and you're not concerned about obviously this will seal your doom with any future contract with Vince when this hits, because of this strong stand against inducting Abdullah the Butcher and the blood expose.
Is to make change for the future, is to
And
prevent
it
this
really
stuff.
has to get out there, because Abdullah is still wrestling, and probably a lot of other people that have it are still wrestling, and it's getting passed around. And
Of course it's getting passed around. As I said, it can lay dormant for 2 decades before it shows up. Before you even know it. It can lay there and not do a single thing to you for 20 years. Of course more people have it. Certainly they do. They just don't know it because they haven't had a blood test.
and they don't think about it, because when you're cutting in the ring, usually you're just thinking about the damage that the physical cuts are doing. You're not thinking about disease transmission.
Oh, no, you're not thinking about contracting a disease. No, of course not. No.
I'm ready with the other tape if you want to re-ask the induction question.
I'll ask the question again. What kind of message do you think WWE is sending by inducting Abdullah the Butcher in the Hall of Fame, with WWE knowing the story of why Devin Nicholson did not get his contract?
Knowing the story of Devin?
So now, after what you know, Devin's story, what are your thoughts of the WWE inducting someone that is so known for bloody matches? Yes.
Now that I'm fully aware of the fact that the WWE is fully aware of Abdullah the Butcher's continuing to cut people open and have double blood matches, and despite this fact, they're knowing complete knowledge of this fact that he continues to do it and will continue to do it. They are hypocritical total hypocrites in inducting him into the Hall of Fame, and there's no way on God's earth with this reputation and the video that I have seen and the continuing of cutting people's head open intentionally, and the full knowledge that the WWE has of Abdullah's practices of doing this in the ring, inducting them into the Hall of Fame, makes them the biggest hypocrites on the face of the earth, and makes the Hall of Fame a joke. And they should be embarrassed to the max over disregarding the absolute despicable act of violence that Abdullah the Butcher has done, is doing, and will continue to do with this knowledge. And inducting him into their Hall of Fame makes it a total sham, and is absolutely unacceptable. And they should be ashamed of themselves by deceiving the general public and the fans at large by ignoring Abdullah the Butcher's intentional blading of other wrestlers and blading of himself, when they have a policy of no blood, no blading, and they know fully, and they are fully aware of the fact that he continues to do this to this very day. It is unacceptable for him to go into the WWE Hall of Fame, and it makes their Hall of Fame a sham. It is quite obvious that Abdullah the Butcher's reputation of cutting people, starting with my first vision of him slicing a poor Indian off a reservation nearly to death without any regard of his health results, and a whole career of continually to cut people night after night after night. He may be actually mentally ill and obsessed. He might actually be obsessed with cutting people to the point that he cannot restrain or refrain from slicing people for no reason whatsoever. And it's unacceptable to have a man in your Hall of Fame who has this type of attitude and will not stop cutting people's heads open. It is unacceptable because he is not only obsessed with it, I believe he is possessed by it. And it is a disgusting, despicable revelation that he is going into the WWE Hall of Fame when Vince McMahon, you, sir, are fully aware of the damage he does, has done, and will continue to do once you induct him into your Hall of Fame. That will not stop him from continuing to cut people's heads open and to cut his own head open. And so you, sir, Vince McMahon, are a hypocrite for inducting him into your Hall of Fame.
Wrestling is a tough business, and Great North Wrestling is the land of the tough guys, Canada's home of strong style wrestling. The Great North Wrestling Podcast is the official podcast of Canada's most popular wrestling YouTube channel, the Hannibal TV, hosted by two-time Canadian champion and former national champion in freestyle wrestling, Olympic trials silver medalist in Greco-Roman wrestling. Trained in the Hart family dungeon, he has over 15 years experience in the wrestling business as a wrestler and working behind the scenes in numerous companies. Hannibal, the Death Dealer. a.k.a. the Hannibal TV. Lead reporter, Devin Nicholson.
This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com and Great North Wrestling, and I have a very special guest on the line. He is a former WWE World Heavyweight Champion, actually has the most consecutive sellouts in Madison Square Garden history, and he is a member of the WWE Hall of Fame. He has some very big news for us today. He is superstar Billy Graham, the man of the hour, the man of the power, too sweet to be sour. Billy, thank you so much for speaking with me. It's an honor.
Oh, Hannibal, thank you very much for the honor of me being on your show. We've been friends now for quite some time, and as you know, I'm a big fan of you and your expertise in the ring and your promotion, and so it's an honor for me to be on your show. It really is, and with this breaking news, you have the exclusive that my hepatitis C that I've had for probably 25 years is now in remission because I went on a 3-month program offered to me by the Mayo Clinic Hospital in Phoenix, here in Phoenix, Arizona, back in September, October, November of 2016. And it actually cleared my blood system of the hepatitis C virus, which I and the doctors agreed acquired the hep C virus through the exchange of blood with all the blade jobs, especially in the 70s, the commingling of blood. So the big news is that I just had my last blood test just barely a week ago, 6 months out from my cessation of taking the medication for 3 months, and it showed my system, blood system, is still free from the hepatitis C virus. So I'm officially, according to the Mayo Clinic Hospital, world famous Mayo Clinic Hospital, and the liver specialist, clean and freed from the hepatitis C virus, which was in the process of killing me. And I was very lucky to get the transplant in 2002, as all my fans know.
You are, and just one question here to interrupt you for a second. How did you get to be number one on the transplant list?
Oh, number one on the transplant list. To be honest about it, they have a scoring system, and all of the patients who are in the state of Arizona, and every state is really the same. The sicker you are, the higher they put you on the list, the waiting list for a transplant. And actually, you almost have to be dead, literally, to be number one, to be placed number one by the liver team, who go through all of these testings and who agree together to put the person number one on the list in the state of Arizona, in my case, for a liver transplant. So but in order to be number one, Hannibal, you have to be almost dead. As a matter of fact, when I did, it was actually a miracle. Once I was put number one, officially number one, having the worst liver in the state of Arizona, 1 week later, I received my liver transplant. A young girl was a donor, and unfortunately had a horrible car wreck, and but she was a donor, and they kept her on life support after the car crash. and harvested her organs, and me being number one, got her liver, and the liver doctor at the Mayo, the liver surgeon who does the transplants, he helicoptered over to her hospital on the other side of Phoenix and harvested her liver for me. So I have a female liver in me, and the only reason I was able to use a female liver was because the girl, the donor, was a big bone, large girl. She's about 6 foot tall, very healthy, only 23, 24 years old. And my transplant surgeon, after the transplant, the next day he told me that when he pulled the old liver out of me and ran tests on it, that he estimated that I only had about a small handful of living cells in my liver, the old liver, and that I actually probably only had about 30 days left to live with that liver when I got my transplant.
And the transplant was from a 19-year-old girl who hadn't drank, who hadn't really abused her liver. So that's why, even though you've had Hep C since you've had the transplant, your new liver has still been affected, but it's held up all these years because of how pure that liver was, right?
Yes, that's correct. She was 23 years old, Katie Gilroy. She was a donor. She had been a donor. She signed her driver's license when she was 16 years old to be a donor in case of her death in a car crash. Or any other way, actually, and I that's one reason why I've done so well for some 14 years. I received my liver transplant on October 18th, 2002, and so she was extremely healthy, never smoked, never drank, never took drugs, just a big, healthy girl, 23 years old, and a big, strapping 6-footer. And that's why I was able to have and use a female liver. The doctor said it wouldn't work if she would have been smaller. So that was another miracle that this was a big 6-foot girl. And she said, I talked to her mother, became friends with her family here in Phoenix, and the mother and father told me that she was just adamant, even when she was 16, that if she got killed, to keep her on life support and take her organs. And I got her liver. Another lady received her heart. 2 Navajo Indian girls got her kidneys, and so she saved a lot of folks' lives.
So now
and that's why I was able, like you said, you just mentioned, I was able to last so long without anti-hepatitis C treatment, was because the liver was so healthy and so pure, and that it was like a brand new, basically a brand new liver. And so
now you won't have the hepatitis C virus attacking your liver anymore because you're officially cured. They did their 6-month post-treatment test on you, and it said you have no more virus, so you are cured unless you get reinfected, which you're not going to be getting reinfected, obviously.
No. And we agreed. The doctors agreed after learning about my professional wrestling career and seeing pictures of me bleeding profusely in matches, that the commingling of blood was definitely the cause of me acquiring hepatitis C from another wrestler. And so I am officially cured of hepatitis C, and it is out of my system. And this 6-month test that I just took a few weeks ago, blood test, was the final
blood tests that the Mayo will do on me, because at that point they officially put you in the category of cured of hepatitis C when you test negative for Hep C after 6 full months from your testing of your period of taking the medication.
And that's what I found out back in 2013 when you actually helped me get cured by recommending me to your liver specialist. Back in those days, the treatment was more harsh, but luckily modern medicine is always getting better and better. And your treatment, luckily, was only a matter of, 3 pills a day with no injections?
Yes, correct. 3 pills in the morning, 3 pills at night, with mild side effects. You could have nausea. I didn't have any. I did have one side effect of slight insomnia, and that was only the last 2 or 3 weeks of the treatment program. And I started the treatment program the 1st of October of last year, 2016. So I went through all of October, September, October, November, and with absolutely no side effects except a little insomnia. And they've just improved the medication, like you say, technology. You went through living hell. I know you did. I saw the pictures of your blisters and
36
and
weeks,
all
too.
of. Oh my God, your treatment was so devastating on you that I read that a lot of people just simply stopped the treatment that you were on.
Well, it's now off the
just
market. They took it off the market because not enough people were completing it, but I was determined to get cured, and it worked. I've had 1 year post-treatment blood test, been cured 2 years, even 3 years now. So it's definitely 100% out of me, thank God. And thanks to you, I'm always going to be forever in your debt for your help with that. And I'm so happy to hear that you're finally cured now, too.
Oh, thank you. It's an incredible relief. Also, being in very, very good health. Otherwise, all my internal organs, lungs, heart, spleen, kidneys, everything has been tested by the Mayo Hospital, and all my internal organs are in tip-top shape. And by getting rid of the hepatitis C virus, I've added years to my life, and I need it because I'll be turning 74 on June the 7th.
And you keep breaking, like everyone expected you to be one of the wrestlers to pass away decades ago, literally, and it's amazing that now you've beaten Hep C and you're going on to your mid-70s almost, and it seems like you've had your knee replaced. I think you got a hip and pelvis replacement coming up next, so you're back on the track to better health.
Oh, yes. As I said, all my internal organs that keep you alive, basically, are perfect, and I just have orthopedic bone problems, but I can certainly live with that, and also with the technology and the improvement in orthopedics, bone work, they're doing wonders. So I'm really blessed to also have the Mayo Clinic Hospital, one of the best hospitals in the world here in Phoenix, to keep me going. So it's really been but I'm just really, I tell you, I've told so many of my friends about you and the hell that you had to go through, and now you revealed that they've actually taken that drug that caused most of the side effects on you off the market, because people can't. But I always told you that if anyone could make it through a hellish regimen of medication side effects, it would be Hannibal.
Oh,
you
yes.
you just can't. No one's going to keep you. No other thing will keep you down.
That was by far the toughest thing I'd ever endured in my life. Doesn't compare to any wrestling matches or any physical fights I've been in my life. That medication was horrendous. But for anyone listening, what exactly is the name of this medication that cured you? Because it was a 3-month treatment. It was highly expensive from what I understand, but it worked. And I guess maybe some people might be entitled to medical coverage for it.
Oh, yes, I have Medicare, and Medicare actually paid for my treatments. It was quite expensive, right around $70,000, but Medicare paid for the entire treatment process and the costs. There's 3 drugs involved, and I can't pull up the names of the 3 different pills and the drugs in the medication, but if you go online, anyone can find the information online.
It's Havani or something, pharmaceuticals that...
Yeah, Harvani is another separate drug. I didn't qualify for Harvani, which is the most famous anti-hepatitis C drug out there now, and it really costs just about $100,000 a year for the 3-month treatment also, and is quite cost prohibitive to most people unless you have spectacular insurance. And they're trying to get the government, our government here in the U.S. is trying to get them to lower their prices for this Harvani. But my genotype did not match the Harvani drug, and so they came up with a different combination of drugs that work best for my genotype. So they can you just Google that information, seeking that information on the internet, you'll find it. Anybody will find it.
And if anyone wants to know about all the struggles you've been through with hepatitis C and different things in your life, you have a WWE book that I think is still available out there. Isn't it called Tangled Ropes? And you also have a WWE DVD out there, and they recently put out a new shirt of you two for any fans listening that want to search any of that stuff of superstars.
Yes, some merchandise. I'm hoping they'll re-release my book now. I've been in talks with Triple H about re-releasing my DVD called 20 Years Too Soon, and my autobiography, Tangled Ropes. So hopefully they'll be doing that coming up.
And you're back under Legends contract since 2015 now, I guess.
Yes, since September of 2015, Triple H gave me the Legends contract, and so I'm hoping some very good things, very positive, will come out of that contract as well.
And you were supposed to do the fan accesses at, I believe, the last couple of WrestleManias, but the problem why you couldn't do them was your orthopedic problems. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. My hip, my left hip especially, has to be operated on again because I've had 5 revisions, and that's almost like another total hip replacement in itself on the left hip alone, and it's beginning the titanium parts of these hips wear on your pelvis, and now my left hip, the cup that holds the femur, the head of the femur, made out of titanium, is rubbing, it's loose, and it's rubbing on my pelvis bone, and it's wearing it thin. It's grinding away every step I take. That's why I'm still on one crutch, and will be until the fall to help keep weight off my left hip. And at that time that the orthopedic doctor selects in the fall, I'll have this left hip worked on again, adding bone to the bone and metal to the pelvis to help strengthen it, and then putting all new parts in again. So it'll be my sixth hip revision, and that's what kept me from going to the fan access last year, and then I also alerted Triple H before Orlando. I wanted to go to Orlando, but being my doctor, my orthopedic surgeon, urged me to not go to protect my hip from all the activities of the fan access and everything that goes on in WrestleMania. So possibly next year is in New Orleans, I believe.
Yes.
And so that's 11 months away, 10 months away. Very possible that I'll be able to make New Orleans. I'd like to go and to the be part of the fan access. I don't really care to be watching any matches. I've seen plenty of wrestling matches, but I would really love to meet and greet the fans and then sign autographs. I would really enjoy that.
So I'm going to assume, I know you've already told me this, but for any fans wondering, listening to this, with the Raw and SmackDown taping coming to Phoenix in about 4 or 5 weeks, 2 nights in a row, I guess you're not going to be stopping by to watch the matches?
No, I won't. And you're correct on July 3rd and July 4th. Raw and SmackDown will be in Phoenix coming up.
Brock Lesnar, apparently, they've even announced, will be at the Raw in one of his rare appearances outside of pay-per-views.
Right, and that still doesn't excite me enough to get me out of. I'm 15 minutes from within the arena, but honestly, I just with the current product, honestly, the guys work so hard, the talent. And you know Hannibal, there are so many injuries. It seems like there is just a rash of injuries, tendon, ligament pulls, all kinds of injuries that we never had. Of course, in my era, we didn't do the incredibly high-risk moves that they're doing now. But
you actually wrestled more in your era because you would be going 7 days a week, usually twice Saturdays, twice Sundays sometimes. But
yeah, exactly right.
Safer style, I guess.
Yeah, and a slower style, and a more free style. With that's one of my major complaints. I never knock the talent because they work so hard. It's not their fault that they have to. They're handed a script, and they have to memorize a script and recite what the writers write for them. It really is a shame, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. I think that has been one of the great downfalls of the current product is the scripts. The script, the wrestler doesn't have a chance to become an individual or create anything within himself because he's limited by the script writers. You can't think for yourself, Hannibal, anymore with this product, with Vince's product. You just can't. You're not allowed to think for yourself, as you know. And the promos are just, it's just, and like I said, the talent works so hard. These guys work hard. I've seen these matches. These guys work hard, and but I really believe the scripted interviews have really diminished the product, and it's too bad.
Speaking of promos, you mentioned about a year or sometime around Dusty Rhodes passing, that you might be interested in coming down to NXT's Performance Center sometime and acting as a promo coach for some of the young talent there. Did you ever talk to Triple H about that?
Oh yes, I did. We discussed that, and he was very excited about bringing me down. And I had thought about possibly even moving there. My wife Valerie is from Tampa, and all of her family, and my daughter lives in West Palm Beach. So everything is very close to Orlando. But I really gave it some thought after we talked about it, and even though I could help guys with their promos, they're still going to be handed a script, and you're not free. You don't have this freedom from my era. And after my era, even you have so much freedom to be creative in your promos, and I believe there's guys out there that can really that have tremendous potential. But I decided after talking with Triple H, and he was all for it. He was excited about having me come down to the Performance Developmental Center and be in there helping these kids with problems. But really, honestly, after I thought about it, my heart is really not into it because of the restrictions of scripted promos. You don't have the freedom to be creative yourself and think for yourself. You are restricted. And that, so after thinking about it, and I gave Triple H a call back and just told him that I've really reconsidered and I would rather not go down, but I appreciate so much the opportunity of Triple H saying absolutely, we'd love to have you come down, be on board, and help with promos. But you really can't help guys with promos when you're given a script.
Dusty Rhodes was doing it before. How did you take the passing of Dusty? Because I know you guys were extremely close around the 1970s era.
Oh yes, we were very close. He was my favorite opponent. We absolutely. There was so much chemistry with us that it was very shocking, very sad, and such talent, such natural talent. He and I really had perfect chemistry, and our promos. We actually just said, well, we can just talk people into this building. we can talk them in. We know we can talk them in. And
so you didn't have to do the crazy physical stuff in those days, because just with the talking, you built the heat, and then it was just a matter of getting the crowd with your charisma once you were in the ring, instead of taking a lot of these crazy moves that they're doing nowadays.
Yes, the very high-risk, extreme moves were not necessary and at all. And also, we had so much freedom. We had so much. The matches are basically scripted as well. I mean, we had freedom to walk and talk and stall and do anything we wanted to do. I mean, if you added up the actual in-ring action time between Dusty and I in our matches, you may have had 5 minutes of physical contact between both of us. It was all walking and talking and pointing and selling and rolling around. And I walked back to that Madison Square Garden 3 times during each match, and got about 3 or 4 minutes out of each walk. So it's a really a great era. I really thank God in wrestling during that era of the 70s.
What's your opinion on Dusty's son, Cody Rhodes, leaving the WWE and going out on his own now, doing the independent?
Yeah, I met Cody a year and a half ago when SmackDown was in town, and had a nice visit with him. I went down to see some of the guys, and really. Honestly, I spent all my time talking with Jerry Lawler and Booker T. It was really the only two people I actually knew. I don't think Randy Orton was there at that show. But anyway, I had a nice visit with Cody. And, boy, I think he has a real burden to carry. I know I've read quotes from him that just tired of being compared to his dad,
But now he's taken on the nickname the American Nightmare, so he's almost trying to pattern himself after his dad there, taking on that nickname.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I didn't realize that. The American Nightmare. So,
I guess he's using that in New Japan now.
I see. Yeah. He's in a tough spot being the son of the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, probably the greatest promo guy ever, one of the top 2 or 3. I know.
Who else would you say would have been one of the greatest? Of course, so many people copied your promo style. You should be on anyone's list of the top 3 for sure, top 5 on even people who don't like you's list. But would you put Flair up there as one of the greatest promos ever? Or?
Oh, yeah, no question about it. Rick had so much energy in his promos. Very, very convincing and very entertaining, and a tremendous amount of energy. Also, an amazing promo man was Curtis Ikea?
Yes, from Hawaii there.
From Hawaii, yes. I was amazed when I heard his promos. Absolutely spellbinding, entertaining a promo. And, of course, Paul Heyman now, of course, is the greatest promo man, my gosh, of the modern era, even going all the way back to ECW days, of course. But Paul Heyman, if Brock Lesnar didn't have Paul Heyman speaking for him, he would not be anywhere close to the position that he's in. Because Brock Lesnar cannot cut a promo. I've heard him. I've heard him in interviews, just sit down interviews, not trying to be in character, and even a regular sit down interview doesn't come across very well at all, talking about MMA and different things. But if he didn't have Paul Heyman is absolutely magical with his promos, has such a delivery and such a command of your attention. He's absolutely, I just think he's probably, he's right there at the top, obviously at the top. Just what a delivery. He demands your respect. Paul Heyman has this delivery, Hannibal, he just convinces you this thing is going to happen. He's just amazing. I'm a mark. I'm an absolute mark for Paul. He's one of my best friends, too, by the way, personal friends.
Yeah, I've seen the picture with you and him. You guys go back a long way, don't you? Because he used to be a photographer, I guess, when you were wrestling in New York.
Yes, he was a photographer and rode around with Fred Blassie. He was a big mark for Fred Blassie. So, but yeah, he is absolutely. And here's one man who's improved with age, and his delivery is just I mean, I'm telling you, he could be a Broadway actor. You can hand him a script and he can alter it just a little bit and deliver it like he wrote it. That's how good he is.
And speaking of Brock Lesnar, on your Facebook during the Brock Lesnar feud with Goldberg, you made quite a few posts regarding your opinion of that feud. Is there anything you want to say about it now that it's over, and anything about Goldberg's 3 matches that he had in returning to WWE?
That is, yeah, I think you said it all for me. It was amazing. It was just amazing. I'm happy for Goldberg. He said he did it. He just wanted. I remember reading and listening to him on several interviews that he did it so his son. Basically, he could see him in the ring. I guess his 10-year-old son had never seen him wrestle. Live or his life, I don't know, but it was all it was amazing the impact that he had, and with such nanoseconds in the ring, and then. The excitement he did, but all the, I noticed, do you remember, I noticed there towards the end, right before, there were some folks booing Goldberg. Do you recall that?
I didn't see all of the TV appearances, but I read that he was starting to get some boos, I guess maybe because the newness had worn off a little bit, perhaps, of him coming back after being off for so long. But he made a lot of money, so
he made a lot of money.
I can't blame him for going back.
That's right. That's exactly right. Oh my God, yes, good for him. And it was amazing the what they put into just. I think the first match was 180 seconds. From start to finish, I think I read that.
I don't think his matches totaled 10 minutes of the 3 matches he had, so I wonder how much that would equal to him getting paid by the minute for in-ring action for whatever he was paid for those 3.
yeah. In ratio to time served. Yes. But it served its purpose, and I congratulate him on getting some great paydays, and he worked hard. I mean, he worked hard for the 10 minutes he was in there. He worked hard.
Now, when you were WWE champion, a lot of people don't realize that the money wasn't anywhere close to what it is today, was it?
Oh, well, no. It was 1977. Is that like 40 years ago when I was champion? And tickets in Madison Square Garden, I think ringside was, maybe $10. Something like that. $12 to
There's no pay-per-view revenue.
No pay-per-views whatsoever. And, of course, no merchandise
no
sales.
Residuals.
Nothing. And so I just, it's just amazing the salary, but I'm happy they're getting it, But it was another era. It was 40 years ago, 1977, April. It's just April 30th. That just happened a month ago. It was 40 years ago already. Hannibal.
But nobody's broken your consecutive sellout record at MSG yet, and I don't think anyone ever will because they don't go monthly anymore.
That's true, and also it's so different now. It's such a different product now, and it's delivered differently. It's almost so predictable. it's just amazing, the predictability of I try to catch a show every now and then when I can. I'm doing a lot of painting now, and so when I take a break, I try to catch a show, but it's just hard to watch because some of these I have timed the start of some of these shows, Raw or SmackDown, and when the show starts and the performer comes out and grabs the microphone, and then the music hits and another performer comes out and grabs the microphone, and I've timed that sometimes it's been over 20 minutes since the start of the actual program before they wrap up their intro and go to commercial before the first match of a scripted promo. But so it's a completely different product. It's not even recognizable.
What do you think of the latest championship change that shocked a lot of people with Jinder Mahal defeating Randy Orton? I guess they're going to be going to India soon. So supposedly one of the reasons is...
Think about that. Think about Jinder going to India with his entourage that Vince has given him. He's really. I was looking at some pictures the other day, and his entourage. I think I saw some girls dressed in Indian garb, kind of look like belly dancers with him. But man, my God, think about this guy going to India. It's going to be. I hope there's good security. Well, there will be good security, but. It's just I'm really happy, and I understand from your last email that your friends you worked with Jinder.
Oh yeah, we used to. We were the two biggest guys in Stampede Wrestling, so we used to wrestle each other all the time. And he's a very deserving champion, I think, because he's been working at it a lot of years. And one thing he has that a lot of their recent champions haven't had is the look. He looks like a wrestler. He's about 6'5". I don't know what he is now. I'd say about 250, but he definitely has the physique of a champion, I would say.
Yes, without question. Very impressive. Very impressive. And his gimmick, the gimmick he has is just fantastic. And I did read just the other day that he was saying that he believes, and I believe it's true what he said, that he feels like he is also an inspiration in the locker room to talent, because didn't he start out at the very bottom of the heap doing opening matches?
Yes, for many years, and then he was released, and then they brought him back, starting at the bottom again, and then I guess they've made this decision that he's going to get a push and be the new star. So
yes, so he's living proof. That was his comment. That was his quote that I was so impressed with, that he is living proof to the talent in the locker room that you can start at the bottom literally and end up on top, and so he felt like he was an inspiration to some of the guys underneath, and I like that. I like that comment. I think that's good. That's cool. And he is. He proved it. And now they're really fine-tuning, as much as I can see. Like I said, I don't see much, but the little bit that I see, they're really fine-tuning his gimmick, and man, he's gonna be good to go.
Have you heard that New Japan is going to be starting a U.S. division of their company in 2018?
Well, I didn't hear that, but I heard that they're live
doing a few shows in July. They're
TV is live. TV.
Yeah,
Raw is live. Live here and live in Tokyo at 9 a.m.
yeah.
Live Raw in Japan
Yeah. So
at 9 a.m. in the morning, their time. So, and aren't they also in China?
yes, they are now. Yeah, which is crazy.
And did they just get a deal with the Philippines TV?
I've heard that they're expanding to all sorts of different places.
Yeah, literally worldwide, literally.
And one piece of news I wanted to ask you about, a lot of people have commented on it. I know you wrestled for the NWA a lot, and you wrestled Harley Race when you were WWE champion in a unification match with for the NWA title in the Orange Bowl, but it ended up being a draw. But what do you think of Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins? Apparently he's bought the NWA name now and the titles and all this. Do you think that has any meaning in today's world?
Oh, I have no idea because I'm not quite sure of how successful they are. Just to be perfectly honest, I'm not that well tuned in to what's happening with those folks.
Right.
So I have no idea.
The last I heard about Billy was there was something going on with he had bought into TNA or something, but it didn't work out, and there was some type of settlement between him and Dixie Carter. So now I guess he's gone off and bought the NWA name from the NWA, and who knows what he's going to do with it. But I know you haven't been a big fan of TNA, or I guess they call themselves Impact Wrestling now.
Impact, yes. Yes.
When Dixie Carter was running it. Have you seen the show at all since Jeff Jarrett has taken the company back over?
No, I have not. I barely saw a little bit of it when Dixie was still owner and running things. It was just hard. It was hard TV. It was difficult to watch. It was difficult. But the NWA, I just don't. Gosh, I just don't see it going anywhere. It's just WWE is such a machine. It's in everyone's vocabulary. You know, you see WWE. Well, of course, yes. I mean, in our country, you know, I mean, how can you overcome such a monopoly of talent and television coverage? How do you even conceive an idea to compete against that?
Especially now with NXT, they own kind of their own competition, so
yes,
that's becoming a machine on its own, from what I understand.
Yes, and but I'm not really. Even though the cruiserweight boys work very, very hard, I'm just not a fan of the cruiserweight. There's nothing personal here, but I'm just not a fan of the cruiserweight division.
Right.
Even though they work extremely hard and really perform. I guess I'd rather see heavyweight MMA. I'd rather see, you know, Brock Lesnar versus Chuck Liddell, maybe, you know, heavyweight. And it's nothing personal. It's just the lightweight boys, the cruiserweight boys. It just, God, they work so hard, though. My God, they work hard. But
Speaking of Brock Lesnar and MMA, what did you think of his drug test failure after his last MMA fight, which led to a year suspension?
Oh my God! Didn't he know that he was going to get caught? I mean, he had to know that he would be busted, right? He's going to have to give a urine sample.
I guess it was only something. The fine was extremely small compared to what he actually made from the fight, so maybe it was more important to him to win the fight than deal with a fine for a drug test failure. Who knows?
Oh, yes, of course. I think the fine was minuscule to the money that he makes. I think the fine was $200,000.
Something like that. I can't remember, but I believe it was reported that with all the bonuses and everything, he made around 10 million or so from the fight. So
yes. So who cares about pocket change of $250,000 fine? It's laughable.
And if he's not the highest paid WWE wrestler, he's definitely in the top 3 for a limited schedule, and I believe he has a farm in Saskatchewan that's on something like 600 acres, so he might be making some money from whatever farming he's doing as well.
Oh, there's no question about it, but I don't know how reliable the salary reports are, but gee whiz, I read that John Cena is the highest paid WWE performer without merchandise and without making movies. Just his contract is $10 million a year.
Yeah, I've heard that Brock Lesnar. Now, this might be just a report. I heard that he makes around $8 million a year with his deal, but that could be an incorrect report. But he's definitely in the millions.
Yeah, so we might be off a couple million.
Yeah, I mean, that's a downside guarantee. Then they're getting pay-per-view bonuses, merchandise bonuses, and Lesnar and Cena. Cena's probably number 1 without question in merchandise.
Oh, yes, he is number 1. Yes, that has to be a fact. Yes, and I don't understand why Roman Reigns is struggling with the fans. That's still going on. Isn't he still getting a lot of boos, and then half are for him, half are against him?
Are they still trying? I don't actually have cable, so I don't see Raw regularly, but are they still trying to make him a babyface? Because I was under the impression after he defeated The Undertaker at WrestleMania that they were going to make him a heel possibly, but I don't follow the product that closely.
I don't either, and I have cable, and it costs $250 a month to have cable. So my wife Valerie was complaining about it. My God, we pay $250 a month for cable. Look at what we're watching. She was scrolling through the anyway. Yeah, that.
But what's your opinion on Roman Reigns? I know you've made some posts about him.
Yeah, I really, his dad is Oppa, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I love this. Yeah, his father. I've traveled with Oppa and Sika. I love those guys, and but I don't understand. There just seems to be something missing in his personality. There's something missing. Like, we know there's nothing missing when Paul Heyman comes out because he grabs your attention.
Yeah.
There's people that grab your attention. But there's something I've tried to figure it out, and I thought one time, well, does he just have this expression, this kind of blank expression? He doesn't seem to have a character face. I don't know. There's just something missing. And this is not personal. I'm sure he's a great guy. I love his dad. I'm sure he's a great guy, but there's just something missing. And I also heard that that he just worked against
Seth Rollins.
Seth Rollins the other night, last Raw, 3 days ago, and so he was definitely a heel in that match. But
what would you tell him to get over if you could have a piece of advice for Roman Reigns if he's listened to this by some chance?
Oh my God, I don't know how you pull something out of a person who maybe is not even naturally blessed with some hidden charisma. There's something, the charismatic individual. There's charisma missing. Maybe it's hidden somewhere. It needs to be pulled out. I don't know how to do it. I wouldn't know how to pull it out of the guy. You know. So I just can't figure it out. I honestly can't. He just seems flat. His personality, it just seems flat. A great performer, great look, everything is there, but it just seems like a flat. He's flat. There's no pop. There's no excitement to his personality, and that's just maybe I'm going too far back with like Dusty and I and other guys of the 70s that even weren't as charismatic as Dusty or I, but still had so much charisma. Even the great Nick Bockwinkel, his gimmick of being the intellectual genius, had charisma in his own sense, and he wasn't a Ric Flair.
He was believable as a arrogant heel for sure, Nick Bockwinkel. Yes. And what do you think of Samoa Joe on another topic of the current WWE star?
Oh my God, he really, I think that he is actually a legitimate tough guy on the street. Oh, did he do any MMA?
I've heard he's been trained in martial arts, and I've heard that he is legitimately tough. He's worked for Great North Wrestling probably 3 or 4 times. He definitely carries himself like he's legitimately tough, I would say. Yes, you can see that. That's a good analogy right there. He carries himself. That's the phrase. That's the phrase I was looking for with Roman Reigns. The way he carries himself. Okay, Samoa Joe, the guy is tough. He carried the look on his face. He has that look. The way he carries himself, you believe he's a badass. You just do. He has the look and the way he carries himself and the way, that's it. That's a great phrase. The way he carries it, you believe this guy really is believable. And I heard from our mutual friend Mike down in Florida that he did some research on him, and I think he did say he did do some MMA, and that he was also legit tough, street tough, because he was hanging out with the real bad street boy that was MMA, Tank Abbott. Oh yeah, Mike's a big fan of Tank Abbott.
Yeah. So him and Samoa Joe and Tank Abbott, you hang out with Tank Abbott, you're going to pick up some pretty rough edges, man.
And speaking of MMA, another guy you've been critical of in the past is CM Punk, who had a performance in MMA. What did you think about that?
Oh, it was actually sad. It was and the saddest part about it is that his promo after the
that was bizarre.
Very bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre promo. It was some odd. He sounded like a professor giving a lecture. It
To
was
his
the
opponent after the
oddest thing.
opponent beats him.
Yes, 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 and I was just getting ready to ask Mike about if he's heard anything, because CM Punk said he is going to fight again, but Dana White says, well, you're not going to fight for me again for quite a while until you get some real fights underneath you and kind of prove yourself. So he hasn't done that. So he just, he looked awful thin too.
Could you blame him for taking a fight for $500,000, even though he clearly wasn't ready from what we saw?
Oh, we can't blame anyone for taking $500,000 to take a beating.
Supposedly, there's a British wrestling company that has openly said they'll pay him $1 million if he would come back to wrestling and participate in a 2-day tournament that they're putting on. What would you suggest to CM Punk?
Oh, I did. I think I read something on that on one of the sites, the news sites.
Because he says he doesn't want anything to do with wrestling anymore, but $1 million for a couple days in a
be foolish to turn that down unless he has untold millions, and he does have millions, evidently.
Yeah,
been very successful. But how could you turn down $1 million or $2 million for just a couple of days of your time and something you can do very well?
Unlike MMA.
Unlike MMA.
What did you think of CM Punk as a wrestler? Did you think he was an all right wrestler? Or?
I wasn't watching much at that time. I wasn't. I liked the name. It was a good name, CM Punk. I liked the name, but I didn't. And I kind of liked the way. You remember the way he would kneel down over somebody, like on the stage, if he attacked him or something, and he had this habit of kind of squatting down and looking at them while they were prone on the stage. From an attack or something.
Yeah, I didn't watch it too much when he was on, but
I just caught a few of those things. I thought that was a very good dominant position, and almost like humiliating the person you just ambushed. But I didn't really honestly see him work that much, so I can't give a real honest assessment.
Do you think it's good for the wrestling business that a multiple-time world champion like CM Punk would be defeated so easily in MMA, even though everyone knows now that wrestling is predetermined? In my opinion, they still like to pretend in their mind that these guys are tough, and there are some very legitimate tough guys, but in my opinion, it kind of looks bad for the professional wrestling industry that a multiple-time champion was dismantled so easily in the octagon.
Yes, it was very actually embarrassing for the wrestling industry as a whole to be completely dominated. Wasn't it the first round? It was the first round thing.
Yeah, it wasn't very long.
No, the first like a 2-minute first round thing, and to be totally dominated, and then it just didn't. But you know what? I watched The times I do get a chance to watch a little bit of Raw or SmackDown, I tell you what, I'm looking at these fans, the faces, and I'm seeing some fans that believe this thing, that don't remember or never heard when Vince said it is not a real wrestling match. This is entertainment. You know, I believe there are so many fans out there that are in the audience on these Raw and SmackDown shows. I see people really into these things.
They definitely suspend their disbelief, and you can capture them sometimes, because even at the last Great North Wrestling event we had, unfortunately the match was stopped between Rene Dupree and I, because I got busted open, and there's a no blood policy in Great North Wrestling to protect our wrestlers against diseases. But a lot of fans, it seemed like we were almost going to have a riot, that they did not like that the match ended that way. And
Yes.
it reminded me of kind of a little bit in your days, because they were actually quite upset. The referee was actually afraid to walk to his car because he thought he was going to get lynched. So
in your Renee your MMA style match you're talking about, because of the stoppage because of the blood. Yeah,
I mean, the fans were legitimately very upset over that. So I mean, there are a lot of fans out there that can still get into wrestling, I think. And I don't know. Maybe the business should try and go back to the suspension of disbelief a bit more, which they might. I actually think WWE is doing in some ways.
I think they are too, and they should. They actually should. They should forget about because there's so many people. I'm telling you, I've looked at these faces, and there are people there that are so engrossed in these matches and in these personalities that they believe it. I'm telling you this. They don't know that Vince declared it's entertainment now, folks, and it's not wrestling, real wrestling. They just don't believe. If they heard it, they forgot about it, or they never heard it, because there's some very serious folks out there watching this stuff. You can see it on their faces.
Just ask the people when Roman Reigns beat The Undertaker.
Yes, and then ask those same people when Brock Lesnar broke his streak.
Oh yeah,
they were weeping.
What is your opinion of the way that The Undertaker went out? I know you're a big fan of The Undertaker, and I know you have a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, I really do. I've had some real great conversations with him. And I've really enjoyed visiting with him backstage and talking and everything. And but you know, when the hip goes, you know, I mean, my God, you could see him. I saw the match. I saw him walking down that ramp in Orlando to the ring. That ramp looked like it was a half a mile long. If you go back and look, find the video, that ramp, it took him forever to get to the ring, and I could see him gritting his teeth with every step on that bad hip, because I can recognize hip pain. And every step, he was trying not to sell that slight limp. And then I watched him closely as he ascended the stairs to get inside the ring, and when he stepped up, I believe I think it was his right hip that was when he had to step up, and the first step was okay because we'll say it was his left foot and the left hip, which is fine. So it was a normal step up, but then he had to put all of his weight, we'll say, on the right hip and the right leg, and I could see him grit his teeth, and just he just wobbled a hair. I am unfortunately such a pro at hip pain, I can recognize it. I was watching for it, and then seeing him limp during the match. This man was, his hip was bone on bone. I mean, come on, brother.
Yeah, he looked in a lot of pain throughout the entire match.
A lot of pain. Tremendous pain. Yeah, tremendous pain.
And one of our most viewed videos on the Hannibal TV was the video that we shot of you reuniting with Hulk Hogan at the WrestleCon for the New Jersey WrestleMania there. Do you remember that day?
Oh, yes, of course. Yes.
I've had a lot of questions from fans asking if you guys had any contact further past that day, so maybe you could answer that question now.
Actually, no. I've heard through a mutual friend, Jamie D, who's really friends with the Hulk and me, and that he mentions me quite often to ask her how I'm doing, because we do correspond, Jamie and I.
Yeah.
But I haven't spoken to him. But
what was it like seeing him that day after all those decades apart? I mean, you both had your reasons not to like each other. He pretty much, like, the fact is that he stole a lot of elements of your gimmick, which you were all right with. You took it as flattery, but he didn't always give you the respect you deserved for everything he took from you.
Well, it was, and that's also putting, to be honest, that would be putting him in a rather awkward position to, explain that he, or confess that he, as he put it, stole all my stuff. And this is a quote at that event you're talking about. Of course, my favorite picture of that meeting is you pointing at Hulk. But please post that picture with this interview of you.
Yeah, I'll post it for the part where we're talking about this.
Just put that still up of you pointing at the Hulk and challenging him to an arm wrestling contest, and blatantly telling him. I remember you telling the Hulk that you will rip his arm out of his shoulder. You told.
And I was on my hepatitis C treatment at that time, and he still wouldn't take the arm wrestling match.
I told him. This is a quote from me to the Hulk at that exact venue you're talking about.
Yeah.
I told him, because he was telling me personally, kind of whispering, we were back and forth, that, well, I stole everything from you. And I said, Hulk, listen, you don't have to use that term. Just tell people that you were inspired by me, that you didn't steal anything from me. You were just inspired by my, my performance, my look, my ring attire, my interviews. You were inspired. So I firstly told the Hulkster to quit telling and using the phrase, I stole your look. I stole, don't worry about stealing anything. You were inspired.
And some of the terms that he was inspired by, such as brother, pythons.
Yeah. These were classic terms. Pythons.
A lot of people don't give you credit. You were the first wrestler to ever be called the Superstar. You
Yeah,
took the
right.
name. Now they're all called superstars.
Yes, even the girls are superstars.
Yeah, which is incredible.
The girls are superstars. But he was smart, though, using the Python, because I had 22-inch Pythons, and when he took it, he went to 24. I have 24-inch Pythons, so he upped me by 2 inches on the Pythons.
What was he like when you first met him? Anyways, was he? What was the difference between like? Because he was one of the people. You were one of the people that he came to for advice on getting into the industry, right? So what was the difference between him in those days and then in later years when you guys were, I guess, in WWE together and he was giving you the Real American Award and that time? What would have been the differences in his personality?
Oh, he in the beginning, in the very, very beginning, when he was trying to break in, he was very polite, but he was obsessed with becoming a wrestler. Obsessed with it. He said, "I have to become a wrestler. I have to. How do I get in?" He told me, how do I get in? He said, Matsuda and Eddie Graham, and they won't let me in. They won't give me a tryout, And so I just told him to keep trying. You'll get it, but he
didn't you get called to get him booked in Alabama too, or something when he couldn't get booked anywhere?
I don't recall that, but he did ask me. He did ask me in Atlanta for advice. He had 2 places to go to, Minneapolis, or it might have been the Alabama thing. And I said, please go to Minneapolis. This is the big stage other than New York. And, of course, we know that he eventually did with Vince.
Yeah. And the other guy that patterned himself after you, of course, Ric Flair took a lot from you, and he's always spoken highly of you. And Jesse Ventura, of course, too, who has gone on to great fame in the last couple of decades, actually. So you must be very proud of everyone that you've had influence on.
Yeah, I don't know how I really influenced Ric Flair that much. I don't. I've tried to analyze that statement he said over and over and over again. I guess because we're such good friends, he gives me the credit for inspiring him.
He used to follow you around in AWA, right? And he would drive your car from the airport and things like that.
Oh, yes. For instance, when we would wrestle, say, in Fargo, North Dakota, 250 miles to Minneapolis during the winter, we'd drive over, me, Flair, Koloff, maybe in my car, and I didn't feel like driving back, and so I said, Rick, please just drive my car back for me, and I'll give you a call, tell you what time I come in and be at the airport to pick me up. And so he, but that wasn't like treating him with disrespect.
No, it was his pleasure to do that for you because you were a big superstar and he was breaking into the business and he liked you.
Yeah, and I wasn't abusing him. I wasn't abusing or using him to drive my car back. I just didn't want to drive, probably because I
think Dusty abused him a lot more from the stories I've heard about how Dusty and Murdoch treated him, and he didn't mind.
That's probably true because, because that was more their nature. That was more their personality as rednecks, Murdoch and Dusty at that time. And I was a little more, no, I'm not a redneck.
And you were never a big drinker or partier?
No, exactly. Exactly. I was kind of more to myself And I just saw Rick at the Indianapolis 500 being interviewed, and in Indianapolis, and one of the top race car drivers, like the number 2 driver at this huge, iconic event. Saturday night, Rick was at a bar, as a guest of the bar, make a first appearance, and the number 2 driver for the Indianapolis 500 car race said, well, I'm going to so-and-so's bar tonight, Saturday night, and have some drinks and get partially drunk with Ric Flair. He says, I'm not really going to get too drunk because I got to drive tomorrow. I got to drive 500 miles. I got to race tomorrow, 500 miles. So I'm really not going to get too drunk with Ric Flair. But here's a guy on national television. I told Valerie, my wife, I said, how does Ric Flair do it? He's such an iconic name, and his number 2 race car driver in the world. So I can't wait to go to the bar and party with Ric Flair.
What's your opinion of those pictures that came out recently of his daughter, and I guess all these private pictures are coming out of various female wrestlers?
I don't know why they're taking the selfies, of why.
Just asking for trouble, I guess.
Well, you've got to realize Charlotte's not stupid. I sat and talked with Charlotte when I went to SmackDown a year and a half ago here in Phoenix, and she saw me and came over and sat down next to me and said, oh, Superstar, I just want to meet you so bad. She was so sweet. And we sat there and talked for 30 minutes. I told her about my wife giving your dad his first bleach blonde hair deal in Minneapolis before he hit the road, took off, became an icon. And she loved the story. So she's a very intelligent girl. But I don't get it. She said, she wanted to check out her abs, her obliques. She's a great athlete. But you don't just take pictures of yourself nude, and then it just so happens on that very day somebody hacks into your account and gets your photos and puts them all over the world. Do you?
What do you think now, just a couple more questions here, about all the wrestlers that have been involved in porn, either like having sex tapes leaked, or some like China and Sunny and X-Pac have actually made porn videos, but now you've had Hulk Hogan in a sex tape. Paige recently has made a big... Wasn't her fault, apparently, but she's on tape, I guess, getting double teamed with a couple WWE wrestlers. What do you think? That wouldn't have happened with, what's his name, Wahoo McDaniel. You wouldn't have seen anything like that come out.
No, it's very, it's our culture. It's this culture that we're living in. And I tell you, the guy that when it was a year and a half now already, I went to the SmackDown house show here in Phoenix, and Paige's fiance, the Hispanic wrestler, the Mexican,
Alberto El Patron, or Alberto Del
Rio.
Rio.
But what is his before El Patron?
Del Rio.
Yes, Alberto Del Rio was the nicest person on earth to me. He came over almost sprinting, one of the very few. He was so excited to meet me, and I my God, I couldn't believe how kind he was and polite and just thrilled to meet me. And I said, man, I'm thrilled to meet you too. You're a great performer. And I said, my God, you make Mil Mascaras look like a beginner. He loved that guy when I put him over Mascaras.
Oh, yeah. Because for people that don't know, you fought Mascaras in the Garden.
Yes, and actually, Mil Mascaras was the first masked wrestler allowed to wrestle in Madison Square Garden. That was they wouldn't let any masked wrestlers wear a mask in Madison Square Garden until Mil came to town and wrestled me 2 shows in a row, sold out immediately because, I mean, my God, no mask was the first time ever in Madison Square Garden. And, yeah, Alberto was such a fine person, so kind, so polite, such a nice man to me, my God.
And he's still with Paige even after that video came out, so that shows just how accepting he is, because a lot of people would go off the deep end if something like that comes out about their fiance.
Oh my God, yes, think about that. Yes, that's exactly right.
Do you think WWE will take her, like she's still technically under contract, she's been suspended a couple times, but do you think after all that controversy, they're actually going to bring her back on TV?
Well, I would hope so, because our culture is so used to this stuff now that it's not a big deal.
Right.
I mean, I know Vince's the family, rating and all that, but my God, Charlotte is, what's the difference between Charlotte and Paige? Nude is nude.
Yeah. And another video that we put out that you did, I think all the way back in 2011, just after Chris Jericho had come out with a book where it made some comments about you. He had a problem with you being in charge of Eddie Guerrero's funeral. But is that all water under the bridge now, or is there still some resentment between you and Jericho?
Oh, no. But no, there was never any follow-up. As a matter of fact, I think the guy's very wise. Really, I'll go on the record and say that he's very smart, having a band and going in back and forth.
Yeah. He has not all of his eggs in one basket.
Yeah, very clever.
And people that, serious inquiries only, that are interested in purchasing some of your artwork or possibly having you do something custom for them, are you still accepting offers on that type of stuff?
Oh yeah, commissions. Yeah, any artwork. There's you go to my Facebook and there's an address where I can be contacted, and for photographs, autographed photographs, and artwork, commissioned artwork, and
if they message you there, you have a guy named Mike that usually passes the messages.
Yes, he runs my my Facebook that you started for me. And it's you're the one who got it going, and Mike jumped in down in Florida to help you out because you're so busy. But yeah, he watches very closely and has an address posted up that you can private message me and get an address and send me a contact, and I'll get right back to you.
And if they want to buy your WWE shirt, I guess they could just go to WWE shop and search up Billy Graham, Superstar Billy Graham t-shirt, I guess.
I guess, but honestly, I wouldn't even bother. to my fans out there, it's a horrible shirt. It's just a drawing of my arm. And I asked Triple H please let me have a little artistic input to my T-shirt. He said, well, we're doing a lot of contemporary T-shirts, the contemporary merchandise. Well, that's why I got out of Triple H. The T-shirt looks horrible. I told Triple H. I told him, looks horrible. There was some Japanese wrestler.
Japanese MMA fighter or something.
Yes.
Mike knew him. There's a picture of a very famous Japanese MMA fighter that posted a picture wearing your shirt, which was
yes,
cool.
I couldn't believe it. He actually bought that dull, boring shirt.
Well, it might be boring by your standards. You're one of the most flamboyant wrestlers of all time. You were known for your colorful ring attire, so I guess by your standards it might be plain. But I don't think it's too bad of a shirt. But
yes, I guess by my standards, I'm a little being an artist and being flamboyant and with tie dye and
butterfly chain around your neck.
Yes, and the first person to wear a boa.
Oh yeah, and both Jesse Ventura and Hulk Hogan ended up taking
and Hulk. Hulk and Jesse took the boa from me. I was the one that came up with the boa, and this is how I did it on the day of the Madison Square Garden of the matches. I went out. I thought, what am I going to wear besides what I know I was going to wear? All black with a sequin rose tank top in the middle of the tank top. All black. I said, I need a boa, an actual boa. I went to Macy's, the famous Macy's department store in New York in '77 and paid $250 for a real boa right off a mannequin, a black boa. And so I wore it. Yeah, I wore that in the ring. The first wrestler to wear a boa.
Do you think it's kind of a rib that they brought Bob Backlund back and put him in there with the homosexual wrestler as the...
It had to be. I know Vince pretty well, and Vince does have sometimes a warped sense of humor, and I just have to believe it was just Vince having fun and laughing.
Because Bob doesn't seem like the type of, like, he's so straight and narrow that he doesn't seem like the guy that would be too accepting of that, but he's not the type that would say anything about it either if that was the job given to him. But. Yes,
that's true. That's true, but I'm sure it was...
I understand that angle's not really getting over, though. I haven't actually seen it, but...
You haven't seen it, and I don't want to see it. So I'm glad you warned me. But I did see Bob doing this, playing this dominant training role for somebody.
Yeah, that's the guy. They've made him like the trainer to this guy. Darren Young is his name, and I guess he's come out as being homosexual, I guess, and which whatever suits you. So they've given Bob Backlund the role of the trainer of him, but I guess that was their idea to help get the kid over, but I guess it hasn't been working too well. But
no, I wouldn't project that bit of drama to go anywhere. Honestly, I really wouldn't.
And the last question I have for you is just about Kevin Sullivan, because he's got a podcast now, and he always puts you over very heavily on that podcast whenever he talks about you. So I was just wondering if you have a favorite memory or anything about Kevin Sullivan.
Oh my God! What a genius of a booker! When Dusty left Florida and went to Carolinas and to be the booker in the Carolinas, and Kevin Sullivan took over in Tampa in the Florida territory to be the booker. What a genius! And he was doing that. He was doing that. That devil, gimmick, and he was, like being nailed to the tree of woe, and this girl named Luck was her name. He would slap her so hard on television that you could hear the slap across the sportatorium little area there, and almost knock off her feet on television. And he went to the big angle is he went to slap her again as hard as he could, and as he reached back and prepared a big roundhouse slap, I caught his arm halfway before I got to her face and stopped him, and we had to stare down. You can't be hitting, you can't be slapping this poor, innocent, slightly deranged young lady. You can't be slapping this girl. And we had a confrontation, and as we broke apart, and he walked across, and he started to walk off the set right there by the ring. He grabbed a folding chair and threw it at me. Hit me in the face, the side that cut my eye open the hard way. And I said, Kevin, you got to be a little more careful when you hit me with a chair. I came back into the locker room bleeding. He cut me off with that. He says, yeah, but it was hot. It was hot, superstar. It was hot. It was hot, brother. It was hot. And the great story, I'm hoping to find the photograph someday. The great ending to this story. This is a good way to finish up this interview, which I appreciate very much, by the way. I really enjoyed this. You're one of my favorite friends and personalities and wrestlers. But I was under Kevin Sullivan's spell, his demonic spell, okay? That's why I became his tag team partner and had these python snakes wrapped around me, which I hated. I hated snakes. I was afraid of them. I had to wrap these snakes around me. And anyway, to break his demonic grip he had on me, I took 2 weeks off, and I said, I've got to go back to the Arizona desert, and I've got to purge this is making my point about scripts and no freedom to think for yourself and be creative. I said, I'm going to the Arizona desert, and I'm going to purge myself of this demonic Kevin Sullivan spirit that he has cast on me. And did you ever see any of the still photographs of me staked out in the river bottom?
I've actually seen those.
Yes, I had my white karate pants soaked in blood, and I had stakes. We drove stakes into the river bottom, a real river bottom, and I stressed. We tied my hands apart and wrists, and my legs spread apart, and I lay there. We took still shots, and I was purging myself of this demonic devil, Kevin Sullivan, and we put those stills up when I came back, and I said, I came back and declared that I'm free. I'm set free from the grip of this demon from hell, and I'm going to get my revenge. And then we worked together around, did tremendous business, but it was so much fun, and he was so creative with that.
They need to hire
the tree of woe. He was actually
creative.
Yeah, you can't even mention it in the same breath. That was so much freedom to be creative. To be creative, Devin, to think for yourself and create. I actually thought up of this idea to be free from this demonic, I was possessed by the spirit of this evil monster. His soul was wretched. The things that we could come up with, and we did.
He was like a Charles Manson type character.
Yes, Charles Manson type.
Yeah.
Yes, controlling, demonic. Yeah, it was just off the charts, original. Yeah. It's great stuff.
Well, thank you so much. Huge congratulations. You slayed the dragon, as they say. You defeated hepatitis C. It's over. That fight's done 25 years later.
That's the big demon right there. That's
what
the real
liver?
demon.
What liver god? Another one. You know, the liver can actually recover. So if you're
regenerate.
lucky, it can regenerate. So
yes.
I really wish you the best with that, and I really appreciate this was only going to be a quick interview, but you gave us great answers, and you really went above and beyond what we were asking.
It was my pleasure. Talking to you is always a pleasure. My God, you bring out, you can reach in. I mean, it's just, there's nothing forced. It's just good. It's good to have that freedom. We didn't have a script. But there's no script here, brother. Hey, maybe I'll see you in the ring. Someday, with my health improving, I just may get on the big silver bird and end up in Ottawa and get in the ring and make an appearance for Hannibal.
We would love that.
I would love it too.
Yeah. And speaking of no script, to finish this off, I'm not going to say anything else. Can you shut this down with a promo?
Okay, I'm still Superstar Billy Graham, the man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour. Oh my God, I've said that so many times. Vince actually told me once, Superstar, if I hear that again, I'm gonna go crazy. Never use that one again. Come up with a new one. But they actually told me that. Vince actually told me to never say that. I said, that's my catchphrase, Vince. That's what I'm famous for. The man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour. Come on, Vince. I created that phrase. Oh, my God.
All the good guys are gone.
They're gone, brother. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone.
Yeah.
It's a new deal now. They got these kids. They got the sons of these guys that can't do shit.
Terrible.
Horrible.
My wife says, why didn't you ever get Roy?
End of the deal.
I said, because I worked too hard for him to ruin it for me. I said, I've got to live too. And worse, and I said, he doesn't have it, the grit and the crawl, and he don't got it in his heart. And if you don't have that, you're not going to do it. You know, I mean, it comes from body. You did it from bodybuilding. If you don't go in that gym and have that grit and have that desire, you're never going to make it. You're never going to make it as a football player, a baseball player. You're not even going to make it in life.
In life, that's right. You'd be a loser in life, brother.
I do these seminars, these speaking engagements, and that's what I talk about. It takes three things, no matter what it is. Desire, dedication, and hard work.
That's it.
If you ain't got the desire, you ain't dedicated, you're not going to work
hard. You got to be committed. You have to have commitment.
You got to be there. The desire comes from right in your heart.
Yeah.
Dedication comes from in your mind.
That's it, brother.
And the hard work comes from the body.
That's it. It's a good line. I don't know if any second generation kids have ever made it.
No. George Goulas was terrible. Greg Gagne was terrible.
Terrible.
Eddie Graham's kid was a little punk.
Oh, he was a little midget.
And they'll walk around
a little midget.
King of the cock of the walk.
Yeah. And Eddie Graham, little Mike Graham, you know, he's this tall.
Yeah.
You know, and he thought he was fucking Andre the Giant. You know what I mean?
Come stand and tell you what he's going to do.
And the guy walks and talks and stuff, and he was a midget.
Yeah.
He's a midget. I've seen him at these fan conventions, a couple of deals I did. And he walks around like he got booked at a fan convention. He acts like he owns the joint.
Yeah. Look at the Von Erich kids.
You know?
They all go out and kill themselves.
Oh.
Terrible tragedy.
Oh.
Horrible.
Fuck, man. Cursed. It was cursed. They were cursed. You know, but the thing is, brother, this is the deal, brother. There will never be another honky tonk man.
Never.
There'll never be another superstar.
Never be another.
No. I'm just saying there'll never be another Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. You know, there'll never be another Undertaker. You know, there's certain people that there's one of a kind.
Yeah.
There's one. There's only one.
Never duplicate these
You
people.
can't duplicate
Never.
it. You can't duplicate it.
I don't.
You can't duplicate it.
I don't know what it is, but it's something.
It is the it factor.
Yeah.
It's the it factor, brother. You have it.
I was-
What do you have? You know what you have? It's charisma.
We were talking.
Brother?
We were talking the other night. If you ask Bill Gates, one of the richest men in the world, or you would have asked Sam Walton from Walmart, what's your key to success? They would have said, "There's no key. I don't know. We don't know what it is."
Yeah. Right. We just work.
Yes.
We're hard workers.
That's it.
We're hard workers. That's all there is to it. You see, hard workers. And the thing is, what has made you, what has made me, and makes our people is charisma. It's charisma. You're able to go out there. Me and you are able to go. We're able to go out there.
Still,
We're able to
Right
go out there,
now.
right there, and just this. Just this.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
Just little Muhammad Ali, little deal like this.
Pull it
You
down.
know, just like that. That's all. Right? You can do that for 10 minutes.
That's
You
it.
can do that for 10 minutes.
That's all you
You
got to
can
do.
walk and talk. You can walk and talk for 10 minutes.
This one.
You know? But
You do this.
you do the deal. So you go back. You get back. I gotta do this deal.
That's it.
Give me some time here. It's so easy. It's so easy.
Because people want to see. They want to see these. I don't know what are we.
It's
We're
charisma.
not super
Brother, it's
human or
charismatic.
natural.
It's charismatic performance. What it is.
Yeah.
It's charisma. See, that is the bottom line.
They come to see
Honky.
this.
It's charisma, man. You got charisma,
Yeah.
brother. You got a gimmick. First of all, you gotta have a gimmick,
You gotta have it
and
again.
then you gotta have charisma.
God bless these
It's just
sideburns.
charisma. Yeah. It's a simple deal. It's not rocket science, brother.
No.
You know, you don't need 1,000 moves. You just need the,
That's all.
you know.
I like this. I like this spot right here. You know. Oh, he's got a big one.
Yeah. Like, oh. You know, like the man just,
He just broke his arm.
Yeah. That's all it is, brother.
It's
It's
so
a work.
beautiful.
It's a work, brother. They forget the damn things that work. You understand what I'm talking about?
It really is a waltz.
It's a waltz.
Waltz.
It's a waltz,
Not
brother.
a dance. It's a
It's
waltz.
so easy.
Waltzing is.
These kids make it hard. They make it hard. They make it difficult. They've raised the bar. I was telling this guy. They've raised the bar so high now, where you're jumping off the top rope doing three gainers, backflips off the top rope is not even a high spot no more.
No.
You see, they've raised the bar so high and made it so difficult to get the job done that what else can you show me?
So what we said. What do you do now? You start.
What do you do?
I'm gonna cut my finger off, and I'm gonna cut my hand off. Now, I'll just cut my arm off.
I've seen it all. What
you
else
know-
can you show me?
If you did cut your hand or arm off, people would say he really didn't do it.
Exactly.
They'd go home and say he really didn't do it.
Yeah.
So you can't please them. All you can do is get their money.
You just brother, you just walk and you talk. That's all you do, brother. That's all you do. You walk and you
If we
talk.
could hear
man.
symphony music as we.
You see what we're doing now. What we're doing right now. We are exposing the business. Oh, we're on the good side.
Right.
We're exposing we're exposing the fact that it's just a touch.
That's all.
It's just a touch. It's just a work. It's just communication, man. It's
But
you know.
but when it comes, Jesus.
See, and I'm not going to speak any harder than this. I'm going to say, I'm going to give you this.
Oh,
Is
come
this
on.
too hard, Honky?
Jeez, Billy.
That's what Ernie Ladd told me.
I thought
He says, Ernie Ladd's the superstar. Is this too tight? Is this too tight? He kicked me in the head one time. I barely fell. He said, superstar, was that a potato? I said, I didn't even feel it. He said, was that a potato, superstar? I said, hell no, man.
But we're not smartening up anybody. The promoter who books a bad match is the guy that smartens up everybody. A promoter who says, you guys got that wrong on TV, go back out and do it again in front of the same audience is the guy that smartens everybody up.
That's right. That's right.
Not us. The guy that has a building that's got 20,000 people in it, and he's got a catering service that's got 200 people, security 200 people, ticket takers, riggers and hanging and stuff, and you're out there, and he's going through a walkthrough at 3 o'clock in the afternoon as a rehearsal. He's smartening up the people, not us. He's already done it. Why can they chastise us and say, them guys are smartening people up? We're not smartening them up. You already did. You went to the athletic commission in New Jersey and said, look, we're not real wrestling. We're entertainment. Please don't tax me anymore.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. And you know what? Let them be smart, brother. Let them be smart. They're still going to pay their money.
That's it.
Let them be smart.
Everybody comes to the circus sideshow. I tell you what, one time I went, they said they had this man that was going to eat a live chicken. And I was so carried away that I gave my 50 cents and I went in there to watch this man. And he sat on the ground like a Neanderthal man, and the chicken ran around. And all of a sudden he reached and grabbed it, pulled it, twisted the head off, and drank the blood. And I said, is that it? I thought he was going to actually eat the chicken.
Yeah, that was.
But he didn't. He just drank the chicken blood.
That was enough, though. Wring his neck.
But they got me.
They got you, brother.
They got me.
They got you, brother. Let them be smart, brother. All they want to do is get entertained.
That's all.
Let them be smart.
They want to see superstar Billy Graham walk out there and do this.
And do a deal.
And do this.
That's right. That's right.
And they want to see me go out there and do the
Do the deal.
Sideburns, a jumpsuit.
That's all. Pick up the guitar. Hit him in the head.
Means anything in between means nothing. Nothing.
All showbiz, brother. It's all showbiz. They make it hard nowadays, you know. They make it difficult.
This is Hannibal from the Hannibal TV, and on the line we have former WWF World Champion. Of course, that's now known as WWE, and he's a WWE Hall of Famer. The man with the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour. He eats T-bone steaks, lifts barbell plates. He's the women's pet, the men's regret. What you see is what you get, and what you don't see is better yet. Superstar Billy Graham. How are you doing tonight, Superstar?
Hey, you did that promo very good, Hannibal. I'm worried the fans might forget about me. You do that promo. I got to compete with you now, even though I'm retired on my promo. This is a very good intro. Thanks for having me on. Again, it's a real highlight for me to be on your show. I consider to be probably the most legitimate, non-biased show. And your productions are just phenomenal. And it's really great to be back with you. And we could just start off by saying to all your fans that I believe you've already mentioned, I know I have on my Facebook that I'll be down in Tampa for my final autograph appearance next October, 2/18, and Barry Ross, and
That's the
well,
CWF Legends Fan Fest, right? Championship
yeah,
Wrestling from Florida Fan Fest is what it's called, and it's next October.
yes, exactly. And there'll be a set date released here coming up in the next month or two. We'll make sure that you get it, and because I'm really hoping a lot of fans that are in the area will be able to come down, and it's going to be a very special day, and really looking forward to that. So.
Well, you have a lot of fans there still because I was at the last Legends Fan Fest that Kevin Sullivan and JJ Dillon were at down there just outside of Tampa. And because you've mentioned me on your Facebook before, and I've done several shoot interviews with you that are on the Hannibal TV YouTube channel, a lot of fans that were there were aware that I knew you, and many of them were asking if you do autograph signings. So it's great that we now know that you're going to do your final autograph appearance, and it's probably going to be your first time in Florida in decades, right? At least the 1990s, probably. And you're going to be meeting fans and signing autographs and taking pictures, I imagine.
Oh yes, it's very exciting, and it has been decades, literally, and also be taking questions from fans, and I'm hoping you'll be able to make it down so you can record the questions and answers directly from fans, and maybe even interview some fans as well as interviewing me on a shoot interview in depth, which will be my final one of my career. And so that would be that'd be a great thing. Florida was just such a hotbed of wrestling, and even when Dusty left and went up to be the booker for Crockett, Kevin Sullivan did such a tremendous job of booking, and that was really one of my fondest time of remembering working in Florida was when Kevin was booking and working with Kevin and then against Kevin. He's so talented, just remarkable that that gimmick he had with the snakes and.
Yeah, and actually, we interviewed him in October, and what he was saying when we asked him about you is he said he actually believes the biggest mistake that Vince McMahon Sr. ever made in his history of promoting was not switching you babyface at the end of your heel run in 1977. Instead of switching the title to Backlund, Sullivan said, if they had made you babyface then, you would have been Hulk Hogan, and there would have been no Hulk Hogan because Hogan essentially took 80% of your gimmick. So if you had already created that gimmick and had the push as a babyface, Kevin believes that the whole history of wrestling would be different right now.
Yeah, that's very possible. I know it was very difficult to. Nothing personal against Bob Backlund, but he just seemed to have had such lack of charisma that it was very difficult to make that transition. And I think Vince Sr. was never in that type of position before. And I don't know if he was kind of afraid to be babyface. I think he was very confused. He was so obligated to Backlund, whom he had been promoting on television every week for up to a year before we made that transition. And he took the belt. the title that he just was so committed. He didn't know how to handle it. Had to go with it, but.
Because you had just sold out 19 of 20 Madison Square Gardens, so looking at that from a financial standpoint, if you have a champion that sold out the Madison Square Garden 19 out of 20 times, it might not be the best business move to take the title off that individual.
Yeah, and also Backlund required a lot of support on the card. His cards, when he became champion, were very stacked, very loaded to support underneath him, to support his. But we'll get more in depth on that in Florida next October.
And one quick thing I wanted to ask you about, because Cody Rhodes is in the news a lot these days, and you were really close with Dusty. I guess Cody is going to finance an event himself now, and he wants to rent a 10,000 seat arena, and he believes that him and the Young Bucks could fill a 10,000 seat arena. How do you think that's going to work out for him?
Yeah, I read that on the internet on one of the sheets. That was his. That is his aspiration, and I don't know why he would even consider that or even make that type of a statement when the WWE in this country is having troubles bringing people. I know SmackDown was just here in Phoenix maybe 2 months ago, and the building holds 15,000 people, and I know someone posted a picture of the SmackDown crowd here in Phoenix for that show, and I think Meltzer said the actual attendance was just barely 3,000 fans in Phoenix in a 15,000 seat arena. So,
and what's the population of Phoenix? Phoenix is over 1 million, right? Has to be over 1 million people.
Phoenix is now 4 million people. Phoenix, Arizona is officially the 5th largest city in the United States, right behind Houston. Phoenix has 4 million population, and is absolutely, and about 1 million of the people here are illegal aliens.
I did notice that when I came down there.
So they have quite a bit of the fan base, because they're, as you know, the Mexican folks are very avid wrestling fans. They always have been. So, but we're like 4 million people in the city of Phoenix, and so it was shocking to see that there were barely 3,000 people in this arena for SmackDown, and but I understand they've had troubles across the country. Of course, sometimes they'll draw a good full house for their pay-per-views and things like that, but it seems like they're really having problems drawing in this country. I just read that they just finished up wrestling in Dubai. I guess that's in Egypt. And then they went over to New Delhi. And then, and what I don't understand is I really, this Jinder Mahal, I really liked his whole persona, he is very believable and a great physique. I just read this today that in New Delhi, India, that Triple H actually beat him in India. There was no title involved, no belt. But you would think that that he would have, since he put Roman Reigns over in Dubai, Triple H did, that in India, of all places, he would have put Jinder Mahal over, but he didn't. He beat him cleanly. So I don't know if that bodes well for Mahal, and I don't understand because I really liked his gimmick. I think one thing that hurt him was having the two guys with him. I don't think I thought it added a little bit too much comedy to his very, very hard, believable gimmick that he has, and that look that he has. He's all business looking, and so I think the two his two much smaller guys that walked into the ring and went out first and did all that with him actually hurt his image. If I had him, I would have sent him out there alone because he is so dominant looking that I think the two guys with him actually took away from him and degraded his quality, not his in-ring ability or his promo ability, but just his overall presence. He did not need those two guys with him acting as, his spokespersons, or
Right.
what were they called?
I don't have cable, so I don't watch it. I did see a few of Jinder's matches because he wrestled in Great North Wrestling in the past, and I had a lot of matches with him, so I was curious to see how he was doing as champion, but I never actually watched anything too much with his two assistants. But I know who you're talking about, the Singh brothers. I think that was their independent name. I don't know what they go by on TV. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. They try and do a lot of comedy when wrestlers aren't always the greatest comedians, so it doesn't come off well all the time. Me personally, I'd rather watch a comedy movie than watch wrestling for comedy.
Yeah, exactly right. And I found that, especially with Jinder, with Mahal, he had such a serious, dominating look and approach, and his promos were so believable because he was really everything was just is tremendous about him. But I'm just surprised that. Actually, I think I also read that those two guys that were with him, their contracts are up, and I don't believe they've been reinstated. I don't believe the WWE has given them new contracts.
Okay.
And I don't understand Triple H.
They were apparently they were with him today
in India, New Delhi.
Yeah, they were managing him today in New Delhi. I was just reading the results. So apparently they are still with him on the tour. But yes, you make a great point there to try to build up their popularity in India. I don't know why. Apparently Mahal thanked Triple H after the match, which I don't know. I don't think people watch wrestling for sportsmanship, but they can do whatever they want to do, I guess. They're the multimillionaires.
Yeah, I think I did see a picture online of Mahal kind of like bending over after the match, shaking Triple H's hand and like a gesture bowing almost at the waist and thanking him for the match.
Apparently, they
Main
all
event-
danced at the end of the match. Apparently, I'm just reading the results now. Triple H, Jinder Mahal, and the Singh brothers all danced at the end. So it's bizarre.
Yeah.
And Roman Reigns, you mentioned him a lot on Facebook. Uh, what's going on with your opinion of him these days?
Yeah, I'm wondering what the fascination Vince has with Roman Reigns. I really do. We know that he's beaten everyone, and the expectation, of course, is uh, Reigns against Lesnar at WrestleMania, and what I've been reading is all expectations is Roman Reigns will beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania, and I guess Lesnar's contract is up a few months after Mania.
Yeah,
There's
because
been
there's been
talk about
rumor.
him going back
Yeah.
to MMA, UFC, but I don't know who is in the UFC.
Well, he hasn't won his
That-
last 3 UFC fights. He had first round knockouts. The 2 fights before he came back. Then he came back, and he may have won, but it was ultimately ruled. It goes down the history books as a no contest because he failed the drug test. So technically,
oh,
he hasn't
correct.
won in a very long time. So maybe he would just do it for the payday. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I do recall that now that you mention it. Uh, and he also was suspended, but that didn't matter because he was going back to the WWE anyway.
Yeah, because that's when it came out that the part-time contract performers didn't have to necessarily abide by the same drug testing principles as the full-time performers. But Ryback has said since being released that he was able to take supplemental testosterone therapy during his WWE tenure, but it was under the supervision of a doctor. So I'm guessing there's ways to get around it because if you've pointed it out numerous times through your various posts that you're an expert on steroids and you can tell when somebody's on them and when they're not.
Yeah, well, it was kind of obvious with Ryback. Boy, he looked so incredibly muscle density, really, really a huge muscle density.
And we all love
But
The Rock, but whenever he comes back, he looks like a bodybuilder, and we know they're not testing him with the amount of money they're paying him. And
yes,
I'm not saying they should be testing him, but maybe that's a good example that if all the top stars are able to take something and they're over, like I'm sure Goldberg. Actually, I'm not sure, but who knows? Goldberg had a better physique than 90% of the WWE roster, and he was in his 50s, wasn't he, when he made his recent return? So.
yes, exactly. You're exactly right about that. And of course, they for Goldberg's return, he did look in tremendous shape, and I know they waived the drug testing stipulation for Goldberg. There was no need to test Goldberg when they knew he would fail the test, and then they would have to suspend him as soon as he arrived. That was just not going to happen. But so I think Ryback. Back to Ryback for a moment. I never really, even despite his physique, I never really thought he had good promo skills at all, and I think that I know he complained a lot, but to be perfectly honest, I believe his lack of promo skill hurt him as far as staying with the WWE. I don't know all the details, but
all I know
I
about
was
him is
never
he
impressed.
charges $3,500 US for an independent appearance, which is pretty outrageous because that's a lot of tickets to sell to reimburse that, let alone adding the travel on top of that.
Yeah, that's really absurd. Actually, it's not even. It's mind blowing. Really.
Even Cody Rhodes is only 3,000, but you're aware of some of the demands that Cody Rhodes puts forth, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. But still, I think despite who your father was, you still have to carry the load yourself when you get right down to it. And I like Cody. I met him here in Phoenix when I went to the SmackDown event about 2 years now. Already it's been. Met the kid and liked him personally, of course, but I never felt that he, of course, everybody always would think of his dad, Dusty, and very hard to overcome. Goldust had no problem with because he had such a strange gimmick that you didn't even realize that there was a family member or his son.
Yeah.
Being Goldust. But what do you think with this happening to Jinder? What do you think is going to happen to Jinder Mahal? It seems like it kind of reminds me of Rusev. When Rusev first came, I saw him, and I was so impressed with Rusev. Of course, he had Lana out there with him, and it was the best Russian gimmick I've ever seen. With the big screen would put Putin's face up there, and Rusev really had a lot of good heat, and it was one of the best Russian gimmicks I'd ever seen, really.
Well, when I want to watch good wrestling, I'll put on one of your old matches on YouTube. So I'd rather watch that than anything that's out there today. So I wasn't really familiar with his gimmick, but I have heard similar complaints to what you have, is that he's had quite a drop from where he started in WWE for whatever reason that might be.
Yeah, they're even talking about now turning a babyface. The latest I read, I haven't actually seen him perform, but he's talking more now and he's losing his accent, and it's very confusing at times. It really is. But honestly, with Roman Reigns being just so flat, he has no personality whatsoever. It seems like, yes, he has in-ring ability, but so many people have good in-ring ability that it really doesn't matter. There's just something about Roman Reigns I can't quite put my finger on. I guess it's just that, like I said, maybe my last post or one before, I don't know. He always looks like he's half drugged almost. His eyes are always like half open, and he just doesn't have a look of excitement or talks excited. I feel when I listen to him, I just don't get any. I don't get excited. I don't get excited about anybody really, but I mean, but it's just difficult. It's just difficult to see Roman Reigns. And what's going to happen when he beats Lesnar? I mean, that's not going to elevate
I don't know, but didn't the last time Lesnar had to lose in a match involving Reigns, didn't like someone from the outside that wasn't even scheduled for the match come in and Reigns ended up pinning that guy, which was very confusing. Was that
Yeah,
a WrestleMania or something? And I understood that like some of Reigns' family even had heat with Lesnar over that because they thought it was a little ridiculous that someone that wasn't even originally scheduled for the match ended up doing the job.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's like
yeah.
you wrestling Bruno Sammartino and somehow Ivan Koloff comes in and takes the loss, which just never would have happened.
Yeah, yeah. But
And Ivan passed away from hepatitis C recently, I understand. I never asked you about that the last time I talked, but you were very close with him. Is there any thoughts you could share on Ivan?
oh, just yeah, that was very sad. Of course, uh, he was really obviously a real gentleman outside the ring. Of course, his in-ring Russian it was very believable, um, and he was very non-selfish in the ring as well. Uh, and it was always a pleasure. It was a pleasure being his tag team partner, and he would have been the one to have turned me babyface in New York under Vince Senior as a tag partner. Turning against me would have instantly made me a babyface, and we could have really did. That would have been the key. He was the key guy, being my tag team partner, to turn on me and to get me in the mix as a babyface.
Then the Wizard could have gone with him and done the talking for him. Because wasn't the Wizard managing you at that time?
Yes,
Yeah.
he was. Yes, yeah. He was managing me, and then and during the tag matches with Ivan as well, the Wizard managed us both. Um, but that would have been my ticket to babyface land. Would have been Ivan Koloff turning on me, and we teased it a few times during some matches at the Garden. I'd be holding an opponent. He would duck. Ivan throw the punch and catch me, and then I'd sell it and come back and threaten Ivan. And he'd drop to his knees, and I'd work the crowd, the fans, if I should really lay into Koloff for hitting me, and people would just jump to their feet in anticipation. So it would have been a great. He would have been the one to have turned me babyface. A solid. There have been no going back after that. Believe me.
And a lot of people say that you're a natural heel, but from knowing you personally, I would say you're more of a natural babyface.
Actually, yes. Yes, especially with the promos that I did were actually more along the lines of a Dusty Rhodes promo. They were very entertaining. They weren't real heel promos. They were actually entertaining promos, and people enjoyed them and were entertained by the promo. So I was actually a natural babyface at heart. There's no question about that.
And you were always nice to the fans, even when you were a heel, which was uncommon in those days. So.
Yeah. I didn't have
I'm not saying you were nice inside the ring to them, but like if they would ask you for an autograph, you wouldn't be one of those guys that would like tell them to screw off or something like that. Because I've heard stories of you
Yes,
taking
that's
fans out to
very
dinner
true.
and
Yeah.
young wrestlers out for dinner, like even Hulk Hogan. Didn't you look after him a little bit when he was young, getting into the business?
Yeah, my personality wasn't really a mean spirited personality, and
Unlike mine.
yeah, like you're natural. Oh, but that does remind me of Dynamite Kid, um, who I was on a Japanese tour, and Dynamite and Davey Boy were over there on the same tour, and I remember Dynamite was very he was a very mean spirited individual, and sitting in the bus at the hotel loading up, and all the fans would be shouting out for autographs and everything. And Dynamite, I've seen him do this many times. He would slide the window open and actually spit on the fans in their faces, Japanese. And cursed them, and uh, it was like he was really.
You know what that reminds me of though is like in those days, I think why wrestling was popular is because the wrestlers were more real life characters. Like if a wrestler did that now in WWE, they'd be fired for spitting on a
Oh, of course.
fan. I mean, with Ric Flair's habits of stripping naked when he used to go out, I mean, if you did that now, it'd be considered indecent exposure. There'd be all sorts of things popping up on people's cell phones, and but
Oh God, yes, yes. I remember also when I made my comeback in '87, and Dynamite and Davey Boy Smith. I was on a lot of shows with them, and in the locker rooms, and uh, Dynamite, when he'd take a shot of testosterone, he'd load up a syringe with testosterone in the locker room and just inject it in his right glute. And he had after he injected himself with testosterone, he'd just throw the syringe like off to the side. He wouldn't even put it in a garbage can. He'd just throw it on the floor up against the wall. Oh my God!
you'd want shower shoes in that dressing room if there's needles lying around. My God. And one other thing I wanted to ask you about, because I know you're pretty busy today, is Ronda Rousey. I mean, you brought up Brock Lesnar. He came off of a couple of bad losses, and WWE made the fans forget about it. But he was initially more popular than Rousey. Rousey was never in wrestling before. She's only really known for her UFC, and she had two pretty devastating defeats. Do you think that Rousey's going to make much of a difference for them? It has given them some mainstream attention, but she's coming off
Yeah,
some
that's
bad
a
losses.
very Rousey is a very interesting figure. I saw both of her devastating defeats. That famous kick from Holly Holm in Melbourne that knocked her out, and then the like a minute and 30 seconds of Amanda Nunes destroying her with strikes to retire her. I think despite Ronda Rousey being on mainstream media like the Ellen DeGeneres show and all of these mainstream media things she's been on, I don't believe that all of that exposure that the people who watch those shows buy WWE tickets, I don't believe it will translate into her drawing, because I don't think she has a zero amount of charisma in her whole entire being. I saw her do a little confrontation with some other girls, and she was talking to
Wasn't it
Charlotte
Stephanie McMahon
and
or
a couple
something?
girls, and all Rousey said was, anytime, any place. that was the extent of her promo, and it was just so boring. She just comes across as so boring. And I just read that Triple H made an announcement there, because I was wondering why they haven't made a big deal out of her signing a contract, even though she's in training. I saw a little clip of her giving some girl a elbow as she came off the ropes, and then another little clip of her giving a girl a hip toss. Very elementary moves, and but I saw that Triple H said they're in negotiations to finalize, work out the fine details of a contract with Rousey, and so I suppose at that time they'll make a huge deal out of it in the ring and have her sign a contract. But I'm really not inspired at all by Rousey, and she'll actually, in my opinion, be worse than, she'll actually work on less shows than Brock Lesnar does, because she is, of course, they're grooming her now for WrestleMania, and I guess it'll be a 4 horsewomen against 4 horsewomen, whatever that means, and they're going to hide her in a pack of girls, so all she has to do is tag in when the finish comes, and she'll do the finish. But I really I believe that WWE is going to have a big letdown with her, because she has absolutely no ring presence or charisma that I have seen yet. Of course, anybody can sit on a talk show with Ellen DeGeneres and have a conversation in that type of a setting, a Hollywood setting, but I'm really, I don't have any high expectations for her whatsoever in the WWE.
You don't think it's going to turn the company? Well, they're doing well, obviously, but as you mentioned, in the States, attendance is pretty low compared to what it used to be.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
They are doing well for
I think she'll be demanding her own private dressing room, too.
Who knows? Some of them don't. Some of them have buses. Some of them.
I'm sorry.
Don't some of the wrestlers that are more higher up there have buses that sit in the parking lot, and they just, instead of a dressing room, they have their own private bus?
Yeah, I've actually read about that. I really couldn't believe what I was reading, that they demand. I guess Lesnar's one of them, his own private bus,
I think
and
the Giants has
private
one.
locker room, and will not associate with anyone. I just don't get it, but I'm just.
You don't see things turning around, as far as wrestling getting as popular as it was in the U.S. in the 80s and 90s, where it's really cool and really mainstream anytime soon, other than with the quick fixes like the Ronda Rousey that will initially make a bit of a splash. Or last year it was Goldberg. But there's no real new John Cena or new Hulk Hogan or new superstar Billy Graham in the works, really, because I guess Roman Reigns, they're trying, but as you said, he's not becoming a true high-drawing superstar.
Yeah, I don't see a resurgence of that era at all, and having to reach back to like a Goldberg and to like folks like that to come back and really get the interest peaked again. Then they're gone. But guess what? They're running out of people like Goldberg to reach out to.
What about Hulk Hogan coming back at 64? You mentioned something about that the other day.
Yeah, I posted that. I don't believe he has any business back in the ring whatsoever. And at 64 years of age, for one thing, Vince is so youth driven that why would he bring a 64-year-old man back when he's twice the age of most everyone on the card? Or why would he even put him in the ring? He wouldn't even put him in the ring because of his mobility problems. And
then there was all the tapes that came out about him. Like, those tapes are still pretty fresh in people's mind too, and isn't Linda McMahon in the Senate? So it'd be kind of controversial to bring him back, even though he was the icon. He's still not back in the Hall of Fame. I guess, is he the only wrestler to be taken out of the Hall of Fame? I believe so.
That's very possible.
Maybe they'll put him back in eventually. They got people.
Maybe not. I mean, I don't know. Vince McMahon is 72 years old now, and he really looks great. He looks so healthy and everything, but it seems like his mind is so fixed on the new generation of youth that even though he has to reach out to, like Kane, for example, his latest little run, he had reach out to the veterans to get some of these people over. They're just, I don't think he wants Hogan back, despite even if he had no social issues, but the problems we know that he's had that got him fired from the WWE and taken out of the Hall of Fame. I don't think Vince doesn't even care about Hogan being back in the Hall of Fame, and certainly not involved with the WWE in any way, shape, or form, because 64, man.
And he sure didn't help TNA's business when he came into TNA. If anything, unfortunately, it looks like management's still changing around, and hopefully the future will be better for them. But it seemed like when he came in there, he just sucked the company dry to the point where they couldn't afford the AJ Styleses and the Samoa Joe contracts anymore, which were the people that helped build the company. But
yeah.
And did Hogan, by the way, I get this question from fans a lot. That time you met him at the last autograph session you did in New York in 2013, I believe. I guess you hadn't spoken to him since probably the late 80s at that time, but was there ever any further contact after that? Fans ask me that all the time. Did he ever...
Oh, not really. Even though we exchanged email addresses, I really had no inclination of emailing Hogan, and he really hasn't emailed me or phone call or anything. So even though we had a very, we'd already made up prior to that meeting that you're talking about. We'd already buried the hatchet, and so that was just a very congenial meeting, shaking hands and everything at that time. But we never, there's never really been any desire on or any reason to reach out to each other and just even say hello. I mean,
Did you ever consider suing him for gimmick infringement? I think you would have had a great case there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And actually, he actually told me at that very meeting where the photos that famous, my favorite photo of all of you pointing to Hogan and telling him your arms are going to be bigger than his, and that you
Which
can
they
be
are
around
now.
him. That legendary photograph, my favorite photograph of all time.
Yeah, it's just too bad the security guard got in there before he could take me up on
Yes,
my
yes.
challenge.
Big E was moving in. Scott Epstein's bodyguard could detect something. That's the only thing to say, Hogan. Believe me, but
And for those that don't know, Hogan's security was the one that asked us to come over. So a lot of people talk about that clip all the time. We didn't like surprise him or anything. He knew you were coming over. It was at the request of his security. So it wasn't actually a surprise meeting. But
yeah.
but that was your last, just to show you how important this upcoming 2018 autograph session is. The last one you did was in New York City in 2013. So that was many years ago, and prior to that, it had been a while. So any Superstar Billy Graham fan that's listening to this, I would highly suggest you make plans to be in the Tampa area in October 2018, because it's going to be your last chance to meet Superstar. And he gets lots of offers all the time from people that want to have private meetings with him. And you're a busy person, you have a wife, you can't meet everyone that wants to meet you because you get requests all the time. So anyone listen to this, show up at that CWF Legends Fan Fest next October if you want to meet Billy. And if they want to buy some artwork from you, or if they want to request an 8x10, um, how would they do that?
Oh, they could just go to my Facebook and put up a message and ask for a photograph. Or I actually just got yesterday in the mail a book, my WWF autobiography,
Tangled Ropes, right? I think it was
brand
called.
new one, fans sent to me, and the DVD cover to sign, and a couple new T-shirts. So yeah, and any fan listening, just go onto my Facebook and you can make a request. We'll take care of them.
And I know some people always expect you to send. It costs money to get autographs printed, and it costs money for postage. So Billy's not going to send that to you for free. I don't know how much you charge. I think you asked for postage back and $20 or something like that. How
Yeah,
much?
something like that. Yeah, very
Yeah.
reasonable. Yes.
Yeah, so if you want an autograph, if you can't make Florida next October, or if you want to get it for someone for Christmas or whatever, you could email Billy's Facebook page. He has Mike there from Florida too, who I would expect would come out to your autograph convention, that looks after his Facebook and deals with all those messages. But thanks a lot for taking the time out of your day to speak with us, Superstar. It's a great honor as always. And is there anything else you want to touch on before we let you get
Oh
back?
no, that I think that this was a nice, very enjoyable interview. It always is with you, Hannibal. I've really become a big fan of yours, and you're such a professional, and I really, really enjoy. Of course, appreciate our personal friendship very, very much. Honored to have you as a personal friend, and really always an honor to be on your show. And looking forward to seeing you down in Tampa, and we'll certainly stay in touch. And
speaking of that, for anyone that doesn't know why I'm always so in debt to Superstars, because he was the one that introduced me to the medications that were able to cure me of hepatitis C. So I always will be forever in debt to him for that. And you announced last time I talked to you that you're cured of hep C. So maybe before you go, if you could just give us an update. Are you feeling better now that your liver's not being attacked? And I know you recently had a surgery and you have another one coming up. How is everything with that?
Health-wise, very good. The hepatitis C being arrested and gone has made a tremendous difference in my energy level and all the benefits of not having hepatitis C. So I'm very fortunate to have been cured of that disease. And I do have some orthopedic issues. I have another hip replacement coming up in January or February. And but other than the orthopedic, the bone problems internally, the vital organs, everything is just, according to Mayo Clinic laboratories, I'm really in great shape. So very happy about that. And so
you might actually be evidence that steroids might not be as bad as people think, as horrible as that is to say, because you've outlived so many of your contemporaries. But a lot of people always group steroids into the cause of death, but a lot of these people were doing hard party drugs as well, and drinking on a regular basis. And you were never a drinker, and you were never really into the party drugs. So I guess that's one of the things that have kept you so healthy, despite you've unfortunately had a lot of you had hepatitis C and a lot of problems that are uncontrollable that just happen with age. But you're doing great right now, better than you have in years.
Yes, I appreciate that, and also you've been Hep C free now for at least 3 years, or maybe 4.
December 2013 is when I was declared cured. So 4 years,
Oh, wow.
4 years actually. So December 18th, 2013. So it's almost exactly 4 years since I got that greatest Christmas present I ever had. That declaration that I was cured. And of course, my arms are bigger than Hulk Hogan's now.
Yeah. By far.
I recently
much stronger, I must say, as well.
Oh yeah, and Great North Wrestling is doing great, and we're expanding. Production values are growing. I just had an Impact wrestling match for Impact Wrestling that's going to air on their Explosion show in January. So everything is going well. The shoot interviews are doing great. And it's been a pleasure having you on, and I wish you a great night and continued good health to you and Valerie.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Hannibal, and it's always a pleasure. And of course, we'll be in touch, and we'll want to wish you and your family a real a Merry Christmas coming up very soon, and great Happy New Year, and we'll just keep on keeping on, brother.
Well, they do it. These kids do now this WrestleMania stuff. They go nuts. It's like, man, are you kidding me? People are like, how was it? 94,000 people. I said, man, we've been on the road 50 days. Go back and look at the video. We were beat. We didn't care. We knew we was gonna get fucked on a payday. Andre got his money on that one.
Andre got taken care of.
He scored on that one.
He took care of Andre.
Because Andre was at the last minute whether or not he would even go to the ring.
That's right.
Yeah. He got the big score there.
Yeah.
And he got a big score then to stay on.
Okay,
This
I'll
Warrior
laptop,
kid.
that'll give him some time.
Yeah.
catch up and
he cleaned up.
So are you able to
At the
call
end,
back in like
when he finally walked out of there, he finally walked out with his payday.
Okay, so that's good. Keep your phone nearby there.
Didn't live on
Okay.
long enough, after that to do much with it. But
Yeah, but he real giants, they die young, brother.
yeah, I was telling the kids last night, one of the kids in the locker room, long hair like mine. And I do this. My wife's gonna cut this. She was supposed to cut it last week, maybe this week. I donate it to Kids for Cancer.
Oh, good
make
for
wigs
you,
out there.
brother.
Takes me about 3 years to grow it. But one of the kids in there, he had long hair. And I said, you know what Andre would do to Jake Roberts? Jake had the long hair. Andre didn't like Jake. I said, if Andre liked you, he'd talk to you.
Oh.
But if he didn't like you, he'd say, get away.
Right.
And if he said, get away, don't come back.
That's right.
Don't come back.
That's right.
I don't like you.
That's right.
He didn't like Jake, so he would step on Jake's hair, grab Jake by the arm in the ring and say, get up.
Yeah, me and Andre, we fell in love with each other. He did all this to me. He walked on me, and he was clumsy. He couldn't help it, brother.
Yeah,
He was a giant.
yeah.
He was a giant, man.
Just him leaning on you hurt you.
Yeah, he couldn't help it, brother. He was a real giant.
He didn't like John Studd. And he beat John Studd out of the business. He just physically beat him out of, yeah, you might have been there about that time.
I was there, brother.
He just beat him. He beat John out of the business.
I was there, brother.
He pounded John every night, but
Yeah.
John just said, told Vince, he said, I gotta quit. I'm done.
Yeah, Andre, I'll send you some photos of me and Andre before our first match in Winnipeg in '73, backstage. Laughing at each other, shaking hands. We couldn't have a match without laughing at each other, brother. We just bonded right away. I fell in love with the guy. I loved him, Andre the Giant. The guy loved me.
If he liked you, you'd have a
He'd buy you the world.
and have matches, but it's like I said, just if he backed into you, it's just the weight, the girth.
Yes, and he couldn't help it. He was a giant.
Now Jake, you know how Andre would do the top rope and sit down on it,
Right.
With Jake, he wouldn't hold a rope.
Ooh.
And Jake would lay there like. He didn't like it. He didn't like that Warrior kid. That Warrior,
Ultimate Warrior.
Oh yeah. This guy was like a nutcase and running.
Oh, he was.
He was running wild, and when people asked me how was he with me, and I said I just tried to keep him from killing me. That's all.
That's
I did.
it, brother. That's all you
do. Like Vince said, I'm gonna need you to go around with him 6 or 8 weeks and do some rematches. I said, are you fucking shitting me?
Oh.
He said, look, just work. These Vince's words. I need to get him over. Just work with a guy on the front row. He said, just work with a guy on the front row. I just need him over. Anyway, I can remember it's the time Andre got arrested. We were in Omaha, Nebraska, and Andre he was really pissed off. His back was hurting.
Andre got arrested?
Yes. There was some TV camera people there for the 10 o'clock news doing some filming. And when Andre went out to the ring, the guy got the camera and put it right in his face and he pushed this fucking guy. So now they bring 20 cops. But during that match, Andre had had enough of this Warrior. So this Warrior, bang, 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 and Andre's in the corner and this guy's going to charge in, and when he did, Andre went. But Andre gets out of the ring, leaves. Bobby Heenan was there. He tells the story too. Andre stuck his fist out. He ran him out. Boom. Gets back to the locker room. I remember I was there. Oh, they had 20 cops in there, but they did bring in the lieutenant, the top guy. And he said, Andre, the guy we had complained. We got him.
As far as the deal.
It was just a bad night that night. But Andre, like me, he always had from way back. He came to through Memphis, and we worked a tag match. Myself and Spot Moondog, who was my partner, and our little manager against Coco. and Andre. It was 3 of us against those 2. We did all Andre's stuff for him, and then Coco did most of the match, and then Andre throws Coco, and all 3 of us stand there, and we catch him, and Andre sits on Coco and made the match, and he remembered that, and he treated me like gold. And
Yeah.
my son was 3, 4 years old, coming in the locker room. Andre loved him, have him up in his lap, tape his wrist for him, and all kind of shit.
There you go.
Yeah, and Andre would see the kid. When I'd go to the ring, I'd tell the kid, I said, you stay and watch my bag. And he liked that my kid would stay and watch that bag, stay there. Because sometimes, see, if you're on last, that locker room's empty.
Oh, it's empty, brother. Yeah.
There ain't nobody back there.
It's gone.
And there's people walking around and shit.
Right.
It's Arnold Skoll and them guys, they take off. They're not there.
So anyway, Devin's in town with another video guy back in August, and we do all of our shooting and everything. Go to North High, go out on the track. You were on the track. You went out on the track and the shot putting thing, and in my high school, North High. Yeah. And so when the day was over, we wanted to go eat, and so I said, well, I know a good Chinese because. I didn't want to jump in on you like we did today, And so up in Anthem is a Chinese food place that me and Valerie go to all the time. And Chinese ladies own it now because the owner died, and the Chinese girls are just beautiful, sweet girls. And so they love us to death, man. And so we go up there for dinner, man, and Hannibal, and on the way we start talking about why don't we do an arm wrestling scene inside the Chinese restaurant, and we'll make it look like it's a real deal, and Hannibal, we sit down at a table, we go over our food and everything, and our cameraman, he gets all set up with the lights and everything, and the place is packed full of people, man. And so the lights come on, the camera come on, man, and we start going back and forth. So Hannibal puts me down, he beats me, and then he gets up and cuts a promo, man, about being from Canada and how the United States sucks. All these people, full of people eating, and they're booing this guy, man. He throws up salt fingers everywhere, gets out of there, and stands up and says, Canada, what'd you say? Canada is the greatest place on the face of the earth, and the United States sucks, I hate this country. They just get the hell out of here, all the customers. The customers, man, and the poor Chinese girl started crying. My friend, I'm an old god, if Valerie ever finds in South Bend, she's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me, man.
I'm arm wrestling you right now.
Yeah. I've already been beaten up. Captain Rich Bauer of the Phoenix Fire Department is gonna break my heart. I won. But you've got awful big. They're
not bad.
Yeah, they're very impressive, and
I think they might be bigger than yours now.
Yeah, well,
right there.
Well, they probably are.
You're actually admiring me. I used to admire you back in, I think, the 60s and 70s, but now we're in the 2000s and you're admiring me.
Yes, I am.
Just like everyone else in the wrestling business.
Well, what are you saying? Are you saying that?
Well, let me see. I pretty much retired Abdullah the Butcher, defeated him. I retired Terry Funk, beat the crap out of him. So I have a lot of respect for you, and I'm glad you admire me so much, and beating all of the guys from your era has made you have so much respect for me.
And so what you're actually saying is, I just want to move some of these eating utensils. What you're doing. Wait a minute. I want to say something.
Don't interrupt me.
Wait, I want to say something here. Just a minute. I know we're doing a television camera that's going around the world, but I just want to say something. I think I'm picking up some bad vibes from you.
Bad vibes.
I think even though I'm retired and you're in your prime,
long retired.
and I'm long retired, I think you're insinuating that you might like to arm wrestle superstar Billy Graham. I'm getting that impression
I would
from
have
you.
loved to have arm wrestled you in your prime, but look at you now. You're just a shell of yourself. You still have big arms. You still work out 4 or 5 times a week. But look at me. I was the alternate for the Olympics for Canada. I've defeated all the top stars in wrestling in the independent circuit. I've defeated many legends. Do you really think you would stand a chance against arm wrestling me in this day and age?
Well, let me tell you something. Arm wrestling, my dear friend, is more than just physical power. There's a lot of mental issues that go along with arm wrestling, and I've really never stopped arm wrestling. I'll be honest with you.
Mental issues.
Yeah, mental issues, like psyching people out. I know you're a
not gonna
young
psych
man.
me out.
I know you're young. So are you trying to tell?
Yeah, I'm young. And
You're
old.
young. Yeah, and I'm old.
It's not going to do anything for me to beat you at this point in your career.
So you're saying you're basically challenging me. You Hannibal want to arm wrestle superstar Billy Graham. I can feel it. I know it. Is that what you want to do?
If you want me to humiliate you, right here, we'll arm wrestle. Right here. If you want me to humiliate you, I'll humiliate you. Right here.
How much money do you have for bail?
Right here. Put it here.
You want to?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Arm wrestle me right here.
This is for real now.
Yeah. This is not the stuff you did. Come on.
Fine.
How do you like that? How do you like that? You're just like everyone else in here. Out of shape, past your prime, just like your typical person from Phoenix. Out of shape. They can't beat a guy from Canada. They can't beat Hannibal. Shut up. Shut up. You know what? You can walk home.
Congratulate you.
You can walk home.
I congratulate you. He's strong. He beat me. What can I say? I tried. We'll pay for the damages. He'll pay for the damages. If there's a broken chair, he'll pay for it. Oh, Jamie is good.
Okay, do you have
Yeah, I think. Listen, he'll pay for anything. I know.
But honestly,
I know.
you're a regular, but it's
No, I didn't realize.
I thought it's a fake. It's okay, but it's a real thing. No, don't put me on. No, don't put me on that. No.
Yeah, no, he'll pay for any damages. Yeah. Yeah, he'll pay for the meals. He'll pay for the meals. I agree. With a very big tip. With a very big tip.
Not money.
Yes, he'll pay for everything. He'll pay for it. He'll pay for it. I think maybe we should. Just probably leave.
Schultz gets me to go up for stewing. I leave the beach. I've got a pair of jeans, one sweatshirt, because in Pensacola, that's about as cold as it's ever got.
Exactly.
No jacket, no heavy coat, nothing. I get up 3 days later, I'm drive. It takes about 3 days, 2.5, 3 days to get there. Because I had trouble at one of the borders. I went to the wrong place. And Stu said, hey, you're supposed to cross the Sweetgrass in Montana. And I said, well, fuck, I'm in North Dakota. I didn't know. He said, hey, you got to go all the way over to Montana. So now I got to go all the way across the state of Montana to go to Sweetgrass. You know where that crossing is. So I get up there and I go to Stu and say, hey, come on up to the house. I want to meet you. It's 35 below zero. It's freezing cold. Snow is knee deep. And I go up, ring the doorbell. Wait. I said, is anybody home? Man, heck, I'm leaving. Just when I get almost to the, hey, come on up here. He didn't let me in the house. We stood out on his front porch. Now it's freezing cold and my teeth are banging together. And he said, now he's gonna give me the, I had this, and I was going to the gym, working out and everything, doing things the right way, I thought. It's, I had this big guy here, superstar Wayne Coleman. He never called you Billy Graham.
No. Oh, God, no.
So when I once called you many years ago, I said, "Hey, is this superstar Wayne Coleman?" Then. So anyway, he's, you know how Stu would touch on you and rub on you.
Oh, yeah.
He had the big deltoids, like cantaloupes, and I put it up here, and he gets my arm up here, and then he runs his other arm across, and he's got me like this, and then I just held him.
Yeah, more like a front face spot.
He had the big deltoids and the traps and everything. He just cut the blood off.
You burned me over, brother.
So now he's got me like this. I'm going, oh yeah, okay, I understand, yes.
I got it.
And I've told that story hundreds and hundreds of times to people about my first meeting of him, and he used you as his example of how he's big deltoids and these big traps. And then all the time Stu's talking, he's moving you in position.
Yeah.
And I'd never seen that hole before, and I'll never forget it. I've never had it put on me since then, but I have put it on other people just to show them. And, you know, if you're a small, little, thin fellow that's not too heavy, you know, you can kind of slide out of it.
Yeah, right,
but
right.
if you're a bigger guy like we were, and they get you here, I mean, you don't, it's all
Cut off. Everything's cut off. It's cut off.
But I never went into the dungeon.
I remember. Oh no, you.
No,
Come on.
I went.
Oh my God!
No,
How'd you get away when not going into the dungeon, brother?
He said,
You missed holy ground.
He said, yeah, you're going to have to come by the house one day and we'll work out. You know, I only that Luther Lindsay carried the picture in the pocket and everything, and George Gordy Hinkle. So you know all these stories. You heard all this before. Stu loved George Gordy Hinkle, and he loved Luther Lindsay for some reason, and they were, I guess, good shooters or something. And yeah, they were a good test for him.
Oh yeah.
Stu was a great athlete.
Oh yeah.
Boxer, wrestler.
Exactly. He's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's in the Canadian Boxing Hall of Fame, and
he's a
the
legit athlete, brother.
Canadian
Legit,
amateur wrestler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really.
Because I was talking earlier on my little piece, I remember Stu saying, let me see your neck. Let me see hand me your, I said, what do you mean, let me see your neck? He said, well, I want to show you a hole. And see, like I was saying earlier, no one smartened me up yet. Even Bob Luke, the football player, brought me up there. Nobody smartened me up. I wasn't smartened up for weeks, brother. For weeks. It took him a month to finally smarten me up. The fucking thing was at work. You understand what I'm talking about? And Stu Hart said, let me see your neck. I said, what do you mean, see my neck? He said, well, I want to show you a hold. I thought he was my trainer.
And he was going to show you something.
Show me something.
No.
So I stick my head and then he put that front face lock on.
Hey, come on.
And dropped to my knees.
Thank you for watching the Hannibal TV. Please like this video if you enjoyed it, and click the subscribe button to not miss any of our latest shoot interviews, match videos, or news updates. Support us on patreon.com for $1.99 a month to watch our full shoot interviews ad-free and help our channel grow. Follow us on Twitter at the Hannibal TV for instant updates.